Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Double Soulmate Streaks. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Quirks and soulmates go hand in hand. Anyone born with a quirk is guaranteed a soulmate and vice versa. At birth, people are born with a single streak of hair the color of their soulmate's hair. So, when little Izuku was born with two streaks in his hair, the right one white and the left one red, Inko was simultaneously surprised and concerned. Two soulmates was not unheard of. In fact, oftentimes one was platonic and the other romantic. However, in those cases, one streak was duller than the other, more of a tint. The two streaks Izuku presented were bright and thick, indicating romantic partners. Inko knew how hard it was for a person to find their soulmate, let alone two. She didn't want her baby boy to end up settling for someone other than his soulmates, as she did, indicated by her hidden streak of blonde hair. Her husband, Izuku's dad, had black hair. She wondered about her boy's soulmates. Would they be boys or girls, or one boy and one girl? What quirks would they have? What quirk would Izuku have? Would they complement each other? No matter the outcome, Inko would support her son no matter what. It was 5 short years later when Inko took Izuku to the doctor. Quirks normally manifested between the ages of 4 and 5, and Izuku was turning 6 in less than 2 months. There was an off chance that he was just a late bloomer and would get his quirk a few years or so, but he should at least have showed a sign of a quirk. She was worried about her son with good reason. The doctor finished scribbling notes down as Inko anxiously bit her bottom lip. Izuku was in the chair next to her, gripping his all-might action figure. The doctor looked up and stared at Inko with a pitying face, then said, "I'm afraid young Izuku is quirkless." The room became deathly quiet as Inko drew in a large breath, trying to hold in the tears. It was interrupted by the sound of Izuku dropping his figurine. A long pause passed before Inko finally spoke. "But that's impossible. He has a soulmate." The doctor sighed. While there have been no cases reported in this country, other countries have reported rare happenings of quirkless citizens born with soulmates. By these reports, the chances of this happening is approximately 1 in 4 billion. Inko glared with teary eyes. The doctor continued, "By his x-rays, Izuku has an extra joint in his toe. Anyone with a quirk is missing this joint. He's more than likely just a rare case, Mrs. Midoriya. But Izuku wants to be a hero." The doctor closed the file and crossed his legs. "What exactly is your quirk and his father's quirk?" Inko looked away and put her hand on her chin. "I can draw small objects towards me," she demonstrated by bringing Izuku's figurine to her hand and giving it back to him, "and his father can breathe fire. With all due respect, even if he had inherited one of your quirks, the chances of him becoming a hero would be slim. It'd be best if he thought of different career goals for the future." With that, Inko thanked the doctor, grabbed Izuku, and left. She made a mental note to search for a different doctor, one who wasn't as old and blunt about shattering a 5-year-old's dreams. The trip home was quiet, with Izuku staring off in space and Inko on the brink of tears. She hoped no one would ask what was wrong for fear of her breaking down then and there. At home, Inko made Izuku katsudon and put on his favorite videos of All Might. He ate dinner in silence and kept rewatching the same video into the late hours of the night. Inko was worried that her son wouldn't be able to sleep, so she checked on him. "Izuku!" He turned around in the swivel chair, his hand clutching his All Might figurine with tears streaming down his face. "Mama, will I ever become a hero now?" At that, Inko burst into tears and hugged her tightly. She blamed herself for this. Was it because she had a child with a man who was not her soulmate? Was it because she had a weak gene? Was it because the man she thought she loved with all her heart had abandoned them, and caused something inside Izuku to repress his quirk gene? Okay, maybe that one was a stretch, but it still crossed her mind. "I'm so sorry, Izuku." Inko sobbed. "I'm so sorry." She continued apologizing and crying along her son until the two of them fell asleep. She woke up in the middle of the night and carried the boy to her bed, where the two curled up and fell asleep. Midoriya kept his quirklessness a secret for as long as he could. It wasn't long before he was 7 and all of his classmates were presenting their quirks while he had nothing to show. Kaken had gotten his quirk rather late, but it was an amazing one in Midoriya's eyes. He had an explosion quirk, with the potential to become very strong. Along with his quirk came a patch of firetruck red hair where his hair was parted. A crowd of students had gathered around him as he demonstrated his newfound quirk. "Wow, Kaken! Your quirk's so cool!" Midoriya exclaimed. "Of course it is." Bakugo replied. "I'm gonna become a strong hero with it." "What's your quirk?" one of the girls watching asked Midoriya. Midoriya blushed and averted his eyes. He didn't want to say anything, but now he was cornered and had no option but to tell the truth. "I actually don't have one." At that, Bakugo grinned triumphantly. "You hear that, everyone? Stupid Deku is quirkless. How lame. And he wants to be a hero at that." Everyone laughed. "A hero?" Someone explained. "How's he gonna do that if he's quirkless?" "Who knows? I feel sorry for his soulmates. Deku has 2 that both have to live with a lame but quirkless soulmate. Hell, the 3 of them might all be quirkless and can live their boring lives together." Midoriya looked down and clenched his fists so tight they turned a ghostly pale shade. "My soulmates won't be like that." His voice cracked as tears began running down his face. "Now the big quirkless baby is crying. How are you gonna become a hero like that?" Bakugo taunted while the other kids laughed all around him. "I will." Midoriya cried out indignantly. "Just you watch. I'll become a hero." "Fat chance." Bakugo shoved Midoriya down. "You see? If you can't beat me, you'll never become a hero." He kicked Midoriya in the kneecap just hard enough to leave a bruise, then left with the herd of classmates following. Midoriya wiped his tears, then sat up and inspected his. "Ow, ow, ow." He cried as he gently prodded the now-forming bruise. As much as he wanted to cry, he didn't. Kaken was right, he can't become a hero if he cries. Besides, he had to be tough for his mom. He may not be a hero just yet, but he was a hero in her eyes. And heroes don't cry. He also couldn't tell his mom about where he got the bruise. He'll just tell her he fell down again. After all, that's where all the other bruises came from. Midoriya was 10 years old when he finally came home crying to his mother. The boy had a swollen face and bleeding scrapes all over his knees and arms. Inko scooped him in her arms and soothingly rubbed his back until he finally calmed down and told her what happened. He said he was pushed down in the park and made fun of because of having 2 soulmates and no quirk. Izuku never mentioned any names, but Inko wasn't stupid. She knew that Katsuki kid was bullying her son. Anytime she brought it up to his mother, she was always shot down with a, "But he's never like that at home," or, "But he's such a sweet kid." It frustrated her to no end, but there was nothing she could do if Katsuki's mother was that oblivious. After calming down a little, Izuku asked, "Mama? Can we dye my hair? I know my soulmates wouldn't mind." Inko bit her lip before reluctantly agreeing. As much as she wanted to encourage her son to embrace his soulmates and his quirklessness, she knew that it was gaining such negative reactions from the other kids. So, she dressed Izuku's wounds, gave him an ice pack for his face, grabbed her purse, and the pair headed to the store to pick out some hair dye. The next day at school, Izuku made up the story that he really never had any soulmates. He just dyed his hair because he wanted to pretend he had 2. "I knew it," Bakugo said. "I knew Deku was just pretending." The bullying never stopped, it just diminished drastically. From then on, Midoriya dyed his hair every other week, not wanting to take a chance that his red and white roots would show. Midoriya met his hero, All Might, at the age of 14. He had a nasty run-in with a slime villain that tried taking over his body. It was honestly the scariest moment of his life, and he probably would have died if All Might hadn't arrived and fought it off. He couldn't believe it. His hero, the man he admired more than anyone, was right in front of him. He asked for an autograph and received a large thick signature in English from All Might. The hero was about to leave, but Midoriya had so many questions. He impulsively latched onto All Might's leg right before he jumped. All Might didn't notice the boy until he let out a muffled scream against his leg. All Might looked down and was surprised to see the boy with a death grip on his calf. I've had some pretty crazy run-ins with fans, but this one takes the cake, All Might said. Why don't you let go so I can get on with hero business? If I let go, I'll die. Midoriya exclaimed. Please, if you'll just hear me out? I have so many questions I need to ask you. All Might sighed, then landed on the nearest building roof, peeling off a messy-haired, chapped-lipped Midoriya. Well, what do you want to ask? And make it quick, I have another villain I need to tend to. Midoriya looked down, still in disbelief about being in the presence of All Might. Could I become a hero without a quirk? All my life I've been told by adults and my peers that I could never become a hero, because I was born without a quirk. It's strange actually because I was born without a quirk, yet I still have a soulmate. Two actually. It may not look like I do, but that's just because I dye my hair. It's pretty weird for someone without a quirk having two soulmates, Midoriya nervously chuckled, scratching the back of his neck and turned around. Isn't I? Who are you and what have you done with All Might, you imposter? Before him wasn't the All Might Midoriya knew and adored. Instead, it was a scrawny man with duller golden hair, sunken cheekbones, and lifeless eyes. The man in front of him looked a few days away from death, not the man glowing with life that All Might is. It's me, I can assure you. The not-so All Might's mouth began spurting blood down his chin. I don't believe you. Midoriya replied with a shocked expression. This was most certainly not his hero. It must have been an imposter, or maybe even All Might left and this guy had replaced him, or this is my real self, the one I don't show to the public. All Might sat down and pulled up his white shirt to reveal a nasty scar. You're my fan, so I'm sure you remember what happened 5 years back. I no longer have a stomach, and my respiratory system is slowly deteriorating. My face is a side effect, by the way. Ever since that accident, I can only stay in my public form for a max of around 2 to 3 hours a day, give or take. What you see here is my true form. And since only a select few people know about this, it must be kept a secret. This pain I have to live with is typical of a hero. All of us have to live with some form of pain, be it emotional or physical. Because of this, I'll have to answer you with a no, you can't become a hero without a quirk. Midoriya averted his eyes and held back tears. I should have known. I'm sorry that I've bothered you, it's just that I've always wanted to prove everyone wrong and… He trailed off, not knowing what else to say. If you've had your eyes set on being a hero for so long, then maybe you could consider work in the police force. After all, they do help heroes in detaining villains. I'll consider it, Midoriya replied, still on the verge of tears. No, heroes don't cry. It was like a punch in the face for his childhood hero, the man he's always looked up to, telling him that he'll never become a hero. But, well, it's always a wonderful thing to have dreams, but you shouldn't spend too much time dwelling on the impossible ones. See ya, kid. All Might began walking down the stairs, leaving Midoriya to his thoughts. Midoriya wanted to cry and run to his mother, something he hadn't done in 4 years, and it was only one time, thank you very much. She would comfort him, make him Katsudon, and encourage him to still chase his dreams. Sighing, Midoriya left the roof as well, clutching his burned hero notebook and awkwardly saying hello to the janitor on the first floor as he left the building. He began walking towards home, still dwelling on All Might's words. He should have known that his favorite hero would discourage him from becoming a hero. He was nearly in high school and still had yet to come to terms with this. It still hurt, especially because becoming a hero wasn't simply a childish dream as All Might thought of it. It was serious, and something he would do anything and everything to make it a reality. Midoriya wiped his tears. He noticed a huge crowd gathering on his left. He made his way over out of habit, listening in on conversations as well. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? One man asked the woman beside him. Apparently, the villain has some middle school kid hostage inside of it. That poor kid. I hope it doesn't traumatize him or anything. Could it be? Midoriya stood on his tiptoes to get a view over the crowd. The villain was indeed the one who nearly took over Midoriya's own body, if All Might hadn't arrived. But All Might had caught the monster, unless, when Midoriya latched onto his leg, the bottle fell out and the villain escaped. Midoriya wallowed in guilt, nearly throwing up when he realized the boy trapped had to go through the same pain as he did. The crowd began exclaiming positive thoughts about All Might coming and saving them and the boy, while Midoriya was consumed of his own negative thoughts of how this was his fault. The villain turned, with the boy who was caught making eye contact with Midoriya. While he had certainly never seen him with tears in his eyes, Midoriya instantly recognized who it was. He sprinted through the crowd, ignoring all of the heroes' cries for him to stop. He threw his backpack at the villain and clawed at the goo, trying to save Kaken. Through his tears, Midoriya said to Kaken, "You looked like you needed someone to save you." "Move, you annoying kid," the villain yelled at Midoriya. He reached to smack the boy out of the way, but was stopped by All Might. The hero used one of his signature moves to detain the villain and save Bakugo. The crowd praised him with great thanks for saving them and the boys. After the villain goo was picked up from the streets, Midoriya was scolded for impulsively deciding to save Bakugo, despite his lack of a quirk. Meanwhile, many praised Bakugo for his demonstration of a strong quirk and his bravery under the circumstances, even though he was honestly scared shitless and almost cried, which he certainly did not do. After it was all said and done, Midoriya and Bakugo were sent home after being double-checked for any injuries. As he walked towards his home, Kaken called out, "Fang Deku. I never asked for you to save me. I've never asked for anyone to save me, I might owe you one now, but don't ever think I'll apologize, got it?" He walked off on his separate way, leaving Midoriya to his thoughts. Now he could happily and gladly give up on his childish dreams of becoming a hero. After all, he'd seen firsthand that he couldn't do anything without a hero to intervene, and becoming one would only become a hassle on everyone else because they'd always have to save him, and "I made it!" All Might yelled. He was in his public form, sprinting towards Midoriya. "All Might?" Midoriya exclaimed. "What are you doing here? I thought you were surrounded by reporters and couldn't get away." "Believe or not, I can get away when I need to. Because I am all me." He coughed up blood and changed into his smaller form and took a deep breath. "Listen, kid. I think I owe you an apology and a thank you. I couldn't bring myself to save that boy from the villain, and thanks to you, I finally found the resolve. And no, it was actually my fault this entire thing happened. If I hadn't grabbed your leg, if I hadn't disturbed you with childish dreams, the villain would have never escaped and Kaken would have never gotten trapped. Besides, I had too much confidence that I could become a hero even though I'm quirkless," Midoriya rambled. "Yeah, about that. Not one of the heroes at the scene could even do anything. And you, a quirkless boy, saved him with no hesitation. It's the traits like that that make a person a true hero. Even I myself have forgotten about that. So, thank you." Hearing All Might's words set off Midoriya's tears. For some reason, his mind went back to when he was 5 years old, the day he was told he was quirkless. His mother cried out to him with apologies. He knew that she completely blamed herself for his lack of a quirk, but it didn't make it hurt any less. All Midoriya wanted to hear that day was words of encouragement. "It's all right, Izuku. You can still be a hero. I'll help you live your dream." His mother still supported his dream, but her regretful words from that day still play in his mind. "I'm to tell you that you can become a hero, and I will help you." Midoriya burst into tears. Just earlier today, his hero told him there was no chance of him living his dream. Now, he was telling him he could become a hero, and even All Might himself would help him. "I have deemed you worthy to be able to inherit my power." "Wait, what?" Midoriya asked incredulously. He had collapsed to the ground on his hands and knees. Looking up at his hero, his eyes were filled with tears, his nose dripping snot onto his chin. "My power. My quirk. In that current form, you wouldn't be able to handle it, which is why I will help you, kid." All Might spewed blood. "Honestly, you must have noticed, in my interviews, I've never given any hints as to what my quirk is. The media just makes it up on their own, saying it's a body enhancement quirk, or something along those lines. I was given this quirk by my predecessor. Since it formed many years ago, this quirk has been passed down from master to student. And now, the time has come for me to pass it along to you." "But, you mean to tell me your quirk can be passed along to whoever you choose?" "That's right." Wait. I don't think I understand. Or maybe I do understand, it's just that I can't quite wrap my head around it. There's never been a quirk that's been inherited. I mean, of course quirks are inherited, they're generally passed down through DNA and such. But like a quirk that is passed along by choice? Like you can actually choose who gets it, and they don't have to be related to you. Midoriya rambled. Hey, now, you're giving me a headache with all that muttering. But, yes, this power can be transferred from person to person, given the name One for All. All. Midoriya repeated. This. One person is given a large amount of power to, in a sense, fight for all. Hence, One for All. But why are you giving me this power? I mean, I'm thankful and all, but I'm just some quirkless kid. And that's precisely why, kid. I've been looking for a successor for years now, and none of them that I've considered have ever shown the heart and bravery that you have within mere minutes. You, a mere quirkless kid, outshined even the pros who were present. And that's why I don't mind giving you this power. He paused, then smiled sheepishly. Of course, it is your choice. You don't have to receive the power if you don't want to, and I can look for another successor. I'll do it, Midoriya announced with no hesitation. And thus started the journey of younger Midoriya Izuku on his path to become a hero. The training was harsh and painful at times, but Midoriya persisted. All Might had told him that one couldn't just receive the all for one, they had to prepare their body for it. And in Midoriya's current state, there was a lot of preparation that needed to be done. Midoriya's current task of training was cleaning the beach filled with garbage. He didn't really mind, the beach was unvisitable, and doing this was not only training him, but also giving back to the community. Along with training, he had to follow strict diet plans that his mother gladly cooked for him. After all, she wanted to support her son in any way, shape, or form. It was nearly 4 months after training began. Midoriya had noticed intense changes to his body. It was much more muscular, and his previously loose uniform had to be altered by his mother to fit his growing form. While he was incredibly exhausted from balancing training and schoolwork, along with preparation for Yui's exams, Midoriya did notice he had more energy building up and could gradually do more in a day. All Might and Midoriya were taking a lunch break. Their meal breaks were often silent, with only small talk about school in between bites. This time around, Midoriya gained the confidence to ask a question that he had been mulling over for years. Do you have a soulmate, All Might? All Might choked on his onigiri, coughing up little bits of rice and blood. Well, of course I do. All heroes have soulmates. The quirks and soulmates are a package deal. I know that, which is why I've always thought it was weird that I had a soulmate, but never a quirk. But, is your hair streak hidden? My mom's is hidden, it's on the underside of her hair. Actually, my boy, the streak is this entire strand. All Might pointed to his left hair strand. Almost every hero dyes their hair before their debut, unless they've already met their soulmate. It's easier that way. If the hero becomes popular, oftentimes people will dye their hair to match. You don't even want to know how many people with the wrong hair color have come up to me with a dyed streak in their hair, claiming to be my soulmate. So, it's not strange that I dye my hair? Not in the slightest. Okay, Midoriya hummed. So what color is your streak? I actually have 2 soulmates. One on this side is white and the one on the other side is red. Well, I have, unfortunately forgotten the color. It's been so long since I've seen it as I debuted quite a while ago. There was an awkward pause. So, what did you think about the hero Sonika's debut? What did you think of her quirk? All Might change the subject, knowing Midoriya would be eager to talk about heroes. It worked, and Midoriya talked for a full 20 minutes about the advantages and disadvantages of the echolocation wave enhancement quirk, all while dragging a refrigerator All Might was sitting on. Finally, the day of Yui's entrance exams arrived. At precisely 6 o'clock in the morning, All Might arrived at the beach, only to find it clearer than it's ever been, and Midoriya on top of a pile of trash. The boy collapsed from exhaustion into All Might's arms, and he had to admit he was much more than impressed with the young boy in front of him. I did it, Midoriya stated weakly. That you did, my boy. Now, you've busted your butt for these 10 long months, so now it's time for the prize, one for all. He plucked a piece of hair from his head and handed it to Midoriya. Now eat this. Huh. Midoriya looked at All Might like he grew a hand from his forehead. Now, all you have to do to receive this power is ingest some form of my DNA. This isn't exactly how I would have wanted it, but hair is the fastest and most painless, so just eat it. Midoriya swallowed his pride and reluctantly swallowed the blonde hair whole. Midoriya arrived at the gates of Yui just 2.5 short hours later. Due to the rush of getting ready for his entrance exams, he never got the chance to test if One for All had successfully transferred. But guess he'll find out later. Out of the way, Deku, Kaken commanded. Oh Kaken. Good luck on your exams today. Midoriya stuttered in reply. Save it. We both know I'll be getting in and you won't. Don't even know why you effing just showed up. Bakugo sauntered on ahead. Midoriya let out a breath, then took a step forward. He tripped over his own 2 feet and plummeted towards the ground in what felt like slow motion. He felt someone grab him, then all of a sudden he stopped falling. The person who grabbed him righted him to standing position. It was a cute girl a few centimeters shorter than Midoriya, whose warm brown hair cut into a bob. She had a green streak of hair just a few shades darker than his on her bangs above her right eye. Her eyes were big and her cheeks were adorably rosy. She pressed her hands together and the feeling of weightlessness left Midoriya. Are you okay? She asked, with a voice as clear and beautiful as a bell. Sorry for using my quirk on you. I didn't really want to see you fall. Good luck today. I hope you're not as nervous as me. She giggled then ran ahead, leaving Midoriya in a daze. He talked to a girl other than his mom for the first time in his life. And a cute one at that. He wondered if one of his soulmates were as pretty as that girl was. If this was how high school was like, he couldn't wait to start. He took his seat in the auditorium and waited for the introduction of the exams to start. Welcome everybody. A loud voice exclaimed in English, then switching to Japanese. Hey, examinees. I'll be telling you exactly what's gonna happen today, so listen up, okay? Midoriya was visibly shaking in his seat. Right in front of him was Present Mike, one of his favorite pros. It's Present Mike, he fanboyed audibly. I can't believe it, I listen to his radio show every week. I can't believe the teachers at Yui are all pros. Shut it Deku, Bakugo said. He had the unfortunate luck of being assigned to sit right next to his least favorite person. After this sweet presentation, everyone will be separated into groups and will challenge a training city district for 10 minutes. During this time, several enemies of 3 different strengths will appear. Each is given a different point value. The goal is to rack up the most points. And attacking the other examinees is completely against the rules, so don't even think about it. A few collective groans reverberated. One guy a few rows behind Midoriya and Bakugo stood up and announced, "Excuse me, I have a question." On the handout passed out to us, it clearly stated that there will be 4 enemies, not 3. He shifted his line of vision to Midoriya. And you with the curly hair. And me. Midoriya squeaked. Your muttering and fidgeting is incredibly distracting. If you think this is a joke, I suggest you leave. Several students laughed around him while Midoriya just blushed and turned around. He was used to people thinking his rambling was crazy, but being called out in front of a room of strangers was completely embarrassing. Excellent question, examinee 7111. Present Mike said after the laughing had died down. The 4th type of enemy is worth 0 points. I'm afraid that these are too strong for everyone and are to be avoided at all costs. I see. Thank you very much. The boy bowed deeply, then sat down. If there are no more questions, then without further ado, head to your assigned area and let's get this exam on the road. Plus Ultra. The exam area Midoriya was assigned to was huge. It was like its own city in itself. And to think, there were several other areas, all probably exactly the same. He knew that the Yui campus was huge, but this was just ridiculous. All of the other examinees seemed confident in their abilities. Of course, Midoriya thought, all of them have grown up with their quirk. They know exactly what it is and how to control it. No one else had just received their quirk the day of the exam. He looked around, desperate for a familiar face. Maybe someone he went to elementary school with or lived nearby and went to a different school. The boy who called him out during the presentation was there. While that certainly was a familiar face, it wasn't someone he would willingly go to. Midoriya's eyes finally came across the girl from earlier this morning. He started walking towards her, desperate to at least shake off some of his nerves and possibly thank her for this morning. "Hey," a familiar voice called. Someone grabbed his shoulder, holding him back. "You weren't thinking of bothering someone before the exam, were you?" Midoriya jumped as he looked at the boy from earlier. "And no, of course not." Other students loomed nearby. "Huh," one said, "look at him. All shaking and everything. Guess there's one less person to worry about." Everyone else within the group began commenting about how they knew there was a chance of at least one person they'll defeat. "Start." Present Mick's voice boomed. Everyone froze. "What? There's no countdown in real life." Immediately everyone sprinted, leaving Midoriya in the dust. Throughout the exam, Midoriya had the worst of luck. He wasn't the fastest, so all of the enemies, robots actually, at the beginning were all destroyed. He kept searching for some place, an area that no one had visited, where there were some left. Time was ticking. There were less than 5 minutes left, and he had not destroyed a single enemy. He came across an area with an abundance of enemies. Only problem was, so had everyone else. He watched as everyone defeated enemy after enemy, racking up points. Soon, the ground began to rumble. A towering robot, taller than any of the buildings, appeared and headed towards the examinees. Many dropped what they were doing, sprinting out of the way, while Midoriya stayed frozen. He needed points, but there was a huge robot. He started running, but stopped when he heard a groan of pain. Turning around, he noticed the girl from earlier, trapped under rubble from the robot making its entrance. Midoriya didn't think. He began sprinting back towards the robot. Adrenaline was pumping in his veins and he felt power within his legs as he jumped in the air, meeting the robot head-on. He reared his right arm back, feeling the same power move to his arm and swung, landing a hit on the robot. The robot was done for and Midoriya would be as well, if he didn't figure out a safe way of landing. The impact of the punch had broken his entire arm, and he was pretty sure his legs were broken as well. His body began plummeting, with him saying his final goodbyes in his head to his mother and All Might. He was prepared to break his fall with another punch, until his thoughts were interrupted by someone slapping him. He felt lightless, and gently floated to the ground until gravity seemed to take a hold again and he fell about half a meter to the ground. Beside him, several pieces of debris fell along with him, including the piece the girl was on. He looked over at her, only to watch as she threw up the contents of her breakfast. The exam was now over. Midoriya Izuku ended with exactly 0 points. Now, there was no way of him ever getting into UI. A week later, and Midoriya was anxiously waiting for his results. He knew for sure that he has passed the written part, but getting a 0 on the heroic part? Fat chance of him being accepted. He spaced out all week, worrying his mother tremendously. All he ever did was train, eat, and sleep in no particular order. In fact, he'd hardly touched his meal, then excused himself to his room. "Izuku, honey, even if you didn't make it," Inko trailed off as her son held back tears that were beginning to form. Seeing her son almost crying made her start to cry a bit. It's still an incredible thing to say that you participated in Yui's exam. Izuku left the table, leaving it worried Inko behind. She finished her dinner, and put away what Izuku didn't eat in a container, placing it in the refrigerator. She checked the mail and was incredibly surprised to find a letter from Yui among the monthly bills. She dropped everything and ran as fast as her legs could carry her to her son's room. "Izuku, the letter from Yui has arrived." She was nearly in tears by the time Izuku opened up the door. He reluctantly grabbed it and headed back to his room. Inko shut the door, wanting to give her son privacy, and paced back and forth. Midoriya wasn't expecting much. Perhaps a short letter beginning with, "We regret to inform you." A projection featuring All Might was the last thing he expected. "Is this thing on?" The message began. "It is?" "Well, young Midoriya, it appears the two of us will be seeing more of each other, since I'll be working at UI." First of all, I apologize for not speaking to you after the exam. I can't show favorites after all. All Might cleared his throat. You did fine on your written exam, as you probably could guess. However, on the physical aspect you received a 0 and failed. Midoriya looked away, knowing what would happen next. However, All Might continued, take a look at this screen. He turned it on, only to show a video of the girl he saved. Excuse me, she began. The boy with the curly hair and freckles, you know. He saved me, so I was wanting to know if I could share my points with him? His face was filled with conviction. All Might paused the video. As you can see, you may have ended up with 0 points, young Midoriya. But, your actions of a true hero have touched others. He pressed play. Present Mike ruffled the girl's hair. There's no way for you to share points. However, I don't think it's necessary, even if you could. Kid, the Department of Heroics isn't just looking for young heroes who can defeat enemies. There's more to a hero than just that. All of the judges have agreed, you have earned points for rescuing young Uraraka Ochako. And with that being said, you have earned 60 points. Congratulations, my boy. You have been accepted to UE. With that, the projection died down, while Midoriya broke down crying. He had made it. He was now taking the first step to live out his dream and to find his soulmates while he was at it. Todoroki Shudo was born with 3 different hair colors. The right side was a bright white, and the left side a dull fiery red. Where the 2 colors met was the third color. Starting from the top of his head to his face was a small tuft of bright green hair. Todoroki Miyuki was glad to know he was guaranteed a quirk and a soulmate. She knew he would need one, especially to provide emotional support his father wouldn't ever give him if the lack thereof he gave to his other 3 children was any indicator. Her other children were considered failures in the eyes of her husband. Not a single one of them inherited both her quirk and his. Hell, the oldest was quirkless. The doctor said it was the result of the 2 quirks canceling each other. Her other son had a much weaker fire quirk, while her daughter had a mix of the 2 quirks, but they were incredibly weak and could often not be separated, creating water or steam most of the time. To her, her children were beautiful gifts, even if they did share the same DNA as him. She cherished every single one of them and wanted only the best that she could give them. Hello, little Shudo, she cooed to the bundle within her arms. I'm glad I can finally see you. She slid the right side of his face gently, slightly gasping when he opened his eyes to reveal heterochromatic eyes. Maybe you'll finally be the child he's been wanting, she said wistfully. But I know what that means for your future. So for your sake, Shudo, I hope that you don't get both of our quirks. Maybe you'll just get Mama's. She kissed his head and lulled him back to sleep. Of course, Miyuki didn't receive her wish. On the eve of Shudo's 4th birthday, he came down with a terrible fever. It shifted between deathly cold and impossible hot for hours on end. Her poor boy whimpered in his sleep. The only thing she could do was cool him down with her quirk and comfort him by gently stroking his hair. She stayed with him all night, until he woke up at 4 in the morning, his right side covered with a thin layer of ice and his left side smoking. Shudo sat up and yawned. He rubbed both of his eyes, not noticing the changes from his newly presented quirk. Mama, what are you doing in my room so early? Miyuki bit her lip, then grabbed Shudo into a bear hug. Happy birthday, Shudo. My boy is 4 now, I can't believe it. She let go, trailing her hands down his arms to feel the temperature difference. It seems like just yesterday you said your first word. Mama! Shudo exclaimed. In his slight embarrassment, his left side began puffing small flames. He stared incredulously at his arm covered with fire, but it didn't hurt. Mom, my arm's on fire. What do I do? Miyuki giggled as her son waved his arm around trying to put out the flames. Shudo, that's your quirk, sweetie. Her son stopped moving his arms and looked at her with such big and excited eyes. Really? I have my quirk now? This is such a good birthday present. He threw both of his arms in the air, but his right was much heavier than his left and took a bit more strength to keep it up. Curiously, Shudo glanced at his arm and saw it covered in a few centimeter-thick sheet of ice. I have 2 quirks? He asked as he brought both of his arms down. Miyuki smiled sadly at her son. No, your quirk is just very special. You inherited both of Mama and Father's quirks. So I can control ice like you? And fire like Father? Miyuki nodded, pressing her index finger to her lips. We have to keep this a secret. Why? Shudo curiously asked. Because if your father hears about this, then he'll take you off to train. But, Mama, don't I have to train if I want to be a hero? She ruffled her son's hair. Of course, sweetie. But even All Might didn't start training until he was much older than you. You want to be like All Might, don't you? He nodded furiously. Then you need to not tell your father about your quirk, okay? Okay. There was a pause. Mama, how do I turn my quirk off? Miyuki laughed at her son's choice of words. Close your eyes. She commanded. Shudo obliged, then opened one eye a few seconds later. And keep them closed, Shudo. She waited for him to shut both eyes. Now, imagine your right side is getting warmer and your left side is getting colder. She watched incredulously as her son's displayed quirks disappeared. Not only did her son inherit both her and his father's quirks, he also has incredible control over them. Miyuki knew her son would be a strong hero someday. Mama, I did it! Shudo exclaimed, interrupting his mother's thoughts. Miyuki smiled brightly at her son. That you did! Now remember, anytime you feel like you're going to lose control over your quirk, just remember, right is hot, left is cold. Right is hot, left is cold, he repeated. But how will I know if I'm gonna lose control over my quirk? It'll be a gut feeling, Miyuki replied, tickling Shudo's stomach. He giggled in response. Now, get some sleep, Shudo, and Mama will give you your birthday presents when you wake up. But, Mama, why can't I have them now? He asked, then yawned. Miyuki just smiled, then stood up from the floor. She kissed Shudo's forehead, right on the green of his soulmate streak. Go to sleep, Shudo. She tiptoed out of his room, looking back at his sleeping form before gently shutting the door. Miyuki turned to her left to head to her bedroom when she was stopped by an annoyed Endeavor. He sauntered over to her in his hero uniform, obviously about to go on a mission early in the morning. Let me see the boy, he demanded. He just fell asleep. Leave him alone, and head out on your mission, Miyuki replied back. Snidely. He's my son. You have 2 other sons that you can wake up if you want to see your children so bad before you leave. Or did you forget about them, seeing as you only care about Shudo now? Miyuki knew it was coming, but there was no way of preventing it. Endeavor reared his hand back, coating it with flames, and smacked her right across the face. It stung and she blinked back tears, not wanting to show her husband that he had won. He had hit her before in the past, but this was the first time he ever used his quirk along with the hit. Now that you know your place, woman, you'll let me see my... A loud beeping noise coming from Endeavor's transmitter interrupted him. Endeavor, we need you now. There's been a... He turned it off. You're lucky today. But talk to me like that again, and you won't get off as easy. Endeavor left, leaving Miyuki with a burning cheek to tend to. Luckily, she possessed an ice quirk and was able to keep the swelling down to a minimum. Oh, if only Shudo hadn't inherited both quirks. Shudo successfully kept his quirk hidden for almost a year. Just like his mother said, it really was a gut feeling when his quirk would get out of control. After several chants of right is hot, left is cold, it was easy for him to keep his newly found quirk from getting out of control. It wasn't until the beginning of December when his father found out about his quirk. That day, it had snowed a record amount, so Shudo and all of his siblings wanted to make snowmen, and snowwomen, and snow angels. Over the past few years, Fumi had gained more control over her quirk, so she could freeze any snowmen women made to preserve them. The 3 older siblings knew something wasn't right when Shudo tried to go outside without a coat. Rei, the oldest, and Fumi had to wear one, and even Kajiro, with his fire quirk, still had to wear one because he was unable to regulate his body temperature. Shuto, Fumi called before he could leave the house. Don't you need a coat? Oh yeah, he replied, slightly panicking. He forgot that cold and hot temperatures don't bother him, but he was supposed to be hiding his quirk. I forgot. He grabbed the smallest one on the coat rack, a heavy blue one a size too big, put it on, and then Kajiro helped him put on his hat and mittens. After the 4 children made a total of 7 snow people, Shudo quickly made a snowball barely big enough to fit in his hands. He threw it at Kajiro, who let out an indignant, "Hey!" before making his own and throwing it. It missed Shudo and hit Ray, who was standing right next to the youngest. Ray then grabbed as much snow that he could fit in his hands and tackled Kajiro, shoving the snow down his shirt. Fumi tried breaking the 2 of them up, but then both boys threw a pile of snow at her. "Oh, that's it!" she exclaimed, rolled her sleeves up, and made a snowball. Before throwing it, she slightly froze it so it would pack a harder punch than normal. She chased her other brothers who were running because they knew better than to anger Fumi, throwing it when she got close enough to them. Shudo giggled when it hit Ray in the back of the head. "No fair!" Ray yelled. Shudo wanted to join on the fun, and began making more tiny snowballs to throw. He almost wondered if he could freeze them like Fumi, but accidentally made it a solid ball of ice. Shudo took a glance at his siblings to see if they were watching. Fortunately for him, they were engrossed in their snowball fight. He transferred the ball of ice to his left hand, trying to melt it just a little bit. He accidentally caught his hand on fire, melting the snowball to water. Unluckily for Shudo, his father just so happened to be walking by when he noticed his youngest son standing by himself, snowball in hand. He watched curiously as Shudo concentrated hard and turned the snowball into a ball of ice with his right hand. Then he looked at his siblings before switching it to his left, and his hand caught on fire. Endeavor smiled triumphantly, then began walking over towards his children. He grabbed Shudo by the arm and dragged him inside. "Let me go!" Shudo cried out. He always had neutral feelings towards his father. In fact, he never quite felt like he was related to the man, if not for the left side of his face saying otherwise. But his mom did always warn him that if his father found out about his quirk, he would take him away and train him. Shudo knew from the way his mom spoke about training, it wasn't something to be happy about. In fact, as Endeavor began dragging him against his will, he was more terrified than anything. Shudo watched as his siblings stopped playing and looked back to him being pulled away. Fumi began running towards him, but was held back by Ray and Kajiro. They whispered something in her ears, and then she stopped struggling and looked at her younger brother with sad eyes. His father continued dragging him until they reached a room he's never been in before. He was thrown onto the wooden floor, landing hard on his elbow. Shudo sat up and cradled his right elbow, tears in his eyes. He stared at the punching bag in the corner, refusing to make eye contact with Endeavor. "When did you get your quirk?" his father asked. "Today," Shudo lied. Endeavor grabbed his son's chin and turned it, making eye contact with him. "Don't lie to me, boy. I wasn't born yesterday. You have too good of control over it to have gotten it today. Now tell me, when did you get your quirk?" Shudo was terrified. He had never interacted with his father much, save for a few public ceremonies where he had to pretend the 6 of them were the ideal hero family, which was far from the truth. In all honesty, Shudo really hasn't spoken to his father more than 10 words at a time. "I'm not telling you," Shudo said confidently. His father shoved his face to the right and let go. Shudo fell onto his face because of the force. "Fine," Endeavor said after a few seconds. "It doesn't matter when you got your quirk. But from now on, you'll be training with me." Shudo had never been more scared in his life. Training had started easy enough. Just a few basic lessons a week to help Shudo control his quirk. They lasted until Shudo was 5 and deemed worthy to be able to learn how to fight. Endeavor paid 3 different instructors to teach his son fighting skills every day, each with a different style. Those lessons lasted only around 4 months after Shudo learned the basics of every style. Then, Endeavor personally taught him. They sparred every day, with each match becoming more and more challenging for Shudo. He never won a single match, as every time he either passed out or threw up or broke something. He had to keep the training a secret from his mother, or else. Even though he never directly told his mother, she just knew about the personal training Endeavor was doing for his youngest. Every night, she patched up his wounds and taught him how to control his ice side to produce an ice pack for his bruises and scrapes. He was very thankful, and it was all because of her that he was able to deal with the training. One day, Shudo was tired of being used as his father's punching bag. He made a bag of some clothes, shoes, and a few coloring books and crayons and left the house early in the morning while it was still dark. He was off to find his soulmate, since he knew they wouldn't want him to suffer. He began walking down the street until he no longer recognized the part of town he was in. The sun began to rise and eventually he found a park. Shudo sat on one of the benches and pulled out his all-might coloring book his mom bought for his past birthday, a secret from his father, of course. He prided himself in being a very good colorer and carefully began coloring All Might's hair with a bright yellow. He finished the first 3 pages in his coloring book, and by that time, kids began showing up at the park. A few of them asked him to play games with them, and he accepted their offer. Since he began training, he wasn't allowed to play with his older siblings anymore. His father told him they were below him, since they didn't have as superior of quirks. Shudo didn't believe that. They were his older siblings, after all. After playing a few games and stopping for lunch with the other children, Shudo had started to get worn out. He found a tree with some nice shade under it and made a makeshift bed using his backpack as a pillow and a jacket he brought as a blanket. He closed his eyes for a few minutes and then fell into a deep sleep. He woke up a few hours later to the sound of yelling. He opened his eyes, still groggy from his nap, to find a boy with spiky blonde hair with a bright red patch holding an All Might figurine and towering over a boy with messy green hair who was on the ground. They both looked to be around his age. "Give it back, Kaken. My mama bought that for my birthday yesterday," the smaller green hair boy said. He tried getting up, but then was pushed back to the ground by the blonde boy. "No way, Dad. You don't deserve it. It's mine now," the blonde kid named Kaken replied. "Katsuki," a mother called from the benches by the playground. "It's time to go home now." The blonde kid threw the figurine into the bushes by Shudo. The green-haired kid turned to go get it, revealing 2 streaks in his hair, a red one and white one. "My soulmate," Shudo thought. The green hair certainly matched the small little bit in the middle of his color split. The boy took a few steps towards the bushes before a woman with similar green hair came and grabbed him. "Izuku, come on honey. We're gonna be late for dinner." "But Mama," he argued. She still kept tugging him along. "I'll make katsudon tonight," she countered. With those words, the green-haired boy completely forgot about the figurine and began pulling his own mother away. He must really like katsudon. Shudo went to the bushes and found the All Might figurine at the bottom of the prickly foliage. He placed it in his bag, vowing to give it to his soulmate the next time he meets him. If he ever meets him again. His stomach grumbled very loudly. That's right. All he had to eat today was a few onigiri the other kids gave him when they ate lunch. The sun was beginning to set. His options were to spend the night in the park or try to find his way home. He ended up making his way home. He had successfully taken a day off from training, and it was the most fun he's had since that one day in December with his siblings. It was nice while it lasted, but he had no food and missed his mother's cooking and hugs. He began walking on what he hoped was the right road home. It wasn't, and it was dark, and Shudo had no idea where he was. He just kept aimlessly walking down a road, hoping to find something he recognized. He then heard a familiar voice call out his name. "Shudo!" "Mama?" he called back, voice cracking from the tears beginning to fall. He began running in the direction he heard the voice, answering his mother when she called for him. He saw her form under the street light and sprinted until he was in her arms. "Mama," he said, hugging her tightly around her neck as she brought him into his arms. "Shudo!" She was crying, and Shudo hated seeing him mama cry. "Oh, my baby boy. I was so worried." He let go of his mother's neck and began to wipe her tears. "Mama," he started as he began to cry himself. "Don't cry." He grabbed her again, bawling into her neck. "I'm sorry, Mama. I didn't mean to make you cry." "It's okay, Shudo. All that matters is you're okay. Now," she sat him down and held his hand, "let's get you home." "Okay," he agreed, following her. "Oh, Mama, guess what? I met my soulmate today." Miyuki looked at her son in disbelief, then cracked a smile. "You did?" "Well, I didn't meet him, exactly. But I saw him. He had messy green hair, just like my streak. Oh, and he had 2 streaks, one white and red, just like my hair. I hope I can meet him again." Shudo exclaimed. I'm sure you will, Miyuki replied. She couldn't help but worry. She knew that since Shudo had such a powerful quirk, Endeavor would want him in a quirk marriage to further strengthen its power. All Miyuki wanted for her youngest was for him to be happy, especially with his soulmate. He was getting bullied by someone though, Shudo continued. Some kid took his All Might figurine, then threw it in the bushes. I was so angry. I wanted to save him, but before I could, both of their mamas took them away. Just the fact that you wanted to save your soulmate means you'll be a great hero, Shudo, his mother replied. Really? Of course. But you already are Mama's little hero. She poked his nose, causing him to giggle. It took the two another 5 minutes before they reached home. The entire time, Shudo talked about his soulmate and how he wanted to get strong and become a hero for him. He also talked about how he bet his soulmate would have a powerful quirk, just so he could show that bully who's boss. Miyuki could only smile the entire time at her son's speculations. When they arrived, Endeavor was waiting at the door. He was in his hero costume, when his arms crossed impatiently. So, you finally decided to show up after skipping, boy. Shudo looked down, not wanting to make eye contact with his father. Meet me in the training room, Shudo, and I'll show you exactly what happens when you disobey me. No, Miyuki said. No. Endeavor repeated. He's only a child. Why can't you let him have a childhood like the rest of my children? Miyuki stood in front of Shudo, ready to protect him if need be. Don't you get in the way, woman. The boy ran away, and he'll receive his punishment. Maybe he ran away because of the way you treat him, Miyuki muttered under her breath. Endeavor glared at her, but then went inside the house. Miyuki followed him in and went to go reheat the leftovers from dinner to give to Shudo. He scarfed them down hungrily, even demanding seconds. After he finished his second bowl, Endeavor came to collect him. Miyuki wanted to step in, but she knew that if she did, her husband would hit her in front of Shudo. She didn't want her son to see her get hit. So, she wordlessly let his father take him into the training room. Training was the worst Shudo had endured yet. His father punched harder, kicked harder, and even used his quirk against him. Shudo couldn't keep up, only making weak ice walls to protect himself, which were shattered easily by Endeavor. His father punched him hard in the stomach, causing all of his dinner to come up all over the floor. Get up, Endeavor commanded. If you can't take this, then you'll be defeated by every enemy you come across. Now, get up. Shudo could only reply by throwing up more of his dinner. If you hadn't run away, you ungrateful boy, I wouldn't be having to do this. I am doing you a favor by training you. He was about to throw another punch at his son, when Miyuki ran in and protected Shudo. Endeavor stopped a meter before it hit her. Out of my way, woman. He's only 5. Miyuki shouted at him with tears running down her face. Please stop. Only 5, you say? Don't you mean he's already 5? Endeavor countered. The earlier he begins his training, the better he'll be, Miyuki. Of course, you wouldn't understand, as you're not a hero. She glared at him. Being a hero has nothing to do with this, Endeavor, she snarled his name. After all, you did marry me, despite not being a hero. Filled with rage, Endeavor smacked his wife across the face. She fell, leaving Shudo vulnerable. Mama! He called, checking on her, and then glaring at his father. Training is over, Shudo, Endeavor said, exiting the room and slamming the door behind him. Mama? Shudo asked, concerned for his mother. She held the cheek that Endeavor smacked. It was swollen, pink, with blisters starting to form from her husband's quirk. Shudo removed her hand, then replaced it with his right one and cooled it down to form a layer of ice on it. Miyuki smiled at her son. You're already so strong, Shudo. My little hero, already taking care of me and saving me. She sat up. Mama will be fine, sweetie. All thanks to you. She ruffled his hair, then scooped him into her arms and left the room. The hitting only got worse from there. Miyuki gained more and more confidence about stepping into her son's training sessions when they got too much for her liking. She was fine with sacrificing herself, because every time she did, Endeavor ended the training there. She was pleased with that, But then her husband began hitting her in private. Anytime he had a bad day at work, it always had something to do with All Might, he would take out his frustrations on her. He learned to start hitting in more coverable places, like her stomach and back. Pretty soon, Miyuki had a collection of bruises that rivaled her son's. It wasn't like she didn't try to file a divorce in secret and take the kids with her. She went to a lawyer's office, who reviewed the contents of their quirk marriage contract. Of course, the BSTRD mentioned something in the contract that a divorce could only be successfully filed and legal if both parties agreed to it. There were almost zero loopholes in it, leaving Miyuki to be stuck with her husband. Looking back, she's not sure why exactly she agreed to the marriage. Her parents were a huge factor, pushing her to at least give the number 2 hero a chance after her soulmate died several years before. And he completely swept her off her feet. A few months later, they were married with a child on the way. After her firstborn, Ray, was born and later deemed quirkless, Endeavor changed. He was no longer the sweet and caring Enji that she knew and fell in love with. Perhaps he had been pretending the entire time, only using her to produce an offspring that would inherit both of their quirks. Every time one of their children received their quirks, and they were always early bloomers, he sweet-talked her into making another one until Shudo was finally born. It was driving her mad, all the abuse. Each and every day, she hated the man more and more. She hated him for all the pain he caused her, both physical and mental. She hated him for the pain he caused her son. She hated him for ignoring his other children in favor of abusing Shudo. Every single day, it seemed like the children were becoming more and more like him. The same facial expressions, the same tone of voice, the same attitudes. After she tucked Shudo in for the night and healed his wounds, she went to make herself some tea and call up her mom. As the water was warming up, she dialed up her mother, appreciating the calming, "Hello," she answered with. I'm not sure I can handle much more," Miyuki said, tears burning her eyes. "Miyuki, what's wrong?" "Mom, I can't handle it anymore. That man, did you know he hits me? Every single day. And it's not just me either. He hits Shudo too," she bit her lip. "I've tried finding loopholes in our marriage contract. I've tried to leave him, Mom. But there's none and I'm stuck here. I swear, every day the kids look more and more like him. I hate it. Mom, what do I do?" "And Mama?" Miyuki heard a voice. She turned and it was her Shudo with his left side in view. He looked so much like Endeavor, and she just snapped with hatred for the man. She dropped the phone, ignoring the cries of "Miyuki" from her mother. She grabbed the now boiling pot of water and walked over to her son. No, this wasn't her son. It was her DMNBSTRD of a husband. She grabbed his right shoulder and poured the hot water over his left side. "So unsightly," she muttered. Shudo began screaming and crying at the same time. The training sessions with his father were awful. But this, even the worst of days, was no match for the pain he experienced. It felt like his skin was melting off. He just wanted it to stop. He drifted into unconsciousness a few seconds later. Miyuki then dropped the pot and held her son, realizing what she did. "Shudo? Shudo!" She shook him, crying into his chest and applying a cold hand to the burn. "Mama's sorry, Shudo, now wake up." She was ripped away from her son by Endeavor, and she threw a punch at him, hitting him square in the jaw. He grabbed her wrist, squeezing it with so much pressure it felt like it would break. "Now you've done it, woman. This is all your fault." She screamed at him. Her husband grabbed her chin and forced her to look at her unconscious son. "No, this is your fault. You did this, Miyuki. You poured water on Shudo. And now, you'll be checked into the mental hospital for it. Say goodbye to your son, because you won't be seeing him for a while." "No. No!" she cried out. Miyuki grabbed Shudo one last time, but was dragged away by Endeavor. He made 2 phone calls, one to the hospital to pick up Shudo and the other to the mental ward, where he would personally be checking her in. Shudo was checked out of the hospital a week later, with his skin permanently damaged. The doctor said it would leave a scar for the rest of his life, but luckily, there was no damage to his eyes. It was a miracle, they said. Endeavor picked up his son after he was discharged. He had only visits a total of 3 times. just to make sure that the damage done wouldn't hinder Shudo's development in future years. The ride home was silent, with Shudo staring out the window the entire time. After they arrived home, Shudo sat on the couch. The house was empty, and the one person he wanted to see was missing. "Where's Mom?" he asked his father. "Oh, her? She's the one who did that to you, so I put her in a hospital. And it was such an important time too." Endeavor trailed off. "It's your fault," Shudo shouted. "It's your fault she did this." "Funny, she said the exact same thing to me. It's all thanks to her that we have to delay your training. And it's all thanks to her that your soulmate will think you're ugly. Now we'll have to dye your hair, make sure no one knows that you have one." "He wouldn't do that," Shudo exclaimed. "He?" Endeavor repeated, then smiled menacingly. "Oh, now I definitely will make sure you never meet your soulmate, boy." He grabbed Shudo by the hair, then strapped him in a chair while he dyed the streak in his hair to match the two colors. A bit of the dye got on Shudo's bandages, so Endeavor had to change them and did a sloppy job of it, not even covering the whole burn. Later that night, Shudo's older siblings snuck into his room. Fumi wordlessly changed his bandages while Rei and Kajiro set up a few board and card games for the four to play. The siblings stayed up well into the early hours of the morning, with several fights nearly breaking out. Shudo won most of the games, but he was pretty sure that his siblings allowed him to win. They laughed and giggled but made sure to never be too loud and risk Endeavor's wrath. Eventually, Shudo fell asleep while in the middle of Uno, so the other three packed up the games and left to their respective rooms. Todoroki had been taught by a private tutor all his life, since they were flexible around training. So, when his father suddenly started him in middle school at the age of 13, he was incredibly awkward and had no clue how to make friends. The whole purpose of this new private middle school was to get his quirk and abilities known in the hero world. Of course, being Endeavor's son was certainly an advantage, but in order to get into UE easily to become a hero, he'd have to demonstrate his quirk to the teachers in a high-end middle school. During his first day of school, he sat in the back corner. Everyone else had known each other since elementary school, as their parents had spent the money to put them in private school. Growing up with minimal contact with his peers led Todoroki to have an incredible lack of social skills. To most kids it seemed unapproachable, and almost no one talked to him the first day. Or maybe it was just the unattractive scar on his left side. The school was like how his older siblings described school to him, save for the gym class for honing their quirks. Maybe that was why his father chose this school in particular. Ever since the accident with his mom years ago, Todoroki refused to use his father's power. The man called it a rebellious phase, but Todoroki thought of it as his own way of remembering his mom while also giving Endeavor the middle finger. Because of this, he's had years of honing his quirk. Needless to say, he impressed the teachers so much with his abilities that they didn't know what to do with him. He was leagues above the other students as far as quirk control and prowess goes. By the end of his first week, the teachers sent a letter to Endeavor expressing their concerns of their inability to teach a boy so advanced, and also about his social skills. Endeavor ripped the letter up and threw it in the trash, then congratulated his son for his efforts with a slap on the back and an easier training session that night. It was during Todoroki's last year of middle school that he finally managed to befriend someone. It was a relatively tall girl that always kept her hair in a ponytail with bangs on her right side. Her soulmate streak, a dark brown that almost blended in with her black hair, was on the underside of her bangs. Her name was Yaoyorozu Momo, a mouthful, in Todoroki's opinion, and her quirk was quite unique, in his humble opinion. She could create any object, as long as she knew the chemical composition of it. Because of it, she was incredibly smart in the sciences, and top of the class in almost every other subject. Todoroki was impressed. She had been in his class since his first day of middle school, but never talked to him until they were assigned a project in the beginning of their third year. The two exchanged numbers during the ordeal and still texted each other outside of school. Yaoyorozu knew of Todoroki's father and had even become a great pillar of support when he needed it. The two both got into UE on letters of recommendation from their homeroom and gym teachers. The pair both had the goal of becoming heroes and finding their soulmates, as many others do. Todoroki even told Yaoyorozu about his run-in with his soulmate many years ago, and how he still had the figurine. All he remembered about his soulmate was green hair. He wasn't even sure of the exact shade anymore, but he vowed to become a hero, find his soulmate, then give back the All Might figurine. Yaoyorozu thought it was sweet and then shared her hopes of her soulmate ending up being a girl. "I've never really liked guys," she confessed. "No offense, Todoroki." None taken. After they graduated, their class was shocked to find out that the two weren't soulmates. As Todoroki's hair gave no indication of a streak, he told them it was dyed. Yaoyorozu had to reveal the streak on the underside of her bangs as evidence that no, the two of them weren't dating and they definitely weren't soulmates. Shudo spent his break before high school started training alone. If he was to become a successful hero and find his soulmate again, he would have to put in a lot of work. "Do you have everything, Izuku? Enough pencils? Tissues? Don't forget your lunch, dear. I packed something special for my little hero." "Mom!" Izuku cried out, embarrassed. He loved his mom, he really did, but sometimes, okay, a lot of the time, she could be a little overbearing. He knew she was incredibly proud of him being accepted into UE, what mother wouldn't, but he was older now. A high schooler, on his journey to become a hero and to find his soulmates. He was practically an adult and didn't need his mom babying him. "I have everything, so you don't have to worry." He gave her a hug, shrinking back a little when she placed a wet kiss on his cheek. She ruffled his messy hair, then watched him fondly as he put on his signature red boots to head out. As he was getting ready to turn the doorknob, Inko called out, "Izuku?" "Yes, Mom?" he asked, turning back around to face her. She had tears in her eyes and he needed to look away before he started crying as well. Inko wiped one stray tear that managed to fall, then said, "No matter what, you'll always be my baby boy, Izuku. Now, go out there and become the best hero ever." He smiled at his mother and exited the house. He stopped after closing the door behind him and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm his nerves. Today, he would take the first step to live out his dream. Today, he would prove to every adult who told him he'd never make it wrong. UE's campus was huge, big enough to fit about 12 of Midoriya's middle schools in it with room to spare. He left early with hopes of having time to find his classroom, but he found himself completely lost as he wandered through the labyrinth of hallways. He could have sworn he walked by that water fountain 6 times now. He somehow ended up at the school entrance with 10 minutes left, so he nervously asked an upperclassman for directions. After receiving them, he thanked his senior, then ran off in hopes of not being late for his first day of school. Boy, that would be embarrassing. The door was huge, about 20 feet from the floor to the ceiling. Midoriya figured it was probably to accommodate the taller-than-average students, those with body-altering quirks. He was incredibly nervous, palms sweating and knees shaking. He hoped that Kaken and that fast glasses guy weren't in the same class as him. And of course, since Midoriya seems to have the worst of luck, both were revealed to him as he opened the door. The classroom was boisterous with several different conversations. However, the one between Kaken and Glasses Guy was the loudest. "I couldn't care if my soulmate was right in front of me. For eyes? I don't need one, and I'll be the #1 hero without them," Kaken declared to the other student. "Oh please. Everyone here has come here to try their best and become the #1 hero. I'm just saying that my brother had told me about some added benefits about finding your soulmate. After all, he found his when he turned around and noticed Midoriya, then strided over, bowing deeply as he reached Midoriya. "I would like to apologize for the way I acted during the entrance exam," he began. "It was uncalled for and I completely misread you. After all, you displayed the purpose of the exam, while I could not." He stood up and smiled warmly at Midoriya. "I'm Ida Tenya. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Midoriya Izuku. Ah, now that we've introduced ourselves, you wouldn't mind sharing your soulmate streak, would you? Mine's actually a tinted orange streak on the back of my hair, indicating platonic soulmates." He turned around to let Midoriya see the streak, then turned back around. "I wish that fate would have studied the color wheel a little more, because the blue of my hair mixed with the orange tint turned it a bit of a brownish color. However, you can still obviously tell that it's an orange tint. Sorry, I've said a bit too much about mine, haven't I? What color is yours, Midoriya?" A person with a strong quirk like yours must have a bright streak to match. Is it on the back of your head? Under your hair? Midoriya didn't know how to respond. Under normal circumstances, with no one in his class that he knew, he would have just said it was dyed and leave it at that. But since Kaken was here, he had two options: tell the truth or go along with the lie he created 5 years ago. It was a tough decision to make, but luckily Kaken made it for him. Deku doesn't have a soulmate, can you believe it? He even went through all of elementary school dyeing his hair just to pretend he had not one, but 2 soulmates. What idiot, no one has 2 soulmates. Actually, there have been cases over the last decade of people born with both a platonic and romantic soulmate streak, Ida explained. And while there's never been many cases of 2 romantic soulmates in this country, plenty of others have records of it happening. I believe they call it polyamorous soulmates, and all 3 soulmates are in a sensuous and loving relationship. Whatever. Oh, it's you too, a cheerful feminine voice behind Midoriya exclaimed. Midoriya turned around to meet the girl that he saved during the entrance exam. I never got the chance to thank you, did I? After introductions, including Bakugo, Ida, Midoriya, and Uraraka began chatting about soulmates and hopes for the year. All of their goals for high school were the same: become a hero and find their soulmate, as Midoriya discovered. Their small talk was interrupted by a loud groan behind the trio. They turned around only to discover an overgrown yellow caterpillar. No, it was just a sleeping bag with an obviously sleep-deprived man inside. Another year of overconfident children. Another year of giving the soulmate talk. Please, why can't they just transfer me to the 3rd years? He complained, then unzipped the sleeping bag. He sauntered into the classroom and stood behind the podium at the front of the room. Immediately, everyone stopped their conversations. Well, get in your seats, class has started, he commanded. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa. I will only answer to sensei or sir, not Aizawa-sensei, or any other name you could come up with. The man had messy long black hair, with no soulmate streak in sight, the scratchy start of a mustache and beard, and intensely bloodshot eyes. He looked like he needed a small coma in order to catch up on sleep, in Midoriya's humble opinion. But, sir, Ida protested, we don't have assigned seats. I don't really care where you sit. Just pick one, and that'll be your seat for the year. Yes, sir. Midoriya found a spot at the back of the classroom, 2nd column by the window. He sat next to a boy with half white, half red hair. The white color was an incredibly dull white, like it was mixed with cream and light gray, while the red was much brighter, almost unnatural looking. He stared out the window, completely ignoring the rest of the class. Midoriya had never seen a soulmate streak that was half of a person's hair. The real question was, which side was the soulmate's? The red, since it looked so unnatural on him? Or maybe it was the white, which did not complement his pale skin. Midoriya debated which side it was until he was interrupted by the teacher announcing that everyone will be changing into gym clothes. Aizawa handed them out to everyone, then announced, meet at the P.E. grounds. If you're not down there within 10 minutes, you can just head home, because you'll be expelled. Locker rooms are down the hall and to the left, you can't miss them. Your time starts now. Everyone immediately sprinted to the locker rooms. Midoriya was pretty sure that was the fastest he's ever ran in his entire life. He changed quickly, and was one of the first down to the grounds. He followed that boy who sat next to him. He seemed to know where he was going. All 20 of them arrived with 3 minutes to spare. The last person to reach the grounds was an invisible girl. The only thing visible was her clothes and a curly honey blonde strand of hair where her bangs, if she even had bangs, were. I ended up being the last one, she pouted. I got lost again, there's too many hallways. Now that everyone's here, Aizawa began, we can start. Back when all of you were in middle school, I'm sure you weren't allowed to use your quirks at all. Here, it's a different story. Use them in any way you think you can, so it'll help you. Many cheers broke out. We'll be starting with an aptitude test, so to speak, to find out the max capacities of your quirks at the moment. Nothing too difficult, just enough to where we can gauge your limits. At the end of the year, we'll be retesting you to see how much you've grown. Oh, and one last thing. He paused. Your scores will be ranked. The last 5 will be sent home, never to come back. But no pressure. Whispering conversations broke out. Many spoke to each other about their nerves, or complained about the unfairness of the whole ordeal. Midoriya kept his anxious thoughts to himself. He couldn't quite control his quirk yet, and an aptitude test judging its capacities? He was practically guaranteed to be in the last 3. He might as well just leave now and save himself the embarrassment of getting expelled the first day. Enough whining and complaining, Izawa finally said. I don't know what kind of bubble you've been living in all your life, but this is the real world. Villains aren't going to take it easy on you just because you're a weaker hero. That's why I need to weed you out and make sure all of you can handle the coursework. The class was quiet, with the only sound being the bustling city around the campus. Izawa paused for a moment before saying, now that you understand, it's time to begin the first of 8 tests. The tests went by with Midoriya either somewhere in the middle or below average. The only test he really excelled at was the throwing trial, where he beat Kaken's record by mere centimeters. It was almost comical seeing how mad Bakugo got when Midoriya demonstrated his quirk. However, it terrified Midoriya to no end watching his childhood bully storm over with the intent of hurting him. He was incredibly thankful to Izawa, who was revealed as Eraserhead, one of the lesser-known heroes at Yui, for intervening with his quirk. The results were up, and to no surprise, Midoriya was dead last. He sulked, thinking about what he was supposed to say to his mom and All Might. Oh no, how was he supposed to explain to All Might that he wasn't good enough for Yui because of his crappy control of his borrowed quirk? Oh, by the way, Izawa said, I was lying when I said the last 5 would be expelled. Just a little something to get everyone to try their best. Midoriya let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Now, he could face both his mom and All Might without any worries. School passed quickly. Even though Yui was a school for heroes, it was not exempt from teaching math, Japanese, and English. Midoriya was hoping he could get away from that, as his math skills were not the best. History was replaced with a joint hero studies and strategy class, while science class was used to teach the science behind quirks. Most courses were introductory, with minimal homework for the day. The last PRD of the day was taught by no other than their homeroom teacher, Izawa. As many of you may or may not know, he started, all first years in high school across the country are required to be taught a course in Soulmates. Ida raised his hand, then began speaking when he was called upon. Sensei, why are we required to take this course if our parents or older siblings could explain everything to us? Not everyone in this class has the luxury of their parents being soulmates, so they don't know as much as this course will teach you, Izawa answered. Yes, sir, of course. I apologize for this interruption. I should have realized that my situation was not common. You're right that it's not very common. As more and more of the population is born with quirks, it's becoming harder and harder for those with quirks to find their soulmates. Izawa scratched his chin. Probably the generation with the highest ratio of soulmate marriages to non-soulmate marriages was your grandparents' or great-grandparents' generation. Since then, less and less people have met their soulmates, so less and less have experienced the connection. Thus, this course was created 5 years ago to inform the younger generations. This course will not be sugarcoating anything. It'll go in depth on the pros and cons of connecting with your soulmate, what happens if the connection is severed, etc. Today will be just a quick intro, and then I'll be giving you an assignment. Collective groans echoed in the room. If I so much as hear any more complaining, I'll give you more homework and have it be due tomorrow. That quieted everyone. Now, can anyone tell me why heroes don't publicly show their soulmate streaks? The girl with the wild ponytail in the front row raised her hand. Heroes have a lot of fans, so it can prevent a person from pretending to be their soulmate. While this is true, Izawa agreed, it certainly isn't the only reason. There are several reasons, actually. One of the biggest reasons is the possibility of a villain using soulmates against heroes. Many villains will often kidnap a hero's soulmate if they are a civilian as ransom. Sometimes, a hero just doesn't want the distraction of a romantic life. They're married to their job of saving people. Almost all pros dye their hair to hide their soulmate streak. Very few let theirs show, and 9 times out of 10 it's because they found their soulmate at a young age or while on the job. Aizawa opened the plan book on the podium. Now, your assignment is to pair up, excited murmurs coursed throughout the class, with partners I have assigned. The class collectively groaned. What did I say about complaining? Now, you are to do research with your partner about a hero-hero pair that shows their soulmate streak. It is to be written in a page or less, and I want to know background info on the hero, what their quirk is, who their soulmate is, and a little bit about them. Also, include when the two met, as well as any differences in their quirks if they met after one or both became heroes. It will be due at the beginning of Homeroom Friday. The list of partners is up here. You must have a hero picked out by tomorrow and sign up for it. Everyone must do someone different, because I don't want to read 7 papers on Thunderman and his soulmate, Silverwind, since they seem to be in the news a lot. Class dismissed. Midoriya gathered up his belongings and headed to the front of the room to check for his partner after everyone else had paired up and dispersed. He secretly hoped he was paired with Uraraka or even Ida. Honestly, he just wanted anyone but Kaken. Midoriya sighed a breath of relief after reading his partner's name. It wasn't his 2 new friends, were they even friends yet? But it most certainly wasn't Kaken. However, he didn't recognize the name on the paper. Todoroki Shudo? Midoriya wondered aloud. Me, a voice behind him answered. Midoriya turned around and his partner was revealed to be the boy with the 2 different hair colors that sat next to him. He was pretty sure he had come in second in the aptitude test, which was really impressive. On the left side of his face, there was a rather nasty scar that looked painful. His eyes were 2 different colors, the left one a bright blue and the right one a steel gray. Oh, Midoriya awkwardly said. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I already have a few ideas of who we could write about, so if you want, we could go to your house and… No, Todoroki interrupted. My house is off limits. Okay, so that was out of the question. Midoriya knew there was no chance of going to his house. His mom would be embarrassingly too overbearing, and probably would cause Todoroki to never want to go to his house ever again. Because of that, they might not get the project done, resulting in an F for both of them. And if both of them get an F, then it might ruin Midoriya's chances of becoming friends with Todoroki, because who would want to be friends with the person who caused you to get an F? They could probably meet somewhere else to discuss things, a coffee shop or a library or something. Surely Yui has a library on cam. Are you okay? Todoroki asked, interrupting Midoriya's thoughts. You're muttering quite a bit. Midoriya scratched the back of his neck, his face heating up with embarrassment. It's a bad habit of mine. I start muttering when I get nervous. There's no need to be nervous around me, Todoroki assured him. Oh, I didn't mean it like I was nervous around you. I'm just a nervous person in general, you know? New school, new people. What's not to be nervous about? Midoriya took a deep breath to calm himself. Anyways, I was thinking that we could go someplace like a library? My house is off limits as well, and I wanted to discuss some potential heroes we can research. Sure, Todoroki agreed. Yui has one on campus, towards the front of the building. We can go there to discuss ideas. Yeah, that'd work. By the way, Todoroki, you seem to know your way around Yui very well, Midoriya speculated as they entered the library. I went past the same diamond water fountain 6 times this morning, only to find out I was on the wrong side of the school. The corner of Todoroki's lips turned up, but only for a second before returning to his default emotionless expression. Midoriya swore he has only seen 2 emotions expressed from him: determination and disgust. It was nice seeing a new one. Wait, what? I've been here quite a few times before, Todoroki trailed off. He seemed like he didn't want to talk more on the subject, so Midoriya didn't press. They took a seat at the nearest empty table and Midoriya pulled out his hero notebook. Since Kaken burned the first hero notebook number 13, Midoriya had since then gotten a new one. He transferred all of his notes to this one and tore out the All Might autograph in the old one to tape to his wall. He has added several more entries since then, one of which he had an idea for the project. He turned the page to the hero he chose and showed it to Todoroki. We could write about Spike Shooter. She has both a platonic and a romantic soulmate. Her romantic soulmate is Sonika, who just had her debut about a year ago or so, and her platonic soulmate is an unnamed civilian. I think the pair would be a great choice to research, because then we could compare quirk differences before and after finding their soulmate like Sensei said. Todoroki nodded. I agree. But what is this? He picked up Midoriya's notebook curiously and flipped to the first page. Midoriya snatched it out of his hands before Todoroki could read the first word. It's, my notebook, Midoriya told him, blushing all the way to his ears. I like writing down the stats of new heroes and such. It's a bit childish, I know, but I don't think it's childish, Todoroki interrupted. It's rather genius. Just don't let it fall into villains' hands. Midoriya blinked. Was that a joke? I'll let you decide, Todoroki deadpanned. With no hesitation, Midoriya began to laugh. From just looking at him, Todoroki seemed like an intimidating person. Just by talking to him for a few minutes, Midoriya could tell that wasn't the case. He was rather funny, it just seemed like he had awkward social skills. Just like Midoriya himself. Was it something I said? Todoroki asked, genuinely confused. No, Midoriya answered after calming himself down. Just the way you said it. Oh, Todoroki responded, now on guard. It wasn't a bad thing. I didn't mean it like that. Just, you didn't seem like the type of guy to have a sense of humor. Todoroki hummed and nodded in response. Going back to the project, I think we should have a backup, just in case someone takes ours. Perhaps maybe Voltage? His soulmate is a civilian woman. They met about 2 years after his debut and got married about 4 years back. I think they might even have kids now. Wow, I don't think I actually knew that. I knew he met his soulmate. It's in one of my other notebooks, but I didn't realize they got married. How did you find out? Midoriya flipped to the back of the book, then wrote himself a little reminder to update Voltage's profile. I was at his wedding. Midoriya stared at him like Todoroki had just said he owned a limited edition All Might poster. Really? Wow, Todoroki, I'm so jealous. He smiled brightly at his classmate. Todoroki averted his eyes from the blinding smile, a slight color dusting his pale cheeks. Yeah. So, meet here after classes tomorrow? We can start working on the paper after collecting some information. Sounds good. Midoriya agreed. And Todoroki, you wouldn't mind if we exchanged numbers? Just in case something happens tomorrow and one of us needs to see cancel. Midoriya wanted to die. It was embarrassing how much he was stuttering. That makes sense. Todoroki grabbed his phone and handed it to Midoriya after pulling up a new contact. Here, give me your phone. They exchanged numbers, but before Todoroki could hand Midoriya's phone back to him, it began buzzing with an incoming call. It's your mom, Todoroki told Midoriya after he read the contact. Oh no, I forgot to tell her I was staying after school. She's gonna kill me. Midoriya collected his phone, then shakingly pressed the answer button. He made sure to hold it away from his ear. Izuku. His mother's voice sounded. Even from 3 feet away from his ear, Midoriya could hear her as clear as a bell. I'm so worried. Where are you? I'm with a classmate, Mom, he spoke into the speaker, still keeping it a safe distance. We're working on a project for school. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I thought something happened. I waited and waited for you, thinking maybe your train just got delayed, but it's nearing an hour and a half past when you should be home, Izuku. You make your mother worry so much sometimes. I thought for sure some villain attacked, just like last year. I was ready to grab something and leave to fight for my baby. Don't ever scare your mother like that again, Izuku. Make sure to text me next time. I will, Mom, Midoriya replied. He was embarrassed that Todoroki was overhearing his conversation, but his mother didn't know how to use an inside voice when it came to talking on the phone. We're actually in the middle of discussing the project right now, so... Oh, goodness, I had no idea. Why didn't you tell me, Izuku? I'll let you go. The last train leaves in 2 hours, so don't forget to leave before then. And text me when you leave, okay? Love you, Izuku. Bye. She hung up before Midoriya could reply. Todoroki coughed awkwardly. Seems nice. Midoriya's cheeks heated up so much he thought he had a fever. Yeah, my mom's nice. She's the best. A little embarrassing, But what mother isn't? Todoroki's eyes darkened. Did I say something wrong? Midoriya asked after noticing. Yes, Todoroki replied, not explaining anymore. Oh, okay. I'm sorry then. There was an awkward pause before Todoroki got up and packed his things. I'll see you tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow. Todoroki left. Midoriya was so confused. What exactly did he say? Talking about how nice his mother is? Or embarrassing? Was Todoroki's mother just incredibly embarrassing or something? Midoriya went over the possibilities in his head. He didn't want to lose a potential friend. Eventually, Midoriya gave up on figuring out what it was that bothered Todoroki. If he didn't want to say it outright, then he definitely shouldn't pry. He packed up his things, making sure to send a text to his mom that he was leaving for the subway station. He slung his yellow backpack over his shoulders, then exited the building. Deku, a voice called out menacingly as Midoriya left the library. He froze in his steps, terrified. I need to talk to you, so don't you even think about running. Midoriya looked around, hoping someone was around to witness their conversation. He couldn't spot anyone and started sweating in panic. Yes, Kaken? He turned around to face the taller boy. What the F was that earlier today? You know, when you used a quirk you don't have. I just hid it all those years, Ka. Don't give me that bullshit. You can't even control it. You weren't even supposed to make it to Yui, I was. I was gonna be the first from our shitty school to make it here, and you just had to ruin it, you piece of shit. Now, where'd you get that quirk, huh? Who'd you steal it from? Kaken grabbed the front of Midoriya's shirt. I didn't steal anything. Midoriya grabbed Bakugo's arm. I've just got a borrowed power for now. But I'm going to make it my own someday, just you watch. Borrowed? What the F is that supposed to mean, dumbass? He released Midoriya and shoved him away. Whatever. I'm still gonna beat your butt. You'll be wishing you never applied for Yui. He left the school grounds. Midoriya let out a sigh of relief. He never knew what Kaken would do. His emotions were as explosive as his quirk. He was incredibly glad that he didn't do anything to him, besides threaten him, but that was normal. He began heading for the train station. It was getting dark and he had a 45-minute train ride to look forward to. Luckily, his only real homework was the project, and he didn't have to start on it until tomorrow. After reaching home, he ate dinner with his mom and recollected his day. He talked about Ida and Uraraka, and how Kaken was in his class as well. Inko disliked that almost as much as Izuku did. He talked about all his teachers and how they all had such fascinating classes. Finally, the conversation reached Todoroki. I only saw a bit of his quirk today, but it's super strong. It was an ice quirk, and he had such amazing control over it. It looked like it could rival even Kaken's quirk. I wonder what would happen if the two would fight? Kaken's explosions could probably melt Todoroki's ice, but at the same time, Todoroki could probably freeze Kaken in place, Midoriya hypothesized. Oh, and we were also paired on this project over hero soulmates. That's who I was with when you called, by the way. Inko couldn't help but smile. All her son's life, he was bullied by other kids in his class. Now, it seemed like he was finally beginning to have some friends in his life. She just hoped that he could invite them over soon so she could meet them. It sounds like you had an interesting day, Izuku, Inko told her son. Now, why don't you start getting ready for bed? You've had a busy day and I don't think they'll get any easier. Yeah, you're right. Midoriya stood up, then went over to give his mom a hug. Night, Mom. Night, Izuku. Sleep tight. Izuku went to bed satisfied with his first day. He met some new people, learned a little bit about his quirk, and loved all of his classes, yes, even the math class. He knew high school was going to be one of the best times of his life. One day down, 3 more years to go. What do you think about our classmates this year? Todoroki read the text Yaoyorozu sent him. A few weeks prior to the start of the school year, the two were discussing possible classmates from rumors. They heard Ingenium's younger brother would be starting high school at Yui, meaning he must have made past the entrance exam. They heard of the top contender with his explosive quirk and personality. The two even heard the rumor of a guy who managed to be in the top 10 without getting a single point from an enemy. Nothing too impressive, quirk-wise, Todoroki texted back. Personality-wise, that's a different story. Yaoyorozu quickly responded, I agree. So many of our classmates are very interesting. One does stand out from the rest a little more to me. The guy who came dead last in the aptitude test today. Midoriya, was it? I found out from the girl who scored infinity on the throwing trial that he was the guy who made it without destroying a single enemy. Todoroki's eyes widened. Midoriya? Of course, the guy who destroyed the 0-point enemy and made it without defeating a single robot were one and the same. It was huge news that happened to get on Endeavor's radar. He simply couldn't stop complaining about how Yui was getting soft about who they allowed in nowadays. He figured it was the guy who had a 450-kilogram grip strength, not scrawny-looking Midoriya who was scared to even talk to him at first. His quirk was impressive, but he lacked control over it. I will have to agree with you, though. There is something there about him that stands out from the rest. Right? I can't quite put my finger on it. I'm paired up with him for the Soulmate project. Actually, Todoroki typed back. He's even more interesting once you talk to him. He shut his laptop, then grabbed his phone and made himself comfortable in his futon laid out on the tatami mat floor. It was nearing 10 o'clock, and he was incredibly tired, but the conversation he and Yaoyorozu was intriguing. Oh, lucky you, Yaoyorozu texted back. I'm stuck with that Bakugo guy. He's a menace to work with and refuses to meet with me to discuss topics. I have a feeling I'll be doing all the work while he slaps his name on it at the end. That SCKS? Todoroki agreed. No kidding. Did you and Midoriya meet to discuss topics? At his house, I'm assuming? Yes, but at the library instead. I left early. Todoroki, what did you do? He could just feel the exasperation coming from her. What do you mean? I didn't do anything. Because I know you. Your social skills and recognizing cues is well below average, Todoroki. Midoriya must have done something you didn't like, or the conversation was going nowhere so you just left. You should apologize before it causes a misunderstanding. Todoroki paused to think. Midoriya mentioned mothers and it really rubbed himself the wrong way. But now that he thinks about it, he did mention mothers first by giving Midoriya's mom a compliment. So perhaps an apology was in order. He mentioned mothers, so I just kind of shut down and left. You're right, I should apologize. Just as Todoroki sent the text to Yaoyorozu, a notification popped up that he had another text message. The contact name was Midoriya, with 3 different smiling emojis behind it. Hi, Todoroki. It's Midoriya. Sorry for texting you so late, I just wanted to make sure that we both had the right phone numbers. Not that I think you would purposely type the wrong one, but things happen, you know? I once exchanged numbers with someone last year, but accidentally typed in my mom's phone number T to the power of T. It was so embarrassing. He smiled while reading Midoriya's text. Even in text form, he rambled a bit. It was honestly so endearing to Todoroki. He began typing a reply, since Yaoyorozu had yet to send anything back. It's no problem, I'm still up anyways. You gave me the right number, so no need to worry. He sent that one, then began a new one. I think I owe you an apology for how I acted earlier. The topic of mothers is very touchy for me and I never explained that to you. I just expected you to know. I apologize. Todoroki stared at the text before copying it, deleting the message to Midoriya, then sending it to Yaoyorozu with quotes. How does this sound? He asked. She was already typing something when he sent the new text, so first came the original message. Todoroki, not everyone has gone through what you have gone through. Just like you've not gone through what everyone else has. It's beautiful, actually, thinking about life like that. I think if you stop assuming that everyone knows who you are and all of your life circumstances, you might be better at socializing. She followed it with, I think you should add in there, I have awful social skills and can't express my feelings, before the end. Really? Todoroki typed, surprised. No, that was sarcasm. Although, you couldn't really tell it was, so my bad. I think the message it fine to send to Midoriya. Todoroki went ahead and pasted the message back to Midoriya. He had yet to read the first message, so Todoroki assumed he fell asleep. I'm tired, so I'm going to go to sleep. I'll text you in the morning, Yaoyorozu. Good night. Good night, Todoroki. He turned off his phone and placed it face down beside his head. Todoroki tossed and turned for a few minutes before finding a comfortable position on his stomach, falling asleep almost instantly. Todoroki's peaceful sleep was ended by the annoying sound of a raging alarm on his phone. The time was 5 in the morning, and he was regretting staying up so late the previous night. He shut off the unbearably loud alarm, then rubbed his swollen eyes. He groaned, then got dressed for a jog. Todoroki grabbed his earbuds and phone, then headed out the door. He discovered Midoriya had sent him a text about 4:30 in the morning. "That's good that we both have the right number." Smiley face. "Oh, and you don't have to apologize, Todoroki. I had no clue and I do admit I was a little confused when you left, but I won't pry." Midoriya sent another text after that. Sorry if this was a little early and woke you up. I normally go jogging around this time, because it takes 45 minutes for me to get to Yui in the morning. What a coincidence, I'm going out for a jog now. And you didn't wake me up, my alarm did. I'm regretting staying up so late last night, Todoroki texted back. He plugged in his earbuds and then began blasting some music. He warmed up with some stretching and walking, then began to go full speed. He headed towards the beach closest to his home. It was rather strange because just a few months ago, it was completely filled with trash to where no one could even walk on it. Now, it's completely cleared and rather beautiful even. He loved jogging on the beach because of the relaxing waves and the extra workout the sand gave his legs. After reaching the edge of the water, Todoroki felt his phone buzz. It was a text from Midoriya. "Oh, I think I see you." Todoroki looked around him until he saw the waving silhouette of curly hair on the boardwalk above him. He waved back, watching as Midoriya started jogging towards him. "Hi, Todoroki." Midoriya was unnaturally perky for 5:30 in the morning. His smile was blinding and Todoroki almost had to squint to look at him. "Hi," Todoroki replied. "You don't mind if I jog with you, do you?" Midoriya asked. "I don't." The two began jogging up and down the beach for another half hour. They both kept the same pace and Todoroki was amazed that Midoriya's short legs could keep up with his much longer ones. As they reached one end of the beach, the two slowed down to a walk, then began talking about random subjects and thoughts for the year. Todoroki was impressed with how intelligent Midoriya was. Not many teenagers their age was as good as analyzing situations and details as Midoriya. In fact, Todoroki was sure that the only person who could give Midoriya a run for his money was Yaoyorozu. It would be interesting for the two of them to meet and talk, Todoroki thought. Eventually they reached the stairs and started a quick stair workout of jumps, lunges, and cardio. Todoroki was even more impressed with how fast Midoriya could go upstairs. He was done before Todoroki even reached 3/4 of the way up. After that, the time was 6. Midoriya had to be home by 6:15 and parted with Todoroki after saying, "See you later." He jogged in the opposite way of Todoroki's home. Todoroki also made his way home. He was greeted by the smell of grilled fish as he entered his house. Todoroki slipped off his tennis shoes and slid his worn slippers on. He made his way to the kitchen, where his sister was making breakfast. "Morning, Shudo," she greeted. Ever since their mom was put in the hospital, Fumi had taken over the maternal role, despite being only 4 years older than Todoroki. His other two brothers had moved out by the time they hit 18, never to been seen again and only sending a few notes and cards with money in them around Shudo and Fuyumi's birthdays. Even though Fumi was 19, she still lived with Endeavor and Shudo, just to help her baby brother with dealing with their father. Just like their mother, she would step in when training got too rough and would often convince Endeavor that her brother was busy with homework and couldn't train that night. All in all, she was wonderful to have around and Shudo was thankful that she sacrificed her freedom for him. "Morning. Where's father?" On a morning call, Fumi responded, then flipped the fish on the grill. "I'm making your favorite breakfast." "I see. I'll be back in a few minutes to eat." Shudo had a quick shower, then slipped on his school uniform. He made his way back to the kitchen where Fumi already had his breakfast sat out. Today, he had a large bowl of rice with natto on top, a few pieces of fish, and exactly 5 pieces of nori. His sister knew him well. They too both said, "Itadakimasu," before digging in. "I gave you some extra rice today, Shudo. Now that you've started at UE, you're gonna need the extra calories to keep up. Make sure you eat all of it," Fumi told her brother. "You also need your protein, so I gave you an extra piece of fish today." Shudo nodded. His sister had really grown up to be doting on her little brother. He finished his food, leaving only a few bites of the fish that he placed on his sister's rice, then cleaned up his dishes and put them away. After Fumi was done a few minutes later, he cleaned them up as well. Shudo had about half an hour until he needed to start his 20-minute walk to UE, so he began texting Yaoyorozu. "I think you and Midoriya would get along. Have you talked to him recently?" She replied a few seconds later. "Yeah. We ran into each other this morning while jogging. He's incredibly intelligent and very good at analyzing people and situations. He would make a very formidable hero and rival. If you introduce us, I'm sure I can put that to the test. Okay, I'll see if he wants to sit by us at lunch. But I also want to see if he is willing to still talk to me after this project is done." "I'm sure he will," Yaoyorozu assured him. "You're an enigma and I bet Midoriya will want to try to get to Konyu." "No you," she corrected. Maybe he agreed. He waited a few seconds before bringing up another topic. "Any leads on your soulmate?" "No, not so far. Not many in our class has brown hair, and pretty much none of them have dark brown hair. Perhaps maybe they're in another class? Or maybe another school. I just wish that I knew something about them. A name, a school, a favorite color, anything." She sent the text, then began typing again. "How is your search? There's only 2 with green hair in our class, Midoriya and Azui. And seeing as Azui is a girl, that leaves Midoriya. I don't think he's my soulmate," Todoroki confessed. "My soulmate's hair is the color of healthy fresh grass under the shade. His is more along the lines of a Christmas tree or some other coniferous tree. A bit too dark." That was oddly specific. "It's the only thing I remember about him, the color of his hair. I would recognize it anywhere. I can't remember his face, hairstyle, or voice. But I remember that. Besides, Bakugo is his childhood friend, and he said Midoriya doesn't have a soulmate. Bakugo did mention that Midoriya dyed his hair so that he'd have 2 soulmates. If those colors were red and white, maybe he actually is your soulmate?" "Yaoyorozu. He's not. I think I would recognize if he was my soulmate no matter what. There's supposed to be some kind of a pull, right? I believe that's what Ida mentioned yesterday as he ranted about wanting to find soulmates. His older brother must have told him about soulmates. There you have it. He's not my soulmate. If you say so, Todoroki. Anyway, I'm about to head onto the subway right now. Talk to you at school?" "Okay," Todoroki texted back. He checked the time, then headed to the Gen-can to put on his shoes. He sat on the step and slipped them on, tying them tightly on his foot. He grabbed his bag right by the door, then walked to the door. "Have a nice day at school," Fumi called out to him. "I'll try," he shouted back to her, then headed out the door. Todoroki was one of the first in the classroom. He took his seat in the back and began observing the room. The invisible girl was having a quiet and cheery discussion with the girl with pastel purple hair in double braids. The blonde guy in the front, Kaminari, was taking a nap. Ida sat next to him and began to scold him for sleeping before class started. One by one, students began trickling into the classroom until Yaoyorozu finally showed up. She deposited her bag at her desk in the front row, then sat in Midoriya's chair since he had yet to arrive and began to chat with him. They discussed the soulmate paper and Todoroki even helped Yaoyorozu pick topics and suggested ways to approach Bakugo, some more comical than others. "Maybe if you used your quirk to make him a cage and something to cancel out his quirk, you'd be able to have a nice discussion with him," Todoroki suggested. Yaoyorozu chuckled. "But, Todoroki, I don't think. That'd make him want to talk about soulmates and ideas for our paper. Maybe I could get you to freeze him and then we could have a lovely discussion." The topic eventually switched to something else, and the two were chatting away until Bakugo came storming into the classroom. He approached Yaoyorozu and slammed a folded piece of paper onto the desk she was sitting at. "Here," he grumbled. "Proofread it, add to it, do whatever, then turn it in. But my name goes first." He walked over to his desk, then flopped into his chair and put his feet on the desk. Ida immediately walked over to scold him about giving the class a bad name by soiling the desks their seniors used. Yaoyorozu began to skim through the paper he gave to her. It was an immaculate paper, albeit written in the handwriting of a fourth grader with a few kanji errors. His topic was Jespar and his hero soulmate Flara. Yaoyorozu was impressed with the paper. She thought Bakugo had gotten into Yui by his power alone. Who would have thought he had a brain as well? I guess I don't have to do as much work as I thought, she told Todoroki. About 10 minutes before school started, Midoriya came jogging in the classroom. At this point, it was boisterous with conversations between students. Yaoyorozu told Todoroki she'd talk to him later, then moved back to her seat. Midoriya sat down, slightly out of breath. He wiped a few beads of sweat off of his forehead, then greeted Todoroki. "Phew, I was almost late." "Morning, Todoroki." "Morning," he returned. Todoroki turned the other way to stare out of the large window. It wasn't like he was blatantly ignoring Midoriya. There were just too much talking and too many people in the room. He was growing exhausted by the second just being there and needed a little bit of time to himself. The day began with Aizawa taking roll in the morning and passing out the sign-up sheet for the soulmate class. He gave everyone until the end of the day to sign up for a hero with a soulmate. When it came to Todoroki, he was pleased to find that the hero they agreed on wasn't taken. He signed up for Spike Shooter beside his and Midoriya's names, then passed it along. The morning classes went by relatively fast. He received homework in nearly every class, but it wasn't anything too difficult. Lunch arrived, and Todoroki invited Midoriya, Ida, and Uraraka to sit with Yaoyorozu and him. The trio accepted, of course, and found themselves across from Yaoyorozu and Todoroki after introductions. Everyone but Midoriya ate food from the cafeteria. I have dietary restrictions, Midoriya explained when prompted by Yaoyorozu. "Oh, it is medical-related or quirk-related?" she asked. "Quirk-related. I'm sure you saw how I broke my finger during the aptitude test, so my mom told me to start eating foods with more calcium and protein. I also have to take a multivitamin as well," Midoriya revealed, his index finger nervously scratching his temple. But I'm sure if you explained to Lunch Rush your situation, he could make food tailored to you. It'd save your mom money in the long run as well," Yaoyorozu suggested. "I couldn't possibly do that. It's just a meal and I wouldn't want to bother him." "I'm sure he wouldn't mind." Uraraka chimed in. "I mean, think about how much food he's had to make for other students that come through. Think about how much food he had to cook for All Might." "I have to agree with Uraraka, Midoriya," Ida commented. "I'm sure that the seniors that paved our way had certain dietary needs as well. You shouldn't let a small worry such as bothering someone to ask for more food." "I guess you're right," he admitted. "I'll ask tomorrow." "Itadakimasu." He dug into his lunch, as did the rest of his classmates. Todoroki loved to observe others for a number of reasons. Sometimes, a person's mannerisms can give away their battle strategy. Yaoyorozu told him he should try watching others in social situations so he can better his social skills. He mostly observed others because it was interesting to see how a person acts when they thought no one was watching too closely. Take for example Todoroki's current observational target, Midoriya. He was a messy eater, as Todoroki discovered while watching him eat rice. Several grains were falling onto his shirt while others piled onto his upper lip. Growing up, Todoroki hadn't been around many messy eaters. Dinners with his whole family, including Endeavor, were stiff, everyone taking small bites and chewing excessively to avoid small talk. Eating together with his siblings and mother was a different story. Everyone, save for Kajiro, still had their taught nature of small bites and clean eating, but it was more boisterous and fun. It was especially interesting watching Kajiro eat a giant bowl of rice in less than 5 minutes. Rice flying everywhere. "Did you even taste it?" his mother would joke. The memory filled Todoroki warmth, and he felt the sides of his mouth tug up every so slightly. They fell back down almost as quick as they rose after feeling someone's eyes on him. He blinked a few times, then stared directly in front of him at Midoriya. His eyes were wide with thought, with a few grains of rice still stuck on his lips. "You have a little something," Todoroki told Midoriya, pointing to his own lips and pretending to wipe something off. "Oh." Midoriya exclaimed. He hastily wiped his lips with both hands, double-checking that he got everything with another swipe. Thank you, Todoroki. I'm kind of messy eater, if you haven't noticed already. He scratched the back of his neck. My mom says I should be more conscious of other people when I eat, because not everyone likes a messy eater. I don't mind. It reminds me of someone I know. Ah. Midoriya didn't pry, and Todoroki was thankful for that. He was very glad that Midoriya could pick up when he didn't want to delve more into a personal subject. Not many respected his boundaries like that. Lunch ended with minimal small talk, mostly between Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Todoroki wasn't kidding when he told her the two would get along. They mostly discussed quirks, especially the advantages and disadvantages of the quirks within their class. Uraraka and Ida occasionally pitched in with a few comments, but mostly participated in their own discussion together. Todoroki just watched as his friend from middle school and the newest contender for the open position of friend interacted. After lunch was the hero training portion of day. Supposedly, the class had 6 different teachers for the hero portion that would switch every week, so the activities would change constantly. Yesterday, Midnight was in charge of the introduction to the class. She explained that the training took the place of PE and would still be graded by their performances. I am here. A voice boomed before the door was opened to reveal All Might. Several gasps and cheers echoed around the room. Todoroki noticed Midoriya's eyes light up and his smile widen. I'm not here to waste time, so everyone, change into your requested hero costumes and meet me at the beta grounds. After everyone had arrived in their costumes, Todoroki began to compare his to his classmates' costumes. He had opted for something simple yet functional, while others certainly had more flashy costumes in mind. Midoriya was late, nearly sprinting to reach everyone else. Midoriya's costume was simple like his, but bared a bit of a resemblance to All Might. The smile, the 2 antennae on the top of his head, Todoroki will admit it made him look almost like a green rabbit, looked extremely familiar. Todoroki guessed either Midoriya was a huge All Might fanboy, or there was something else. All Might wasted no time in explaining the training activity. The class was to be split into teams of 2 with a lucky draw and pitted team against team, one dubbed heroes, and the other villains. The villain's job was to protect a designated weapon for 10 minutes, while the heroes were assigned to retrieve it within that time limit. Todoroki was paired with a very short girl, barely standing above his shoulders. She had lavender-colored hair braided into 2 braids, the left one containing a dark pink strand. Hello. I'm Mitsugawa Kasumi, she cheerily introduced herself. Todoroki Shuto, he replied back. The pair was assigned as Team C. Todoroki glanced over at the rest of his classmates. Uraraka and Midoriya were paired up as Team B. Ida and Yaoyorozu were Team E, while Kaminari and Bakugo were paired as Team A. Each day, there will be a series of 3 matchups until the end of the week, All Might explained. The goal of this training is to work with your partner and their quirks to produce the best results possible. It emulates real life, because not everyone at a scene has corresponding quirks, or quirks that work well together. Try and work together, okay? Now, the first match will be between Team B and Team F, with Team F as the villains. You'll have 5 minutes for both sides to prepare, starting now. Todoroki and Mitsugawa stood in front of the building, map in hand. The two both analyzed possibilities of where the weapon could be and the quickest ways to get it. Their opponents were Azui and Zero, both who could use long-distance quirks. The best strategy was to immobilize both, then retrieve the weapon. My quirk deals with herbal scents, Mitsugawa explained. I can emit any scent from a plant, as long as I know what it does and how it smells. She held up the thick book clipped onto her belt. That's why I carry this with me. Perfect, Todoroki replied. Would it be possible for us to split and for you to use your quirk to make them unconscious? It depends if I have to use it beforehand. I have to let it cool down at least 2 minutes in between uses, otherwise it begins to mix and blend and can end up toxic for everyone. The further discussed strategy until they were interrupted by All Might's booming voice. Heroes, you may now enter the building. You go on ahead to the top floor, I'll look around the halls. I'll meet you there in 5 minutes. Todoroki instructed to Mitsugawa. Got it, she replied, running on ahead. Todoroki immediately headed to the 3rd floor, the halfway point between the top and ground floors. Zero's quirk was useful not only in a ranged fight, but also as a trap. He figured at some point before the top floor, the stairways or hallways would be tampered with or closed off, but there was nothing on the first few floors. It was until the 3rd floor that he noticed the tape blocking him from the 4th floor. It was already cut into, so Todoroki knew that Mitsugawa had found a way up. There was tape blocking him from turning left into the hallway. Todoroki turned right, following the path until he reached another blocked hallway on the opposite side of the stairs near the 2nd stairway. He heard the tape coming from behind him, so he quickly formed a wall of ice to block it. Ah, why couldn't I have gotten to face the pretty girl? Zero complained. She at least looked like someone I could handle. Todoroki froze the entire floor including Zero's feet and gave himself the upper hand. He charged out from behind his ice wall at Zero, dodging any tape shot at him. He brushed past Zero and froze his right arm completely. He then stopped abruptly and turned back to his left elbow and grabbed it as well. Todoroki left the scene, ignoring Zero's cries of, "Hey, no fair." Todoroki followed the stairs up to the top floor, where he met Mitsugawa in a one-on-one battle with Azui. "Todoroki," she called, avoiding Azui's tongue. "I have 30 seconds left. Mind helping me out here?" He started using one of his favorite quirk tricks, ice surfing, to head over to the weapon. He was only a few meters away when he felt someone crash into him and knock him off of the ice. "I'm not the best at hand-to-hand combat," Mitsugawa admitted, rolling off of Todoroki. "Air, hand-to-tongue combat?" The timer on her wrist began beeping excruciatingly loud. "Now we're in business. I hope you can hold your breath for a long time." Todoroki took that as instructions and began holding his breath. He plugged his nose and covered his mouth too, just in case. Light green mist began emanating off of Mitsugawa, permeating the entire room. Azui, who was charging on all fours towards him and Mitsugawa, suddenly dropped once the mist hit her. Mitsugawa casually sauntered over to the weapon and touched it. The mist began dissipating and Todoroki's chest was slowly burning. He let go of his breath when he thought almost all of it was gone, gasping for breath and holding his chest. "Sorry about that," Mitsugawa apologized as they walked out of the building together. "I don't have as much control over my quirk as I would like." "It didn't bother me," Todoroki assured. "Your quirk is rather strong." They reached the rest of the students, where All Might introduced a quick discussion about what each person did right or wrong, and what they could have done differently for better results. Yaoyorozu, of course, led most of the discussion. The next 2 battles were between Team D, the purple-haired girl and the invisible girl, and Team G, the guy with a crow head and the guy with the laser naval quirk. It ended quickly, with the crow head guy Tokoyami. Todoroki learned sweeping everyone out of the way with his quirk, Dark Shadow. The naval laser guy did nothing to help and was instead a hassle. The final battle was Team I, Pink Girl and the hardening quirk guy, versus Team H, the guy with a tail and the one with several arms. Team I ended up winning by successfully defending the weapon for the 10 minutes. "All of you did a wonderful job today," All Might announced after the last group had finished and rejoined the rest of the uninjured class. "Training is over, make sure to head back to your classrooms." He immediately began sprinting away, leaving everyone dumbstruck. The class all exchanged confused looks before heading back to their classroom. "Today's lesson is about primary soulmate connections." Aizawa began the lesson. He wrote on the chalkboard the words, platonic and romantic, leaving a wide gap between the two and underlining them both. The most basic form of primary soulmate connection is attraction. Not deciding if a person is good-looking or not. It's more of a magnetic attraction to a person, drawing them to you with no other explanation. There is a major difference between platonic and romantic attraction. Does anyone know what it is? Ida raised his hand high, then stood up when Aizawa called on him. "Yes, sir. Platonic attraction is much stronger, because it is much harder to find your platonic soulmate by hair tint alone. The attraction is so strong that if 2 platonic soulmates are in a building at the same time, they unknowingly will meet. A romantic attraction is harder to notice, but you are still drawn to your soulmate. Thank you, Ida. Ida bowed, then took his seat. As it was just explained, platonic soulmate attraction is much stronger to make up for how hard it is to find one by streak alone. Romantic is much weaker, because the romantic hair streak is much more prominent that it is easier to find your other half. Aizawa quickly scribbled bullet points under both categories. In this society, more and more people are dyeing their hair, making it much harder for romantic soulmates to discover their partner by looks alone. So, how do they find them? A single touch begins the transition from primary to secondary attraction. Could be a brush of the skin, a handshake, or a punch during a fight. By touching your soulmate, you create a link between the two of you. It's very weak, almost like a strip of paper taped to the both of you that can be ripped at any time. But the more you're around your soulmate, the more you two touch. Okay, enough giggling. Aizawa interrupted himself. Kaminari, Kirishima, one more peep from you and you'll be turning in whatever you have written so far on your paper. They both closed their mouths and stared ahead with an intense, neutral expression. Haven't started, have you? Aizawa remarked. As I was saying, the more you and your soulmate touch, the stronger your connection gets, until it reaches the secondary stage. Platonic and romantic soulmates differ in how many attraction stages they have. Platonic has 3, while romantic has 5. He wrote the numbers under both categories. They'll be discussed much later. Any questions so far? Mitsugawa raised her hand. So, what happens if you just randomly meet your soulmate in a public place and some stranger you don't know brushes against you and now you're connected? Like, does the connection fade over time, or does it just become incredibly weak? Aizawa answered, the connection is severed after several weeks of no contact. It differs for everyone. It could break after a week of no contact, or even keep the pair connected for up to a year. There are several factors to this, including if you were ever in their presence again, or how strong the initial attraction was. Platonic primary connections usually take longer to break, if they ever break at all. Romantic connections are very easy to break. Yayorozu raised her hand as soon as Aizawa was done with his explanation. You mentioned something about connection strengths. Does this have to do with the difference between platonic and romantic soulmates, or does a connection strength vary from person to person? Children have higher connection strengths than adults. Their feelings are more sincere, much stronger than in adults, so the connection can last much longer. This is a double-edged sword, however. The longer a child's connection to their soulmate goes on without reinforcement of their presence, the more painful and traumatic it is. Todoroki was filled with curiosity. What would have happened if he had met his soulmate all those years? It could have been an escape from endeavor, for possibly both him and his mom. Perhaps he could have even lived with his soulmate. His mom seemed nice enough. Or it could have gone the opposite direction, with endeavor separating the two and causing the traumatic pain Sensei was talking about. He shuddered just thinking about it. His childhood was already filled with pain. He didn't need any more added to it. Sensei, Azui started, you've been mentioning this connection the entire time, but I'm so confused. What is it? Aizawa began writing a definition on the board. In a nutshell, it's a link to your soulmate. It's just a feeling at the beginning, but grows to where you can supposedly feel their presence from kilometers away. Some people have even reported being able to communicate telepathically, but personally I think it was just their quirks. Any more questions? Yeah, who's your soulmate, Sensei? Kaminari asked. Aizawa sighed. Any other questions besides stupid ones? Oh, come on, Sensei, the pink girl called out. We're just curious. I don't know who it is, nor do I ever want to know, Aizawa answered. I'm done teaching. Just meet with your partner for the rest of class and discuss ideas. If you haven't already signed up for a topic, I suggest you do that by the end of class. That he walked out. Midoriya turned to look at Todoroki. Today has been so interesting. Has it? Todoroki asked nonchalantly. It most certainly has been interesting today, but he wouldn't outwardly admit it. Instead, he wanted Midoriya to talk about what he thought was interesting. Definitely. Midoriya exclaimed. I mean, the first half of the day was surprisingly normal, but the second half was quite amazing. Your battle was just so cool. Like, you have such a cold exterior, no pun intended, and you were surprisingly cooperative. I honestly expected you to freeze the whole building and do everything yourself, but you worked well with Mitsugawa. I'm thoroughly impressed. That made Todoroki wonder, why didn't he just handle the battle by himself? Midoriya had a point. He definitely could have froze the entire building and just collected the weapon by himself. What made him decide to work as a team? Anyway, I have mixed feelings on not participating today, Midoriya continued. On one hand, I could collect data from afar. But at the same time, it's sometimes easier in a battle, because then you can see a person's weaknesses and strengths firsthand. That reminds me, I need to make a note to write down everything later. He began rummaging through his bag for his notebook and pencil. Perhaps it was Midoriya rubbing off on him that caused Todoroki to cooperate with Mitsugawa. He had only known him for a day, but his cheery, extroverted nature had already begun to affect Todoroki. And for some reason he wasn't bothered by it. Oh yeah, Todoroki, what did you think of your fight? I want to hear a first-hand account of it. Midoriya interrupted his thoughts. It was okay, Todoroki replied. Mitsugawa has a strong quirk. I admire her. Really? Todoroki nodded. Okay then, if you say so. There was a pause before Todoroki asked, Are we still meeting at the library? Yeah, of course, Midoriya replied. The bell rang for school to be over, and the duo packed up their stuff and walked over together. They began working on the rough draft, finishing it in about an hour. This time, Midoriya made sure to text his mother to remind her that the two would be staying after school. Todoroki was glad, because he didn't really want anyone to interrupt them working on the project. It was still light out when they finished, and Todoroki wanted to delay going home as much as possible. He offered to walk Midoriya to the train station. No, you don't have to. Midoriya protested. I mean, I'm completely fine walking on my own. I understand that, Todoroki told him. But I'm still going to anyway. He didn't dare tell him that he was doing it because he didn't want to go home. That would lead to questions that Todoroki didn't want to answer, and most likely misunderstandings between himself and Midoriya. Their possible friendship was just in the making, and he didn't want to ruin it the second day of school. They silently left the library and began walking. Todoroki desperately wanted to start a conversation with Midoriya about something, but he didn't know how. Should he just mention a subject, then start talking about it? Ask Midoriya something? Tell him a fun fact? A joke? So, Midoriya started for him. Sensei's soulmate lecture was interesting. It was, Todoroki agreed. There was an awkward silence. What was he supposed to say? I learned something new. Yeah, me too. Unfortunately, I don't have a soulmate, so it wouldn't really apply to me. Midoriya stared down at his feet, avoiding eye contact with Todoroki. What about you, Todoroki? Do you have one? He nodded. Have you met them yet? Midoriya persisted. Kinda. Wow. I'm jealous. Todoroki noticed something different in Midoriya's voice. It wasn't jealousy that Todoroki had a soulmate and Midoriya didn't. It was more along the lines that Midoriya was jealous that he had met his soulmate, but Midoriya hadn't yet. Which, of course, was impossible if Midoriya didn't have a soulmate. The rest of the walk was filled with an awkward silence. Neither boy said a word until Midoriya reached the gate and squeaked out a bye, before swiping his pass and walking away. Todoroki left feeling uneasy. There was just so many things he wanted to say about today, he just couldn't find the right words for them. Before he could head home, Todoroki's phone vibrated with a text. I'm sorry that was so awkward. I just never know what to say sometimes, you know? Anyway, is there any way we could meet up at the beach tomorrow at about 5:30? I enjoyed jogging with you this morning. Smiley face. There was a second text sent shortly after. Wow, I didn't realize I put anyway twice in the same sentence. Aw, T to the power of T. Todoroki smiled before pocketing his phone and starting on the 30-minute trek home. Oh, Shuto, Fumi said as he walked in the door. She was curled on the couch under a blanket while watching TV. You're a little late. Yeah, he agreed. Is the old man here? He slipped out of his shoes and put on his slippers. No. He called earlier to say he'll be out of town until next Monday. That's the best news I've heard this week. Agreed. Shudo immediately made his way to his room to strip his school uniform off and exchanged it for lounge clothes. He was grateful Endeavor wasn't around until Monday. That meant he could relax a little and train on his own time without sparring with his father. He sat at his desk and worked on homework for about an hour. Shudo took a short break by checking his phone. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu both left him texts. I made it home, just in case you were wondering. I mean, you did walk me to the station, so I figured you were a bit worried. Oh, thank you for that, BDW. .. Todoroki nearly smiled at Midoriya's text. There always seemed to be some kind of emoticon in his texts. It fit him well, seeing different smiley faces from Midoriya. Todoroki, I don't think Bakugo was as smart as I originally thought. There are so many more kanji mistakes than what I saw this morning. And he has so much more written out in hiragana than necessary. I feel like it'll take a while to decipher what exactly he meant. Sounds like you have a lot of work to do, Todoroki replied to Yaoyorozu. He then looked back at Midoriya's text and responded, I'm glad you made it. And it's fine if we meet up tomorrow. I'll be there. After responding, he changed into workout clothes to go train. Shudo loved it when his father was gone for several days on end. It was a break from his constant anger, a de-stressor, and a chance for him to practice his fire side in private. Shudo vowed to never use his fire side in a fight ever since the accident with his mother years ago. He completely blamed his father and his abuse for her mental instability, and would most definitely never use that side of his quirk against a person. Using his quirk on objects was a different story. Shudo knew that sometime down the road he would have to use his fire quirk to save someone, be it to warm them up or help them escape from somewhere with ice. He made sure to train his quirk to keep it under control to prevent an accident. After training for a few hours, he headed back to his room and changed. He was sweaty and slightly out of breath, so he just laid on the floor and used his quirk to cool himself down. He checked the phone beside his head and saw that Midoriya had sent him back a text saying, Okay, see you then. Shudo turned off his phone and set his alarm. He then snuggled into his futon and fell asleep, eagerly awaiting the next day. True to his word, Midoriya found Todoroki waiting for him at the beach a few minutes before 5:30. His hair was messy, the red and white mixed with no indication of where his center part was. Todoroki's face was shiny, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He was taking deep, irregular breaths like he wanted to conceal the fact he was out of breath. I overslept, he admitted while stretching. You still made it before I did, Midoriya pointed out. The two jogged together silently. The only sounds Midoriya could hear was the lull of the ocean waves and the muffled melodies coming from Todoroki's earbuds. They jogged several laps together, then did a quick workout, away from the sand of course. They parted ways, both agreeing to meet up at the same time again. Midoriya jogged back to his apartment. Arriving at his floor, he silently unlocked the door in hopes of not disturbing his mom. He tiptoed to the bathroom, peeling off the sweaty clothes and throwing them in the hamper. He hopped in the cool shower for a quick rinse and scrub, then put on his school uniform after drying off. He began blow-drying his hair, since it was so thick that it wouldn't be completely dry from air drying until the evening. His mom was up by this point. She had put on the daily news, a habit she developed a year ago after Izuku had the run-in with a villain, and had begun fixing breakfast. The smell of tea and rice permeated the air, making Izuku's stomach growl with hunger. He sat at the table and began hungrily attacking the fresh rice his mother placed in front of him. The mother and son exchanged small talk about Yui until they were both done. Izuku cleaned the dishes and instructed his mom not to bother making lunch for him. I can just eat at school, he told her while scrubbing his rice bowl. Are you sure? It's really no bother making your food. I'm sure. The school can cater to my dietary needs. Inko sighed. Okay then, sweetie. She ruffled her son's hair. I just want what's best for my Izuku. And if that means making your lunch every day. Mom, Izuku warned. Okay. I get it. Inko smiled at her son. It was less than 10 minutes later that Izuku put on his red shoes and was on his way to the train station. Oh, Deku! Midoriya heard Uraraka shout from behind him as he walked up to Yui. He froze immediately because normally hearing death meant trouble for him. But surely not from Uraraka? Deku? He asked incredulously once she caught up. Isn't that your name? She asked, head tilted in confusion. I heard Bakugo call you that several times. Aren't you childhood friends? No. I mean yes to childhood friends, but no to my name. It's actually Midoriya Izuku. Kaken calls me that as an insult, Midoriya explained. Well, that's just not nice. A new voice joined in. He turned to his right to find Mitsugawa trailing just behind him and Uraraka. I detest bullies. Oh, Kasumi, good morning. Uraraka greeted. Morning, Ochako, Mitsugawa replied. Midoriya was baffled. The two were already on a first-name basis, yet he could have sworn they had only been talking since yesterday's training class. They did sit next to each during classes, so more interactions could have happened them. Midoriya, you're spacing out, Mitsugawa told him, snapping her fingers in front of his face, and rambling. Sorry. I do that a lot. He nervously laughed afterwards. Anyways, Mitsugawa went on, why don't you stand up to Bakugo? From what I've seen he's an a-hole to everyone, but especially you. I shouldn't really. He's just a childhood friend and he's just like that. Midoriya. That could just be his personality, but it doesn't mean you have to deal with it. If you ever need someone to help stand up to him, just let me know. I'll give him a piece of my mind. Mitsugawa clenched her fists in excitement. Me too. Uraraka agreed. She pounded her left fist into her cupped right hand. Midoriya was strangely intimidated by the small girl, who couldn't be taller than 150 centimeters, in front of him. He felt like she could take Bakugo on and live to tell the tale. Thank you both, but I'm fine. Midoriya assured them. Kaken is just Kaken. Alright, but if you ever need someone to fight him, you know where to find me. The three walked together, mostly discussing Uraraka and Mitsugawa's soulmates. I'm pretty sure mine is Tsuyu, Uraraka told them. But I have yet to see her soulmate streak. I think it's hidden or she dyes her hair. It seems unlikely that she does, because her hair matches my streak perfectly. Maybe you should ask her? Mitsugawa suggested. Uraraka blushed the color of a ripened cherry. No way. I mean she's really, really cute, and we're just becoming friends. I don't want to ruin any chances. She looked away, still blushing and pressing her index fingers together shyly. Alright then. But at least you have an inkling of who your soulmate is, Ochako. How many people do you see every day with bright pink hair? I'm probably not gonna find mine for quite some time, to tell you the truth, Mitsugawa admitted. Don't worry, Kasumi. Sure you'll find them. Uraraka cheered on her friend. The conversation drifted off into silence until they reached the locker rooms to change their shoes. Midoriya was surprised to see that Todoroki was not there yet. He checked his watch to find that he had arrived about 10 minutes earlier than the past few days. He sat in his seat and checked his phone for any hero news. Todoroki walked in a few minutes later and silently took his seat, mumbling a good morning to Midoriya. He still seemed half asleep like he was this morning. Morning classes seemed to take no time at all. Before Midoriya knew it, it was already lunchtime. Uraraka had opted to sit with Hagakure, Mitsugawa, and Azui today, to which Midoriya and Ida both eagerly told her to go. Midoriya had tried lunch rushes cooking today, requesting double the protein and foods with plenty of calcium. It was delicious, but nowhere near his mom's cooking. The conversations during lunch were mostly about heroes, the recent news, with a little soulmate discussion here and there. It made Midoriya frustrated that he had to dye his hair all those years ago to keep from being bullied so bad, and even more frustrated that he had to lie about his soulmates existing. He wanted to join in on the soulmate conversations, talk about how much he wanted to meet his two soulmates. Since he was at the same school with Kaken, he didn't have those luxuries. Finally, lunch had ended. After arriving back at the classroom, Midoriya couldn't help but squirm in his seat. He was excited to find out who he and Uraraka were paired up against. Ida and Yaoyorozu would be his first choice to go against. He already knew what their quirks were and could devise a strategy to exploit any weaknesses. He figured Koda and Sato would be rather difficult to plan against. But the other group he could go against was Bakugo and Kirishima. He hoped more than anything else that he didn't get paired against them. With Bakugo, he could probably handle himself, but Uraraka probably couldn't have a fair chance against Kaminari's quirk. After All Might arrived, the whole class changed and headed to the training grounds. Team A against Team B. All Might announced. Midoriya's mood immediately dropped. This was what he was afraid of. He bit his bottom lip and began brainstorming. He glanced over at Kaken to see a triumphant smile on his face, his hands twitching in anticipation. Team A will be the heroes. Both groups will have 5 minutes to prepare. Starting now. Midoriya and Uraraka entered the building. Midoriya tried ignoring the concerned looks Uraraka was giving him, thinking of a plan instead. Where should we put the weapon? Uraraka asked immediately. The top floor? No, Midoriya disagreed. Everyone else put the weapon there yesterday. We need to pick a different floor. There are several rooms on the second floor, why not try one of them? I'll secure it in one of them. You go on ahead and set traps with your quirk at all of the stairwells to make it look like we hid it on the top floor. Got it. Uraraka touched her shoes before running on ahead. Midoriya picked a windowless room near the farthest point from the stairwell. He placed the weapon in the far right corner. He heard Uraraka begin speaking into the earpieces they received. I set several traps along the stairs and hallways starting the 3rd floor and up, even placing a lot towards the back rooms on the top floor. I'm on the 3rd floor going down to the 2nd floor now. Where are you? Midoriya instructed Uraraka where he was, and within 30 seconds she arrived at the door. There were a surprising amount of objects and rubble just lying around on the ground. She exclaimed, I wonder if All Might did that on purpose because of my quirk? Heroes, you may now enter the building. All Might's voice boomed over the intercom. Okay, Uraraka, here's the plan. Try following Kaken and Kaminari as best you can. When they get to the top floor, use your quirk to release all of the traps you made, then run back here as fast as possible. Try to avoid Kaken. He'll probably split from Kaminari in search of me. Let me know when they reach the 4th floor and I'll start patrolling. You'll just leave the weapon? Uraraka asked incredulously. Midoriya nodded. Kaken is upset with me because of my quirk. He won't care about winning this training session. All he will want to do is beat me, which will give us the perfect opportunity to stall. Watch out for Kaminari too. His quirk involves electricity, so it may be used at a range. I have no clue of his weaknesses either. I'll try my best. Good luck to you too. Uraraka gave Midoriya a thumbs up. She exited the room, tiptoeing towards the stairs. Midoriya could already hear Bakugo's loud voice from the stairwell. Deku probably hid it on the 4th or 3rd floor, he said. You take the 3rd, I'll take the 4th. If you can't find anything, meet me on the 5th. Whoa, look at these floating rocks. Kaminari exclaimed. Their voices began to diminish until all Midoriya could hear was the sound of his breathing and heart rate. Approximately 5 minutes passed before Midoriya heard Uraraka whisper to him via earpiece, Bakugo has started heading up to the 4th floor. Kaminari was already there and is heading to the 5th floor, I think. Got it, Midoriya replied. He exited the room, weaving through the hallways to the only stairwell on the floor. As he saw the stairs in sight, he heard the rumble of several objects hitting the ground at the same time. Within 30 seconds, Uraraka was at the stairs. I think they stayed on the 5th floor to try and figure out if we were there. Bakugo seemed really angry. She took a few deep breaths to calm her breathing. Perfect. Go on ahead to the weapon and barricade the room any way you can. I'll hold Bakugo and Kaminari here. Okay. Uraraka ran off. Bakugo arrived down the stairs moments later, screaming, Deku, you beat. He stopped in front of Midoriya for a few seconds before rearing his right arm back and stepping forward. Midoriya sidestepped and grabbed him around the waist, throwing him into a wall. There were only 2 minutes left in the training session according to the clock on the wall. His job was to stall Kaken until then. Where's Kaminari? Midoriya asked, backing away from Kaken. Underneath a bunch of rocks thanks to that girlfriend of yours. Pretty sure he electrified himself stupid too. Bakugo got back up, running towards Midoriya. He tried punching Midoriya again, but kicked with his left leg, landing a hit right on Midoriya's ribs. The smaller boy collapsed onto his hands and knees and began coughing. Bakugo grabbed him by the hair to force him to look up. "Why don't you use your quirk? Are you scared? Or was that all a fluke the other day?" He slammed Midoriya's head into the wall, letting go and allowing him to get up. Midoriya had greatly underestimated Kaken. He knew what punch he always started a fight in, but he had never gotten past the first punch before. Of course, he would adapt to the fight. He got up and looked at Kaken. "Now, come at me with your quirk, Deku." Midoriya didn't want to use it. He knew that one punch and his arm would be shattered again. There was only a minute 20 left, surely he could stall long enough? Midoriya ran towards Kaken, feinting right then heading left with a hook swing. Too slow. Kaken grabbed his arm, then used his quirk to blast him away into the wall. There was blood dripping from Midoriya's mouth. He angrily wiped it away, looking at the clock. Only 1 minute now, he could do this. Kaken began charging him. Midoriya ran to meet him halfway, engaging in a series of quick punches and dodges. Eventually, Midoriya landed a punch on Kaken's stomach, but it only moved him a few inches back. He punched Midoriya back in the same spot, only much harder. As Midoriya was pushed back a few feet, Kaken aimed his right hand at Midoriya, left hand pulling something. All he could hear was the sound of All Might yelling, "Young Bakugo, no!" before his vision went red and burned. Midoriya landed on the opposite wall again, his vision blurry and dizzy. He eventually got his vision to focus, just as Kaken was within 10 feet of him. Panicking, Midoriya activated his quirk, punching Kaken across the hallway into the opposite wall. The wind produced from the punch blew all around his face, sending a cold chill down his spine. His arm was broken, along with possibly a few ribs. He collapsed forward, just as the clock hit 0. When Midoriya woke up, he was greeted by the soft white walls of Recovery Girl's office. All Might, in his true form, was sitting right next to his bed, worriedly waiting on him to wake up. Midoriya blinked a few times, then rubbed his eyes. "All Might?" he asked. "Midoriya, my boy. Glad you're awake." Recovery Girl turned around in her swivel chair. She cleared her throat before talking. "I healed you all up. A broken arm, 3 broken ribs, a concussion, and a slightly dislocated shoulder. You're free to go to class and pick your things up. Don't forget to change out of your costume as well." Midoriya got up out of the bed and left, noticing the dirty look Recovery Girl gave All Might. After he changed back into his school uniform, he headed back to grab his backpack. A few people were still in the classroom, talking and packing up a few of their things. "Oh, Midoriya," Kirishima called out to him. "That was incredible, man. You just defeated Bakugo with 1 punch. It was so cool." The other few who were in the room came over and talked to him about his quirk and battle for a few minutes. In the end, he received more phone numbers from his classmates and a few invites to some study groups for tests down the road. He politely excused himself and grabbed his bag, then exited the room. He checked his phone to find that Todoroki had sent him a text. "I took notes for you during the Soulmate class." Smiling, Midoriya replied, "Thank you, Todoroki. Are you at the library, Arin?" Midoriya began heading towards the library. He found Todoroki at the usual table, typing furiously away at one of the library laptops. From the looks of it, he was nearly done with their paper. Midoriya silently took a seat next to him and stared at the screen, not wanting to disturb Todoroki. After the last sentence was typed, Todoroki finally looked up at Midoriya. "Are you okay? That was a nasty fight you had with Bakugo." "Perfectly fine, thanks to Recovery Girl. I'm just so tired and my head hurts a bit." Todoroki printed off the paper. He retrieved it from the printer, then handed it to Midoriya, who put it in a folder in his bag. Todoroki shut off the laptop, then collected his things. "I'll walk you to the station again." "You don't have to. We've already been through this, Midoriya. I am walking you to the train station." They exited the library, walking side by side towards the station. Midoriya felt like he could collapse on the ground and take a nap, so it took all of his willpower to keep upright to avoid worrying Todoroki. He didn't seem like it, but Todoroki must be the worrying type, since he keeps walking Midoriya to the train station. Maybe this would become a normal thing? Don't fall asleep on the train, Todoroki told him. And I'll send you a picture of the notes later. Bye, Midoriya. Bye, Todoroki, Midoriya slurred in reply. The train ride seemed to talk forever. Midoriya passed the time by playing a few games on his phone and checking the hero news periodically. Eventually, he reached home, lazily slipping off his shoes and throwing his backpack to the side. I'm home, he mumbled. Welcome back, Izuku, his mom called from the kitchen. Dinner is ready. His mom had made omuris and Izuku slowly ate his food, nearly falling asleep in it. After dinner, his mom washed the dishes while Izuku headed to his room. It was only 7 but he was just exhausted. He checked his phone and saw that Todoroki had sent him a picture of the notes. Groaning, he copied them down so he wouldn't forget later. The topic of today's lesson was going further into the primary soulmate attraction of platonic soulmates. Most platonic soulmates can tell who their soulmates were just by the pull towards each other. Once the two touch, the bond is strengthened and cannot be broken unless by forced separation of the two for several years. When it does eventually break from the separation, it is one of the most painful things a person could experience. Sometimes one or both of the platonic soulmates die. Parents are advised that if their child has a platonic soulmate, to take great care in finding out who the person is if the child finds them at a young age. They're also instructed to keep the two together as much as possible until the second phase has begun. The soulmate class was incredibly interesting. Izuku was learning so much about soulmates that it made him incredibly excited to meet his own soulmates. He hopes that he will meet them both at the same time. Who knows, maybe he has already met one or both of them. Yawning, Izuku changed into pajamas and headed to bed, the excitement from the thought of his soulmates still rolling through his mind. Several weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The paper Shudo worked on with Midoriya was turned in on time, coming back with a nearly perfect score. Most paired projects from then on, the students could pick their partners. Shudo alternated between Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, even pairing up with Ida every once in a while. Classes were relatively easy, but that didn't mean he never had to study. Most of his time home was spent studying, if only just to procrastinate training. Endeavor was only fine with studying instead of training as long as it meant his son stayed near the top of the class. It was no easy feat staying in the top 5 as far as grades go, but he managed. Training had become harder for Shudo not only at school, but also at home. It became a nightly thing for him to pass out right after a training session with his father without changing into pajamas. It was physically demanding and exhausting, but somehow he managed. He especially looked forward to waking up in the mornings to jog with Midoriya. Shudo never said much while with him, but it was enough for him to just listen to the other boy talk about miscellaneous subjects. Lunch was typically spent with Midoriya and Ida most of the time. Uraraka would often sit by Hagakure, Mitsugawa, and more recently Tsuyu. The two had realized they were soulmates during a training session when the two were pitted against each other in a fight. It was a big deal around Yui for a few weeks, because it was rather rare for a soulmate couple to find each other in high school. The couple received numerous questions from first years from other classes and even upperclassmen. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu had started spending more time with Jairu and Kaminari, sitting with them and at lunch occasionally and hanging out with them on the weekends. Todoroki didn't mind her broadening her friendship horizons. In fact, he was the one who encouraged her to do so. Just because she was his first ever friend in his life didn't mean he should be selfish and keep her from making other friends. After all, Midoriya was now his friend and by extension through him, so was Uraraka and Ida. And through Uraraka, so was Mitsugawa, Hagakure, and Tsuyu. He had gained so many new friends and acquaintances through connections and his other friends socializing. Why should he be selfish and keep them from enjoying themselves? Todoroki was also incredibly surprised to find that Midoriya kept in contact with him and still jogged with him every morning. It was even more surprising that he even asked Midoriya about it, to which he replied with, "We're friends, right?" Friendship was still a relatively new concept for Todoroki, only having one for almost a year out of the 16 he has lived so far. But Midoriya's friendship felt different from Yaoyorozu's, who had asked him to call her Momo a week ago. He keeps forgetting to correct himself. With Momo, he enjoyed the discussions about heroes and quirks and even the occasional soulmate talk. He usually just listened, only giving his input every so often. He often encouraged her to do things. Should try a new hairstyle? If you feel like you want to, then do it. And he enjoyed her presence, but he never craved to be around her like he does with Midoriya. It was weird. Todoroki often fell asleep thinking about his smile, how he would see the other boy bright and early the next day, and how he would be sitting right next to him all day. He thought about him during training with his father, using him as motivation to push through. Was it because he also saw Midoriya as a rival? It was very plausible. While he tremendously lacked fighting skills, his strength was well above average and his quirk was incredibly strong. If Midoriya would be able to control it more, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Speaking of his quirk, it also bothered Todoroki how similar Midoriya's and All Might's were. Sure, there were plenty of strength augmentation quirks out there. They were a dime a dozen after all. But each person had a different one with different limitations. The only copies of quirks was from parent to child or siblings. It was easy to assume that Midoriya had received his quirk from one or both of his parents, but it was incredibly odd that both his quirk and All Might's produced the same amount of air pressure from punches. The only difference was the control of quirks. Honestly, if Todoroki didn't know any better, he'd almost wonder if Midoriya had received his quirk only a few days before the entrance exam. He had very little control over it, breaking his bones every time he used it. Midoriya hardly ever used his quirk during training, relying on his sharp intellect and quick reflexes to guide him. Anytime he became desperate, however, he used it and broke his bones. It almost hurt Todoroki just looking at the bruised and swollen appendages bending in odd ways that should not happen. Perhaps Midoriya's bones breaking were just a limitation of his quirk. Plenty of people with quirks destructive to their bodies have become heroes in the past. Granted, many of them learned how to control their quirk during middle school or on their own if they were dedicated enough. High school was a dangerous time to learn how to control a dangerous quirk. In just 3 short years, they would be pros. 3 years was not nearly enough time to control a quirk. Not to mention, All Might did give Midoriya more attention than the rest of the class. It wasn't too evident unless you looked at the small details. He'd given Midoriya the most praise, the most encouragement. He also seemed the most worried when Midoriya was in a pinch and had to use his quirk. All Might's trademark smile seemed more genuine around him. It could be that the two have similar quirks, so All Might decided to take the younger under his wing. Todoroki still had a gut feeling that that wasn't quite it. There was something much more to the student-teacher relationship they had. It's been a month and a half since you've started high school, Aizawa observed. All of you have had plenty of time to adjust. Since it's Friday, why don't we end the week with voting for your class officers? Many students began chatting about potential class presidents among themselves. Most even announced that they wanted to be president. Todoroki began debating who he thought would be the best choice. It was honestly a debate between Momo, Ida, and Midoriya. All 3 of them were incredibly intelligent in their own ways, but all had their weaknesses. Momo held the right amount of compassion but not enough conviction as a leader of the class. She would do well as vice president, in Todoroki's humble opinion. Ida had the conviction, but he was too uptight about the rules that no one really wanted to listen to him. He was honestly like the stereotypical student council president you read about in stories. Which would be ideal for him if Yui had a student council? Midoriya? He held the conviction and compassion of the other 2, but he was so timid in public. However, if he were to gain confidence in himself, he could potentially become an excellent leader for the class. Aizawa sighed, waiting on the class discussions to die down. I'll accept nominations for potential president candidates and no, you cannot vote for yourself, so don't even think about it. Ida immediately stood up and announced, I nominate Yaoyorozu for class president. He sat back down, and Uraraka stood up to take his place. I nom. Todoroki knew who she would nominate. It was obvious. Maybe he was a little selfish, but he wanted to nominate him instead. I nominate Midoriya, Todoroki interrupted, standing up simultaneously. Boo, Uraraka pouted. I was gonna nominate him. I guess I'll nominate Ida instead. Todoroki. Midoriya whispered as he sat down. Why did you do that to me? I didn't want to be the president. You're not president yet, Todoroki reminded him. Besides, Uraraka was going to nominate you anyways. Ugga. Midoriya ruffled his hair with both of his hands. Two can play at that game. He stood up and announced, I nominate Todoroki. After all the nominations were done, there were 7 candidates listed on the blackboard: Ida, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Mitsugawa. Bakugo was a huge surprise, especially since Kirishima nominated him. Vote for who you think is best to represent your class, not who you're friends with, Aizawa emphasized. Write it on a piece of paper, fold it a few times, then pass it forward. Then I'll tally up the votes. After voting was done, Aizawa began tallying up the votes for each person. Todoroki was surprised to find that he had more votes than he originally thought. He got 3 votes, dead center in the middle of the votes. Momo had beat him with 1 vote. Uraraka, Mitsugawa, and Bakugo were all behind him, with 2, 1, and 0 votes respectively. Todoroki was surprised that Kirishima didn't vote for Bakugo, but he figured the latter threatened him out of it. Midoriya was tied with Ida with 5 votes. Midoriya looked over at Todoroki, face pale with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, but also a hint of anger. You see what you did, he yelled over at Todoroki, who just shrugged in response. Since there's a tie, I guess we'll have to vote again. If necessary, I'll be the tiebreaker, Aizawa announced. Todoroki was torn between voting for Midoriya or Ida. He feels like he should vote for Midoriya because he is the best candidate overall, but his friendship was also precious to him. If he were to win because of him, he was afraid Midoriya would be angry and not talk to him again. Ida was still an excellent choice, but the possibility of him winning was not high. Ida wasn't very popular with the rest of the class, especially not the way Midoriya was. Todoroki sighed, then scribbled a name on the paper and passed it up. Aizawa tallied up the votes. With each vote for Midoriya, Todoroki watched as the boy visibly winced and bit his lip nervously. It was neck and neck for most of the time, with Ida and Midoriya staying tied until Ida received an influx of votes towards the end. He ended up winning the vote 13-7. Beside Todoroki, Midoriya breathed out a huge sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brows. Ida will be the president, while Midoriya will be the vice pres. I resign. Midoriya stood up quickly to announce. All eyes were on him, his cheeks turning a shade of red that matched half of Todoroki's hair. Yaoyorozu is certainly much better suited for this job. I resign as class vice president and recommend Yaoyorozu. He bowed almost 90 degrees. Thank you. Midoriya sat back in his chair, cheeks still a concerning feverish red. Todoroki almost wanted to press his right hand onto his forehead to cool him down, but thought against it. Knowing the way Midoriya gets embarrassed at little things, he'd probably turn so red that his face wouldn't go back to its normal shade. Midoriya would be stuck with a permanent blushing face. Anyway, since Midoriya resigns, Yaoyorozu will now be the vice president. Homeroom dismissed. Nice job on winning the vote, Ida. Uraraka congratulated as she sat down in between Tsuyu and Midoriya. I know you really wanted to win. Ida coughed. Thank you very much, Uraraka. As class president, I hope to represent Class 1A to the best of my abilities. His voice held a giddy lilt to it and his cheeks were just slightly dusted with pink. But honestly, Midoriya, I was surprised you did not win. Not to mention, I'm even more surprised that you resigned. I completely agree with you that Yaoyorozu is very fitting for the job, but the class wanted you. You should have respected the class's wishes. I agree, Midoriya, Momo chimed in. While I am rather happy you think so highly of me despite only knowing me for not even 2 months, I feel as if you should have given it a shot. Oh well, I guess that I was something I should have kept in mind. But what's done is done. I'm sure Ida will make a great president and Yaoyorozu a wonderful vice president. Midoriya encouraged the two. Besides, it was. A harsh alarm began sounding, and the 5 friends at the table froze. They watched as several of their upperclassmen began hastily leaving the lunchroom. Excuse me, Ida politely yelled over to an upperclassman at the same table as them. "What is this alarm for?" "I don't know," he answered, panicking. "In my 3 years here, I've never heard it. It must be the intruder alarm. Quick, leave the cafeteria." With that he took one last bite of his rice and ran off to join the rest of the students exiting. The 5 of them followed, losing each other in the crowd. Midoriya, Tsuyu, Uraraka, and Ida stayed fairly close to each other, being shoved around and occasionally hitting one another while Todoroki and Momo was shoved into each other. He apologized profusely as he was shoved into her constantly, invading any personal space the two still had left. Todoroki watched over Momo's shoulder as Midoriya was shoved into the glass window. He noticed the press there and Todoroki could almost see the gears in his head devising a plan to warn the other students. Midoriya yelled over at Uraraka and Ida about the plan and they followed suit. Uraraka floated Ida with her quirk while he used his to propel himself over the crowd. Ida ended up smacking into the wall, causing a loud enough noise to distract the students. He then explained what was going on with great conviction. Todoroki was right. Ida was a great choice for class president. After his plan worked, everyone calmly and with shame headed back to the lunchroom to finish lunch. It was unnaturally quiet the rest of the lunch PRD, the only sounds being lunch rush making food when someone asked for seconds. The day passed and before Todoroki knew it, it was the last PRD of the day. He looked forward to the Soulmate class because he learned something new every day. Growing up, he was never really taught much about soulmates. His mother never liked talking about hers because he died years before she even met Endeavor. He had no idea whether his father had a soulmate or not, or what happened to them, and he was too scared to ask about his father's soulmate. His older brothers never got the class he was going through now, so they didn't know much about soulmates. Kajiro had mentioned something in a letter about a potential soulmate, but that was nearly 2 years ago. Fumi had gone through the class, but it was nowhere near as in-depth as Yui's. She was banned from speaking to her little brother about soulmates by Endeavor, but that didn't stop her. When he was gone, she would sneak into his room and try to recall as much as she could from her once-a-month class. She unfortunately had a rather bad memory, but Shudo still thoroughly enjoyed what little he learned about soulmates. Ever since Tsuyu and Uraraka found out they were soulmates, the class changed a bit. There was a lot more focus on romantic soulmates aimed towards the pair. They were encouraged to talk about the bond between them every so often to give the class an example of what the soulmate bond was like. Aizawa explained that the law required him to focus more on a pair of soulmates if they would happen to find each other during their first year. It was very rare for a couple to find each other during high school, let alone their first year. Even rarer for them to be from the same class. Uraraka and Tsuyu didn't mind sharing details about their bond and the class was often very engaged when one of the two was talking about it. Since we wrapped up talking about the primary soulmate connections and I'm not in the mood to start secondary soulmate connections, how about we try a new topic to talk about? Aizawa started the class. Although I briefly mentioned them, we haven't really talked much about the child's soulmate laws. They're not very well known in society, but it's encouraged that all parents, which I would assume some of you will be someday, should take a look at them. These laws are set in place to protect children when they meet their soulmate. The laws are very long and complex, with many different scenarios written to try to accommodate all families. They're ever-changing to include more scenarios as society evolves, so parents should always reread them after every one of their children is born. The first rule in these laws is that if a child is exposed to their soulmate before the age of 10, then they must meet with their soulmate every day, no exceptions. We learned the first week of school that soulmate bonds between children are much stronger than those between adults and even teenagers. It's very dangerous for someone to break the bond between children because it could result in mental trauma or even death depending on the child. Of course, there are some exceptions to the rule, such as the child not knowing who their soulmate is or they and their soulmate has a significant age gap between them. Both are very rare, but are written in the laws because they have happened. If a parent does not allow their child to see their soulmate, then the parent can receive jail time and a fine. Of course, there are also several factors that play into this. How many times the child has already been with their soulmate, if one parent in a household with two wouldn't allow it, how long the child has been with their soulmate in one sitting. If you can name a situation, There's probably a solution written in the laws. And if there's not, there probably will be within the next 5 years or so. Any questions? Momo raised her hand. Why are there so many different situations written in with these laws? Not all of the soulmate laws written are like that, so what makes the child soulmate laws different? Because quite a few years ago, before any of you were even born, there were several incidents that ended with the death of several children because the laws did not cover enough situations for judges to properly interpret them. One such example of this was nearly 30 years ago, in the trial of Todoroki felt his eyelids grow heavy, his neck slowly falling forward. He stopped writing notes in the middle of a sentence and rested his head on his left hand. His head was pounding and willing his eyes to close, if only for a few minutes. It looked like his lack of sleep the past few days has caught up to him. Over the years, Todoroki has learned to power through exhaustion, no thanks to training with his father. Endeavor would often wake him up only a few hours after he fell asleep at night to further train because, as a hero, he would never know when a call for help would happen. While Todoroki did agree with that thinking, he was most certainly not a morning person and preferred his sleep. But today, his exhaustion was getting the better of him. Eventually, he closed his eyes. Just to rest, he told himself. He would wake up a few minutes later to finish the notes. No harm done. Until he was woken up by his head slipping off of his hand as the last bell rang and slamming into his desk. He blinked a few times, readjusting to the lights in the classroom, then rubbed both of his eyes. He looked at the jumbled mess that were supposed to be his notes, but had random pencil marks everywhere from moving in his sleep. He sighed, then shoved them in his bag. He looked over to find Midoriya still silently packing up his bag. Midoriya? He asked the other boy. Todoroki's voice was a little dry and hoarse. He must have slept with his mouth open. God, he hopes that he didn't start snoring in the middle of class. Midoriya looked over at Todoroki. He had just zipped up his yellow bag and slung it over his shoulder. Do you have the notes for last PRD? I kind of fell asleep halfway through, and what little notes I have aren't very good. Consider it payment for when I lent you notes a while back. Oh! Midoriya exclaimed. Of course. I noticed you fell asleep and I tried waking you up by poking you with a pencil a few times, but you didn't respond. Or you did, but you just smacked the pencil with your free hand in your sleep. I'm very impressed that you can do that. But you must either be a very deep sleeper, or you're just very tired from this week. It isn't from us jogging, is it? I should have been more considerate of you this week since I keep pushing the pace every day. Oh, and don't worry, I don't think Sensei noticed you sleeping. Or at least, he just didn't care. I'm rambling too much, aren't I? Todoroki blinked. I don't mind you rambling. And thank you very much for the notes. Just send them to me later. Okay. Midoriya responded. Oh, and I didn't mind you picking up the pace when we run. I've actually been holding back since I didn't know how fast you can run. You're pretty fast, by the way. Todoroki. Midoriya drawled out. Why didn't you tell me you can run faster? You've been holding out this entire time. Todoroki just shrugged. He got up and left the classroom, standing by the door to wait on Midoriya. Todoroki, he whined again. Next Monday when we meet up, we're going to race, okay? And don't even think about letting me win to make up for not going all out. You have to go as fast as you can. Todoroki hummed in agreement as the two headed out of the school towards the train station. Every day, Todoroki would walk Midoriya to the train station, which was the opposite way from his house. At first, it was just to avoid Endeavor for as long as possible, but as he got to know Midoriya, he came to enjoy spending the extra time with Midoriya. It was weird being with Midoriya. It felt a lot like his troubles melted away when they were together and he felt genuinely happy near Midoriya. He hadn't felt like this in years, since his mother had her accident and was forced into the hospital. It must be Midoriya's infectious smile and attitude that causes him to feel this way, most definitely. Oh, Todoroki, Midoriya said as they exited the school grounds. Don't forget, Monday is our day trip to the USJ. So, any homework you have isn't due until Tuesday. I appreciate the extra day, but I'm still going to work on it over the weekend. I don't want to push it off and then end up too exhausted from Monday. I have heard a few rumors that we're going to be starting rescuing operations, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. Todoroki noticed a giant crowd of reporters stopping any unsuspecting Yui student that crossed their path and stopped walking. Midoriya stopped a few steps later, noticing the crowd as well and turning back to Todoroki with his eyes asking for a solution. It's not too late now, Todoroki told him. We can always take the long way to the station. Excuse me, one of the reporters called over to them. She looked like one of the reporters who was there earlier this morning that had infiltrated the campus grounds during lunch. I was wondering if you could answer a few questions for me? It won't take but a few minutes of your time. She stuck the microphone right into Midoriya's face. What is it like being a student at Yui? It's an experience? Midoriya began. I've learned so many new things already and I haven't even been here for a few months yet. Midoriya, Todoroki mumbled impatiently. He wanted to just leave and bypass all of the reporters, especially since one of them was bound to notice him and start asking questions about things that they have no business butting into. Oh, you're Endeavor's kid. The reporter quickly switched the microphone to Todoroki. This was exactly what Todoroki wanted to avoid. What's it like being the son of the number 2 hero? What's it like knowing that you have big shoes to fill after you graduate? Todoroki grabbed the handle of Midoriya's backpack and began to drag him away as best he could. After exiting the crowd, the two began sprinting away. They turned around the corner, then found the nearest alley and hid in it. After the shouts and pounding steps of the reporters were only but a distant sound, they finally exhaled the breaths they were holding. The pair looked at each other and began laughing. Todoroki felt his body grow warm seeing Midoriya smile and laugh at the same time. He had only seen the boy laugh or smile separately, and never as bright and blinding as this was. He almost wondered if he would have to start wearing glasses because Midoriya's smile seemed more dazzling than the sun. Despite it being a cloudy day, it felt as if the sun were beaming down on him in the form of Midoriya. I guess we just raced each other there, Todoroki, Midoriya commented. And it looks like I won. No way, Todoroki protested. I just let you win because I had the stronger quirk. If push came to shove, I would have used it to help us. Sure you did. If thinking that is what helps you sleep at night. Hey now. Todoroki slightly smiled again. It seems like almost every day he was with Midoriya, he was smiling. It felt wonderful to have a reason to smile again. Midoriya quickly took several double takes around the alley they were standing in. He placed a hand on his chin in contemplative thought, then looked out towards the shops that lined the street. This is the alley where the slime villain incident happened, he announced after a while. I didn't realize we ran this far away from Yui. Todoroki brought his mind back to the slime incident over a year ago. He watched the news about it with his sister over dinner. The news reporters talked about how a kid with a strong quirk, who ended up being Bakugo's small world, was captured by a slime villain and All Might saved them. They also included a little section on the quirkless kid who tried to save Bakugo. The news reporters mocked him for trying to save someone with no quirk. Todoroki admired his bravery for standing up when none of the heroes would. But now that Midoriya mentions it, he kind of looks like, oh, that was you, Todoroki said. The kid who stepped in to save Bakugo. Yeah, it was. Midoriya chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. But they said the person who saved him was quirkless? Midoriya's eyes flashed with fear and panic. Oh, don't believe what the media tells you, he said, but more like a question. Just because I didn't use a quirk didn't mean I was quirkless. Bead of sweat ran down Midoriya's face. But Todoroki wasn't just satisfied with that answer. He wanted to know more about Midoriya's quirk. It was weird, really, how the media could just call him quirkless, but then he shows up to Yui almost a year later with such a strong quirk. If he had it from age 4 or 5, there wouldn't be any reason for him to hide it. Not to mention his awful lack of control on it. And Bakugo. He was very angry when you showed off your quirk the first day. Said something about hiding it from him all those years. Midoriya gulped. Yep, I did that. Hid my quirk from him. All those years. I mean, you've seen what my quirk does to me when I use it, right? Of course I wouldn't want to use it when I was younger. Hey, shouldn't we be leaving this dusty old alley? I mean, the subway does only run for certain hours of the day. Let's go. He began pushing Todoroki by his backpack. Normally, Todoroki could resist being pushed by someone, since he was rather strong for his age, but Midoriya was moving him almost effortlessly, even with Todoroki trying to hold his ground. Midoriya doesn't look like it, but under that uniform he must be ripped to be shoving him around like this. Todoroki still wasn't satisfied with the answers from Midoriya. He was nervous, visibly sweating while answering, so he must not be telling the truth. Or at least, not the whole truth. He wanted to trust Midoriya and figured he would tell him when he was ready about the truth behind his quirk. Midoriya stopped pushing him when they reached the sidewalk. He took a deep breath, then told Todoroki, "Let's go before it gets too late." He smiled at Todoroki, but it wasn't nearly as radiant as one of his previous smiles. It was a small smile of reassurance to make amends with Todoroki. He didn't want to argue, so Todoroki just smiled back. After arriving home, Shudo kicked off his shoes, not even bothering to place them in the neat line by the door. He was exhausted from a week of school and training, and that nap last PRD didn't even help. The house was quiet. There was no TV on in the living room like he was normally greeted with every day. No sounds of cooking in the kitchen from Fumi. But luckily for him, there also wasn't any sound that his father was home either. He could just collapse in his room for a few hours or so without being bothered. Shudo gently placed his backpack near the entrance to the Genkan. He then headed to the kitchen and began rummaging through the cabinets for a giant glass. After finding a suitable glass, he filled it to the brim with tap water and chugged it. He moseyed over to the refrigerator, still drinking the water, and noticed a note on the fridge. "Shudo, I'm going to be gone all weekend and won't return until Sunday night. It's a trip to Tokyo for my business class. I'll send you a text when we get there. There's a few leftovers in the fridge from last night. Also, there's some fish that needs to be cooked before it goes bad. Fumi. P.S. Father will be gone until Monday, so you don't have to worry about him." Shudo grabbed the note with his left hand and set it on fire. Anytime the two siblings needed to communicate with each other with notes, they both used their quirks to get rid of the evidence. Even if there wasn't anything that could get them in trouble with endeavor written on them, it was still a habit he picked up years ago when he wasn't allowed to talk with his siblings. He washed the cup he drank out of, then placed it back in the cabinet. Shudo then went to heat up the leftovers from last night. Shudo wouldn't say it to Fuyumi's face, but he liked it when she wasn't there to cook for him. She liked to dote on him and take care of him, cooking his meals and cleaning his laundry for him while he was at school. There wasn't much he could do about it. Since the first and last time he tried to do his own laundry, she shooed him outside to go run and did it herself. Don't get him wrong, he appreciated her staying with him instead of moving out like their older brothers did. But some days, it felt as if she was trying too hard to replace their mom, since Shudo didn't get many years with her. After the food was reheated, he sat down at the kitchen table. It was lonely eating by himself, but there wasn't really much he could do about it. His two closest friends both lived far from him, and he wasn't about to bother them just because he wanted someone to eat with him. "Itadakimasu," he whispered to no one, then grabbed his chopsticks and dug in. Tonight's feast fit for a pro hero was a bowl of rice, some beef, and a little bit of seaweed soup. He wasn't too fond of the soup, but his sister expected him to eat it, so he would. Halfway done with his meal, Shudo felt his phone vibrate. It was the awaited text from Fumi saying she made it to Tokyo. He typed a quick response telling her to have fun and be safe, then went back to eating. After he was done, he washed the dishes and placed them in their respective places. Shudo made his way to his room and collapsed onto his bed and groaned. He was absolutely exhausted and his full stomach was not helping to keep him awake. He closed his eyes for a few minutes, thinking about what happened just a few hours ago. Midoriya was obviously hiding something regarding his quirk, and he was desperate to find out. Part of Shudo wanted to ask Midoriya flat out about the true nature of his quirk, and the other part was willing to wait until Midoriya trusted him enough to tell him. He was frustrated because he craved to know more, especially about his relationship with All Might. Now that he knew Midoriya was the quirkless kid from the slime villain incident, perhaps the fact that All Might was there to save the day wasn't exactly a coincidence. And if Midoriya would have to be All Might's secret love child, why is he still friends with him? Shudo knows that if his father were to find out he was genuinely friends with someone so closely related to All Might, it would be absolute hell when they were training. He would definitely be given the age-old lecture of why he was born and maybe even the added spin of being praised for pretending to be close to Midoriya to discover secrets about the enemy. Perhaps he could use that to his advantage and tell his father he was pretending to be Midoriya's friend to get information. No, he couldn't possibly do that to a friend, especially one as loyal as Midoriya. It would crush him if he indirectly found out about the lie he would tell his father and thought it to be the truth. Speaking of Midoriya, Shudo received a flurry of texts from the boy. He opened his eyes and checked his phone to find 5 new messages from Midoriya. Here's the notes from last PRD. Sorry about my bad handwriting. Carrot. Just let me know if you need me to help you decipher something. Attached photo. Also, Uraraka and Ida invited me to the mall and I was wanting to know if you wanted to come with? We're meeting at noon BTW. You don't have to go if you don't want to. I just thought you might want to come with since you were saying something about wanting to try the new ice cream shop in the mall a few weeks ago. Oh, and invite Yayarozu too. I don't have her number yet, but I thought she could come too since she's one of your friends. I didn't want it to be awkward if you'd be coming with some of my friends without your friends and just yeah. But I meant to hit backspace not send. Why am I like this? T to the power of T. Shudo couldn't help but smile widely at Midoriya's messages. It was kind of him to think about inviting him. He felt his left side heat up when he read that Midoriya remembered that he wanted to try the new ice cream shop. Why was he feeling like this? Think how it felt to be close with someone? It was strange that Midoriya had become closer with him in less than 2 months than Momo had become in over a year. He had shared some of his greatest fears and aspirations with Midoriya during their early morning jogs, things he had never even thought to tell Momo. Of course, Momo was ahead of Midoriya in one aspect, the real side of his family. He wasn't ready to tell Midoriya just yet of his greatest kept secret. Maybe someday in the distant future, but nowhere near present day. Sure, Shudo replied. That sounds like fun. Smiley face. I'll make sure to ask Momo for you. Midoriya replied not even a few seconds later. What? Did you just use an emoji? OMG Todoroki, I'm so proud of you T to the power of T. I've never thought I would see the day where Todoroki Shudo uses an emoji. Congrats on your milestone. Todoroki chuckled, then replied, I'm perfectly capable of using emojis, Midoriya. I just have no desire to. At least before. Before? What do you mean before? Is that supposed to be some cryptic answer that I have to guess? I'll let you decide. No fair. Midoriya texted a few seconds later, hey, remember when you told me that like the first day we talked to each other? Man, it seems like forever ago, but it was only like a month and a half ago. Time flies. Time is an illusion. Diamen Todoroki, you right. Time is indeed an illusion. Is that why when you sleep it seems like no time at all? What if time just fast forwards while we sleep? Midoriya, it's too early for those 2 a.m. conversations. Got me again Todoroki. You're good at this all happy face. The two continued texting well into the night. They talked about different subjects, like the USJ trip Monday, various classes, various heroes. It was nearly midnight when Shudo realized what time it was. He told Midoriya good night with another smiley emoji, then fell asleep. Shudo paced back and forth in front of his closet. He woke up later than normal and it was only 2 hours until he had to meet Midoriya, Uraraka, and Ida at the mall. He had already eaten and taken a shower, but he had no clue what to wear. What do normal high schoolers even wear to the mall anyways? Most of his clothes consisted of suits and workout gear, with the occasional casual outfit. Nothing he tried on seemed good enough, stylish enough, or comfortable enough. He had gone through nearly all of the pants in his closet, yes, even the suit pants just in case something happened to match, and finally decided on a pair of dark blue jeans that he had outgrown years ago, so they rest just about 10 centimeters above his ankle. That was the style, right? Shudo narrowed down his top options down to 3 shirts. He paced in front of them, shirtless with his hand on his chin, trying to decide which one would be best. He had a button-down red shirt with white snowflakes his sister bought him around Christmas time last year as a joke, a mint green long-sleeve shirt that had "Needs Sleep" written in English, or a black t-shirt with pastel blue, purple, and pink polka dots. The button-down would be too restrictive, especially if there was a villain attack. However, it was comical and was bound to make Midoriya laugh, so it wasn't on the back burner quite yet. While the long-sleeve shirt's writing was true, it was hot outside and he was bound to sweat through it in a heartbeat, even if he used his quirk to regulate his temperature. He threw it back over to his closet. Now the t-shirt, it was breathable and easy to maneuver in. He slid it over his head and tossed the button up in the closet with the long-sleeve shirt. Normally Shudo would just slip on the first clothes he laid his eyes on and not care what he looked like, but this was different. This was the mall, the pinnacle of teenage hangouts. Sure, it'd be different if he went by himself. But he was going with friends and he didn't want to be underdressed. It was weird, fretting over something as simple as clothes. Shudo wasn't the type to care about what he looked like, but for some reason, he couldn't help but care about his appearance today. Sure, he was taught from a young age by his father that appearances were everything, coming from the man who was the master at marketing his appearance as the kind number 2 hero, but he never really cared to listen to the bullshit Endeavor spouted. Maybe the old man actually told him something useful? Shudo went ahead into the bathroom and brushed his teeth, then fixed his hair. He absolutely hated going out in public when his hair was a mess. It was always a pet peeve of his. There was a distinct part in his hair for a reason, as far as he was concerned. Red belonged on the red side and white on the white side. Maybe he gained this habit from his mom. Every morning, she separated the red and white to their respective sides, keeping the green in the middle. Throughout the day, when the colors became mixed, she always fixed it for him. It was soothing for him when he was younger and was a way to honor her as he grew older. As he was combing through his part and separating his hair, he noticed his roots starting to peak a bit. It wasn't too noticeable unless you were looking for it. Nevertheless, he was still worried that someone as observant as Midoriya would notice it and question him. A few weeks ago, Midoriya had questioned which side of his hair was his soulmate streak. He was surprised, because he never even bothered to think that someone would think that only one side was his actual hair color. As much as he hated to say it, he said that the white side was his soulmate streak. The public could see his father every day, so obviously the red side was from him. But not many had seen his mother, so it was safer to say it was the right side. He didn't tell Midoriya the truth, because while he was a great friend, he most certainly wasn't his soulmate. The colors just weren't the same. Maybe one day he'd tell him the truth, but that wouldn't happen when Shudo found his soulmate. He paused his brushing. Thinking about Midoriya and soulmates, it was confusing for him. Sure, he thought Midoriya was adorable and the thought of kissing him crossed his mind a few times, but that was normal, right? It was because Shudo's soulmate was a boy, so it was natural he would want to kiss other boys. Maybe he was just thinking of Midoriya as a replacement for his soulmate until he found him. They both had green hair and Shudo felt a protective instinct towards both of them. Besides, the chances of him finding his soulmate was slim. Since Midoriya doesn't have one, it wouldn't be a stretch for them to date as a last resort. Shudo vigorously shook his head. He wouldn't use Midoriya like that just because he couldn't find his own soulmate. Midoriya deserves better than that. Besides, Shudo greatly appreciates Midoriya's friendship. He wouldn't want to ruin it like that. He sighed, then applied temporary hair dye to his hair. It was the spray kind like what you can get around Halloween, but it was easy to use in a pinch in case Shudo forgot to dye his hair. The colors didn't match his dyed hair perfectly, but they were close enough to where he really didn't care. After he was satisfied with his work, Shudo went back to his room to grab his phone off its charger and his wallet. He shoved the phone into his front pocket, but kept the wallet out for a bit longer. He opened one of the zippers and took out a key, inserting it into the top right drawer lock on his desk. After the click, he opened it and stared at the All Might figurine his soulmate lost all those years ago. He hadn't opened the drawer since starting school at UI. Before, he would open it to look at the figurine any time his father's training got rough. It reminded him what he was fighting for, who he was training to become a hero for. It made all of those training sessions where he desperately wanted nothing more than to stop and give up, worth it. He closed the drawer and locked it back up and placed the key back in its rightful place. It was awful the first few weeks trying to hide it. It wasn't until after he was released from the hospital, a week spent in constant anxiety of hoping Endeavor wouldn't find the figurine hidden in one of the storage bins on the top shelf of his closet, that he remembered his desk drawers locked. It became the perfect hiding spot. Shudo shoved the wallet in his other front pocket and headed towards the living room. It was a nearly 40-minute trip to the mall and it was nearing 11. He always liked to be places early, just in case of unexpected delays. He sat down and slipped on his shoes. He opted for a pair that didn't require socks. Little known fact about him, he really hated socks. With a passion. Unfortunately for him, socks were required for most shoes and most definitely for his normal pair of boots he wore with his hero costume. He should have just picked a pair of shoes he could get away with not wearing socks with for his costume. But boots, they looked cool and had spikes on them in case he had to run on ice. Functional and stylish. Shudo exited his house, locking it behind him and quick texting his sister asking about Tokyo. He started walking towards the bus stop, replying to his sister's text along the way. Not surprisingly, Todoroki wasn't the first of the four to arrive. Ito was standing around, texting someone on his phone. He was dressed impeccably, as expected from the son of a well-known hero family. He wore loose khakis and a dark blue button-up with the first button undone paired with a dark brown loafers. "Oh, Todoroki," he called over. "You're here early. Did you text Yaoyorozu about today as well?" Todoroki had texted her early this morning but she declined his offer. She was spending the day studying new material for her quirk, something she allotted a day for every month. Today just so happened to be that day and he respected her dedication to getting stronger. "Yes, but she was busy and couldn't make it," he replied. "Ah, I see." The two stood wordlessly next to each other, waiting on the other two to arrive. Eventually, Midoriya and Uraraka walked over together, talking and smiling. Todoroki's stomach dropped. He couldn't help but be a little jealous at how good of friends Uraraka and Midoriya were. He wished he could be smiling and laughing with a boy like that. Midoriya was wearing an outfit similar to Todoroki's, a plain black t-shirt and dark washed jeans. He also wore his trademark red shoes. Uraraka wore a dark pink and black striped short-sleeve shirt and white capris along with a pair of black tennis shoes. After greetings and Todoroki explaining that Yaoyorozu couldn't make it, the quad walked in together. "So, what first?" Midoriya asked. "I haven't eaten, so food?" "Oh, I wasn't aware we would be eating together. I already ate before I left," Ida said. "Me too," Uraraka added. "What about you, Todoroki?" "I haven't. But I just want ice cream," he answered. Midoriya snorted then began laughing. "You're really keen on trying that ice cream, aren't you? I guess it wouldn't hurt for me to break my diet just this once. Do you guys want to come with or go do your own thing for a while?" "We can just come." "Why?" Uraraka covered Ida's mouth with her hand. "We'll go shopping on our own for a few hours. I'll make sure to text you when we're done. Have fun." She started dragging Ida away before he could protest. Midoriya and Todoroki were left at the entrance, staring dumbfoundedly as they watched Uraraka pull Ida away with great protesting from Ida. "Uraraka, why are you doing this?" "Just follow me," she hissed. Then the two could no longer hear their conversation. "That was weird," Midoriya commented. "But anyways, let's go get some ice cream." The shop ended up being buried deep within the mall, in a tiny corner nowhere near the food court. It took the two nearly 10 minutes just to find it, even with the help of a not very helpful map. The shop was a little chilly, just like most ice cream shops were. Todoroki had heard that the owner had a freezing quirk and he was very interested to see it in action. Perhaps he could learn a new trick for his right side. Then, he could have all the ice cream he wanted. There was a moderate line, giving the two plenty of time to decide what they wanted. Todoroki had a surprising sweet tooth, but was also starving, so he was probably going to choose something a bit bigger and with chocolate, lots of chocolate. He didn't really see Midoriya as the type to like chocolate, so he figured he would go with something simple like vanilla or some type of fruit. It was eventually their turn to order. Todoroki asked for a large chocolate explosion, 3 scoops of chocolate ice cream, hot fudge, chocolate sprinkles, and chocolate cookie bits on top. His mouth was already watering. Midoriya ended up getting a simple waffle cone of strawberry. After paying, They took a seat at a table near the counter. The process of making the ice cream was interesting enough to watch. The lady making it, the owner, probably, poured milk, heavy cream, and sugar into a bowl as a base. She then added whatever kind of flavoring was asked and mixed it together. The lady hovered a hand over the bowl, and the two boys watched as it solidified into ice cream. Her quirk was similar to Todoroki's, but only because it involved ice and freezing. Hers seemed like it could only freeze any liquid that was present. Todoroki's quirk produced the ice, not having to worry about whether or not there was any liquid nearby. Nevertheless, the ice cream lady's quirk definitely had its uses. After their ice cream was done, Todoroki got up to the counter to pick it up for both of them. I added an extra spoon, just in case you wanted to share yours with your boyfriend, the ice cream lady whispered. Todoroki nearly choked on his spit. Boyfriend? What made her think that? Was it the somewhat matching outfits? Couples' clothing was popular nowadays, but he didn't really think he would be one to like it. He's not my boyfriend, he told her. Okay then, sweetie. She smiled sweetly at him, like she knew something he didn't. Todoroki shook his head and grabbed the ice cream. He handed the cone to Midoriya and started digging into his own ice cream. Todoroki's taste buds were overwhelmed by the richness of all the chocolate. It was smooth, creamy, and not too sugary. Can I have a bite? Midoriya asked after Todoroki was halfway done with his ice cream. Midoriya hadn't even reached the cone. Todoroki took the extra spoon and filled it with a giant glob of ice cream, making sure to get a little bit of everything that was piled on it. He handed it to Midoriya, who stuck it in his mouth and immediately smiled. Todoroki liked his spoon clean and dug it into Midoriya's strawberry ice cream to have a taste. It was delicious and had real strawberry pieces in it. The flavor definitely suited Midoriya with its creamy and smooth yet a little bit sweet taste. That's a lot of chocolate, Midoriya commented. But it's so good. I wouldn't be able to eat that much of it at one time though. I love chocolate, I love ice cream, and I'm hungry, Todoroki replied back. They quickly ate the rest of their ice cream so they could leave. As Todoroki went to throw away his trash, he locked gazes with the ice cream lady who smiled at him knowingly. He ignored her, meeting Midoriya outside of the shop. That was so good. I think I'm going to go there again sometime. Thanks for taking me, Todoroki. Midoriya smiled at him. Todoroki couldn't help but smile as well. Maybe we could go back together again sometime? He thought about the ice cream lady thinking they were dating, then quickly added, with Ida and Uraraka and maybe even Momo, of course. Then they could test how good it was with us. Midoriya's eyes flashed with a bit of disappointment, but within less than a second they were back to their normal brightness. Yeah, he agreed. The pair walked around the mall, mostly window shopping and pointing at some of the ridiculous posing mannequins and telling the other, that's you. They had a few minor arguments about who was who. I'm definitely that one sitting down and holding the skateboard, Todoroki. I bet you've never skateboarded once in your entire life, Midoriya. You're obviously the one in that bright but ugly yellow jacket. After about an hour, Uraraka texted Midoriya that she was starting to get hungry and wanted to meet in the food court because she found a special deal. He also received a text from Ida a few minutes later urging him not to come. I'm curious, Todoroki told him after hearing Midoriya read the texts aloud. Me too, Midoriya agreed. Ended up finding the pair next to an udon shop. Deku, Todoroki. Uraraka perkily greeted as she laid her eyes on both of them. Glad you decided to come. Ida groaned. I thought I warned you not to come. Uraraka, this is a bad idea. Nonsense, she disagreed. We can do it since there's 4 of us now. Do what, exactly? Midoriya asked, confused. Uraraka pointed to a giant sign at the udon shop behind her. This? It's a 5-kilogram bowl of udon. If you finish it in less than an hour, it's free. There's 4 of us, so I know we can do it. Uraraka, I'm not sure if we see. Let's do it, Todoroki interrupted. Todoroki? Midoriya asked, incredulous. I never back down from a challenge, Midoriya. And I especially love free food. Ida sighed. This is a bad idea. It's 50,000 yen. If we don't finish it, it'd take almost all of our money together to pay for it. Ida, don't underestimate the power of a hungry girl's stomach, Uraraka told him. Now, go find a table and I'll order it for us. The three boys found an empty table relatively close to the udon shop. After Uraraka ordered, the cashier rang a loud bell and announced, "We've got a 5-kilo special ordered." Uraraka came back, face red. Wow, that was a bit embarrassing. I wonder how many times a day they have to do that. A few minutes after she sat down, an employee came out carrying the giant bowl and 4 sets of chopsticks and 4 spoons. He set the bowl down and Todoroki gulped. The bowl was bigger than almost all 4 of their heads combined. It was filled to the brim with noodles, broth, chicken and beef, and several different kinds of sliced vegetables. Once the 4 of them had their chopsticks in hand, the employee hit the timer on his stopwatch and told them he'd be back with 10 minutes to go. Uraraka immediately began inhaling the noodles down, while Todoroki and Midoriya attacked the chicken. Ida went for the vegetables and noodles. About 10 minutes of constant eating passed, and the 4 of them ate maybe 1 kilogram of 5. I'm already full, Midoriya ummed. Come on, Deku. Don't give up now, we can do this. Uraraka cheered on. She had a ferocious look on her face, one that sent chills down Todoroki's spine. He made a mental note to never get on the seemingly cheery girl's bad side. 20 minutes later, the eating slowed tremendously. The 4 of them had to take frequent breaks between eating, and the longer they went, the longer the breaks were. They were over halfway done now, with only the broth and noodles left. Todoroki's stomach felt like it was about to explode. With each noodle he swallowed, he could physically feel his stomach widening. He was already tremendously bloated and it looked like he had gained nearly 3 kilos. They eventually reached 50 minutes, and the employee came back to find them with only the broth left. All of them were groaning and burping, trying to find room for the liquid in their stomachs. Can I get a bowl? Uraraka asked the employee. He nodded, then came back with a normal-sized bowl, which looked extremely tiny compared to the giant one in front of them. Uraraka tipped the giant bowl sideways and poured the broth into the smaller bowl. She started chugging it, emptying the bowl within a minute. She filled the bowl back up again with the remainder of the broth, an almost completely filled bowl. Anyone else? She asked. Hand it over, Todoroki commanded. After Uraraka gave it to him, he chugged it down like she did, but much slower. He left just about halfway in the bowl and announced, I can't finish it. Don't look at me, Ida said. I think if I ate any more I'll have to buy another shirt. You have less than a minute left, the employee announced. Midoriya grabbed the bowl out of Todoroki's hands and chugged the broth down. After swallowing it, he showed the empty bowl to the employee. Congratulations, the employee announced. Your meal is free. Can I get your names? After mustering up their names, the 4 was congratulated once again. The employee took the 2 bowls, chopsticks, and spoons away. He then came back with a shirt for each of them saying, I completed the 5-kilogram special. They all muttered their thanks. I'm never eating again, Midoriya ummed, grabbing his stomach. Uraraka, why did you convince us to do this? Because, free food, she justified. I'll have to agree. Free food is free food. Todoroki, not you too. The 4 of them had to wait almost an hour for the food to digest enough so they could walk. I'm literally dying, Ida complained as the 4 of them walked towards the entrance. Oh, quit complaining, Ida. You'll be fine tomorrow, Uraraka scolded. I'm glad I got free lunch/dinner. She smiled happily. Todoroki could almost see flowers bloom nearby because of her bright smile. The 4 parted ways, each grumbling a bit about how full they were. Uraraka was right though, now Todoroki didn't have to fix dinner for himself. By the time Shudo reached his house, the sun was already starting to set. He unlocked his house and slipped off his shoes. As much as he probably should train because of the tremendous amount of udon he ate, he couldn't bring himself to change clothes and do it. Instead, he changed into his pajamas and washed the temporary dye out of his hair. He was going to re-dye his roots, but it was just so much waiting and all that food was making him tired. He wasn't so sure he would stay awake long enough to rinse it out of his hair. He would just do it tomorrow. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Shudo went into his room and slipped into his comfortable bed. He texted his sister goodnight and a little bit of what he did today. He tried waiting for her to respond, but ended up falling asleep only a few minutes later. Sunday, Todoroki re-dyed his roots, completed his homework, and worked out nearly thrice as much as normal to work off the udon. He couldn't even eat anything until about 2 hours into the first half of his training. Fumi arrived late afternoon, just in time for him to have dinner ready for the two after she dragged her things up to her room. Sunday passed quickly, and before Todoroki knew it, it was Monday morning. He got up and jogged with Midoriya like usual. The two finally raced. Todoroki won, but just barely, and chatted about Sunday, sharing how long. After it took them until they finally ate another meal. It took me until almost dinner time yesterday, Todoroki. It was awful. I couldn't even move or train until then either. Time passed quickly, and next thing Todoroki knew, he was already sitting in homeroom at Yui. Everyone was boisterous, debating what the trip for today would be about. Many had high hopes that it would be a chance to practice and hone more of their quirks. Everyone was definitely glad that they were excused from classes the entire day. "All right, quiet down," Izawa announced after the bell rang. "As you all know, today we'll be taking the trip to the USJ. Go ahead and change into your hero costumes and meet at the back entrance of the school." Within 10 minutes, everyone was standing in front of the bus. Ida was instructing everyone to get in lines to orderly load the bus, but no one was listening. The front half of the bus was designed with 2 long seats facing each other, and the back half was a normal bus design. Todoroki sat towards the front half on the end towards the back. Momo was next to him with Midoriya and Ida facing the two of them. Uraraka and Tsuyu sat towards the back for a little more privacy. Almost everyone on the bus talked with each other, even those who Todoroki hadn't really talked to much. Aoyama and Mina, who sat in the first seat in the back half of the bus, struck up a conversation with him about quirk limitations. They finally reached the USJ a few minutes later. As they gathered into the USJ, they met with their teacher for the day, 13. 13 introduced themselves, then began talking about the students' goal for the today. USJ stands for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, meaning each part of this arena holds a different situation that you may come across as pro-heroes, 13 explained. Today we will be focusing on rescue operations. However, we will not be relying on your quirks. Everyone groaned. Hey now, not everyone's quirk is suited for rescuing citizens. Take mine for example. My quirk, Black Hole, can SCK up anything in its path and turn it into nothingness. Not very ideal for trying to save someone, is it? Now, as I was saying, the lights began flickering. Behind 13, a portal began to open up in the common area in the middle of all of the different areas. Dozens, maybe even hundreds, of villains began walking out of the portal. "What, is All Might not here?" one of the villains with many hands on his face and body asked. "He was supposed to be here. Why is he not here?" He began scratching under his chin, then chuckled a bit. "Perhaps if we kill the children, then maybe All Might will finally show up." Midoriya froze in absolute fear, a deathly cold chill running down his spine. These were real actual villains that were out to kill him and his classmates. It wasn't like years ago, where he could stand by and watch the pro-heroes take care of the villains, taking notes while observing. No, he was that one who had to fight today, and no matter how much he wanted to run, his life and his classmates' lives were all on the line. If he ran away now, could he even call himself a pro-hero in 3 years? 13, watch over the kids. Izawa commanded, sliding his goggles over his eyes and grabbing hold of his bandages. "I'll hold the villains back as best I can. Contact the school for reinforcements." With that, he jumped from the stairs into the middle of the action. Midoriya couldn't help but watch in both fear and awe as his homeroom teacher fought off several villains in a series, canceling their quirks one after one. He was incredibly worried, because Eraserhead's quirk was best suited for one-on-one combat or as support for other heroes. Most definitely not for 1 versus dozens. "Someone is jamming the signals," 13 announced worriedly to the class. "Unless someone can escape and alert the teachers, we're stuck here for a while." They turned towards Ida, then pleaded, "Ida, please use your quirk and get word to the other teachers. Hurry, go." But, sense it. Not so fast. The man with the portal quirk said. He appeared before the students and 13 as billowing purple and black smoke with big yellow eyes. You won't be getting away on my watch. Midoriya began devising a plan for defeating the villain in front of them. With his portal quirk, it appeared he could transport a large amount of people from one place to another. Midoriya wasn't sure if the villain could transport half of a person to another portal or if it was limited to a whole person. If the class could team up against him, he was sure they would win. The biggest problem would be if the villain had a corporeal body or not. It didn't really look like he did, but looks could be deceiving. Stand back, everyone. 13 spread their arms to protect the students. They pointed a finger at the villain, then announced, I may be a hero that focuses on rescue operations, but my quirk is not suited for it. They popped a cap off of their finger and the villain began to be seeking into the hole left by it. My quirk, black hole, can be dangerous. Midoriya let out a breath of relief. 13 was defeating the villain, who was disappearing into the black hole by the second. That would be one less villain to worry about and then the class could focus on helping Izuku out. A chill ran down Midoriya's back as the portal villain created a portal behind 13 and began using their own quirk against them. Everything slowed down as he watched parts of 13's hero costume being SCKD up by their own quirk. He stood frozen, unable to do anything and unable to even think about a plan to help 13. Time went back to normal as 13 deactivated their quirk and fell over. Uraraka and Mina immediately rushed forward to help 13. There was a gaping hole in the back of their suit that may or may not still contain 13. Midoriya finally realized the gravity of the situation. This wasn't like the first week of school, battling as villains and heroes. This wasn't like spectating the villain fights as a child, where the hero always won. No, he and his classmates could die today. He had temporarily calmed himself by devising a plan of action, but now that 13 was out of commission and Izuku was busy fighting the other villains, it was up to them to defeat the portal villain. Midoriya, Todoroki said, bringing Midoriya out of his thoughts. Calm down. We'll be fine. Todoroki's face may have been stoic, but his eyes were full of fear and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. He, like the others, was trying to be brave, but he definitely must have realized what could happen today. Go on. Kirishima called. We'll stop him. He and Kaken both stepped in front of 13 in a battle stance. The rest of the class seemed to unfreeze and took a few steps towards them, ready to back them up if necessary. Ah, that's cute. The little junior heroes think they can stop me, the portal villain taunted. With those words, Kaken lunged at him, Kirishima close behind. The two exchanged a brief fight with the villain, exchanging punches and picks and blasts from Kaken's quirk. However, no matter how hard they tried or how fast they punched, neither of them could land a hit on the portal villain. They eventually retreated and stood in front of 13's limp body with determined looks on their face. Attacking someone before they have introduced themselves is very rude, you know, the portal villain started. If you are supposed to be the heroes of tomorrow, then the future is looking very bright for villains. He cleared his throat. Anyways, since I have you all here, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kurogiri, part of the League of Villains. And today we are here to kill All Might. Many audible gasps traveled throughout the group of students. Several exchanged worried glances while others grabbed onto their friends in reassurance. Midoriya and Todoroki both gave each other a confused then determined look. Todoroki's fists were balled so tightly that they were turning a ghostly white and he was shaking in anger. Midoriya reacted just the same, with even more conviction behind his balled fists. He wasn't about to let anyone kill All Might. Not only was the man an international icon of peace, there was so much Midoriya had left to learn. He still couldn't control One for All, and without All Might, there wasn't any hope for him to ever learn to control it. And if the villains succeeded in their goal, and if there was a possibility Midoriya could have prevented it, he was not sure if he could live with the guilt for the rest of his life. Well, that was a nice chat, wasn't it? Kurogiri asked. His smoky body began spreading over the students, making it hard to see. Midoriya felt his body suddenly rise and move almost instantly. It was like he had a quirk that could make him faster than the speed of light. Once the smoke cleared away, He found himself in a completely different place with a headache that could almost be classified as a migraine. He rubbed his forehead and slowly sat up, blinking a few times and willing the headache away. Once he could open his eyes without pain, he looked at his surroundings. He was on a boat in the middle of a body of water with Todoroki and Mitsugawa nearby. He looked out through the rails in case of a villain attack. Since he and the other two were split up, he could only assume that the others had been as well. He hoped some hadn't been teleported away and that someone was still watching over 13's body. Midoriya was worried about his friends. He knew Yaoyorozu could handle herself, but Uraraka's quirk wasn't too handy for hand-to-hand combat. She was resourceful and smart, so he was sure she would be able to defeat the villains, but he couldn't help but worry. And Ida? Midoriya sure wished Ida had made it outside to warn the other teachers. The worst thing for them now was for him to be transported far away from the door, unable to reach outside. Hearing groaning took Midoriya out of his thoughts. He looked back from the water to see Todoroki rubbing his head and getting up. Mitsugawa followed suit just a few seconds later. Where are we? She asked, still waking up. On a boat, Midoriya explained quietly. That portal villain, Kurogiri, separated us from the rest of the class. It looks like we're in the water disaster area. And it looks like we're going to have company, Todoroki added. Midoriya turned around to find him staring out at the water. Several villains, with water quirks, most likely, were swimming rapidly towards the boat they were on. Quick, get behind those panels. The three of them crawled as fast as they could behind the panels on the side of the boat, hoping none of the villains saw them. They could at least try to delay the villains as long as possible while coming up with a plan of action. So, Midoriya, Mitsugawa began, what do you think of this situation? Me? He replied incredulously. Yeah. Ochako goes on and on about how smart you are and great you are at analyzing. If I didn't know better, I'd say she has a crush on you. She giggled, then winked. Anyways, spill what you think. Ideas, solutions, reasonings, I'm all ears as long as I can live to see another day. WL, I don't really think they know what our quirks are, Midoriya started. If they did, then they probably would have put Todoroki in the fire simulation because of his ice and you in the rain simulation to dilute the sense from your quirk. I think the best plan would be for Todoroki to freeze the entire lake. That way, the villains can't escape, but we can. You can do that, right, Todoroki? He looked over at the boy beside him. It's possible, Todoroki replied, but I'm not sure about the entire lake. I have no clue how deep it is and there's a limit to how much I can use my ice. Also, while they may not know about our quirks, we don't know about theirs as well. Some of them could have water manipulation quirks that are faster than my ice, which could cause water to land on you and I could accidentally freeze one of you. It's possible, but it's a risk we may have to take, Midoriya replied. Would it be easier if they were more concentrated instead of spread out like they are now? Of course. Emitsugawa, do you have any combination that could, I don't know, compel someone to do something? Midoriya asked her. Like brainwashing? That would do. It's times like these where I wish that Shinso-gai got into the hero department, she mumbled to herself. She pulled out her book of herbs and began skimming through it. No, definitely no, maybe no, if I'm really desperate, she muttered while flipping through the pages. Perfect. She placed the book back on her belt and pulled off 2 masks from the opposite side of her belt and handed them to Todoroki and Midoriya. Here, I had the support department make me these after the hero versus villain battles. Make sure they're nice and tight. The two both put them on, giving Mitsugawa a thumbs up when they were properly equipped. With that, she closed her eyes. An opaque white mist was released from her skin. It completely covered the boat and then some, almost like the smoke from Kurogiri. The mist was warm and tingled Midoriya's skin. What is this? Several of the villains screamed. They tried to swim away from the mist, but it ended up engulfing them. All of them stopped, their eyes glazed over and staring at nothing. Mitsugawa stood up and called over the rail, all of you, gather next to the boat. The villains obliged, all miming like zombies. They gathered right in front of the boat in a jumbled mess. Todoroki slammed his right hand onto the side of the boat. A trail of ice ran down the boat and hit the water, freezing around the boat and the villains. The ice traveled further down into the deep part of the water, reaching as far as Midoriya's eyes could see. Todoroki then made a ladder out of ice to climb down. "They're not moving for a while," Todoroki stated. He climbed down the ladder he made with Mitsugawa and Midoriya following him. At the bottom, he breathed out cold air, his right arm shaking and covered with bits of frost. "Todoroki, why don't you use your left side to warm yourself up?" Midoriya suggested. Todoroki and Mitsugawa both stared at him in shock. "What? Warm himself up? I thought Todoroki only had an ice quirk." Mitsugawa asked in disbelief. "How did you find out?" Todoroki asked, eyes wide with surprise. "I tried hiding the other half of my quirk as best I could. It wasn't too hard to figure out. I mean, first of all, your looks are a dead giveaway that you don't have just an ice quirk. I know the right side is just your soulmate streak, but it screams ice, while the red side screams fire. Also, your dad is Endeavor, right? The reporters mentioned that Friday, so I figured you might have a fire quirk, too. Not to mention, the biggest giveaway was the first fight you were in the second day of school. You may have thought that the cameras couldn't see you melting the ice Zero was in, but I could. It was barely in the corner, with a little bit of steam visible if you looked hard enough," Midoriya explained. Mitsugawa's jaw dropped. "Soulmate streak? Endeavor? Fire? What?" She looked between Todoroki and Midoriya, trying to find a better explanation. "Maybe I just have a side of myself that cancels out the ice," Todoroki challenged. "Highly doubt that. Unless your mom had the same quirk and could reverse the effects of ice, it's not likely. Not to mention, I saw steam come from the ice when you melted Zero." Todoroki smiled gently. "I'm very impressed. Not even Zero knew of my quirk, and I used it on him. Not many people actually know the true nature of my quirk, since I hardly use my fire side. And since I'm Endeavor's son, you'd think it'd be all over the news too, right? Endeavor likes to keep everything about his family hush-hush, but not for reasons you'd expect." He spat out the last part, then took a deep breath. "Sorry about that. But yes, my quirk is half hot, half cold. The right side is ice from my mom, the left is fire from my father." Todoroki placed his left hand on his right arm and used his quirk. Immediately, steam emitted from his arm and the frost disappeared. "I never use my left side in combat, only for canceling out my mother's side." Mitsugawa was still gaping in disbelief. "How? Mitsugawa, with all due respect, I really do not want to tell the story of my CNCPTN, Todoroki deadpanned. Midoriya began laughing, tears piling in his eyes. Eventually, all three of them were laughing. For Midoriya, it was a great way to distract himself from what was at stake. Much like how All Might once told him that smiling keeps the pain and fear away, laughing helps Midoriya. After the three calmed down, Midoriya asked, "So, now what?" "Well, Sensei is still fighting," Mitsugawa observed. "I'm not sure how many other groups there are or how many have defeated all of the villains, but I think we should at least help him. I'm not sure if his quirk is very useful for several villains at once." So Mitsugawa was thinking the same thing as Midoriya. It gave him peace of mind to know that someone else was worried about their teacher. The three of them slipped into the water, trying to make as little splash as possible. Midoriya and Mitsugawa both began shaking uncomfortably. It's so sea cold." Mitsugawa complained. "Oh, sorry," Todoroki apologized sheepishly. "There's not much I can do without melting the ice by." "We're good," Midoriya interrupted. "Wow, I can feel myself warming up already." "Yeah, completely fine now. Thanks, Todoroki." Midoriya watched as Todoroki blinked in confusion, then followed them as they swam towards the edge of the water. They reached the ledge and barely peeped over, enough to where they could just barely see the battles raging in front of them. If the situation wasn't possibly lethal, Midoriya definitely would have been paying more attention to the way Eraserhead fought. Since Aizawa was a more underground hero, there wasn't much that Midoriya had written down about him. Most of it was just rumors that he had read on the internet and little bits and pieces from other hero interviews that mentioned Eraserhead. Seeing him fight like this was a great opportunity, Just not one that Midoriya could take advantage of. Izawa was doing an amazing job on his own, erasing quirks left and right and defeating villains. Okay, how about we only help him if necessary? Mitsugawa suggested. She was in between Midoriya and Todoroki, shaking. Midoriya wasn't so sure it was from the cold. I mean, Sensei looks like he's doing a great job by himself, and she winced as Izawa took a nasty hit from a villain that snuck up on him. Her eyes became blurry. Hey Mitsugawa, it's all right. We'll get through this together, Midoriya reassured her. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and squeezed. There's no need to cry. She wiped her eyes before a tear could fall and huffed. I'm not crying. Todoroki and Midoriya both stared at her. Hey, maybe I was. But I have so much in life to look forward to meeting my soulmate, becoming a hero, becoming a good role model for my younger siblings. I just don't want it to end here. We'll make sure that's possible, Todoroki said. Just have some trust in everyone and most importantly, have some trust in yourself, Mitsugawa. She sighed. I'm sorry you both had to see me like that, but thank you. Both of you. Everything just kind of caught up to me and I broke down, so thank you for picking me up. She smiled brightly at the two of them. Now then, let's go help Sensei. The three pulled themselves out of the water and stood up ready for a fight. Todoroki activated his quirk and evaporated the water from his uniform, then did the same with Midoriya and Mitsugawa. At Todoroki's touch on his clothed shoulder, Midoriya felt his entire body relax. When he removed his hand, Midoriya felt a sort of longing for Todoroki to touch his shoulder again. It was weird. Hey! Mitsugawa called out bravely. Why don't you pick on someone else? Some of the villains who weren't unconscious began laughing. The few who could move stood up and began marching towards Midoriya, Todoroki, and Mitsugawa. Have the pros really gotten so weak to where they need the help of kids? Todoroki sent ice towards the villains, freezing them in place. Shut up, he muttered. One of the villains, the one with the many hands on his face, laughed heartily. Oh, this is great. Looks like the children walked right into this one. Isn't that right, Eraserhead? Izawa turned around, his face panicked. What are you three doing? Run, get back to the entran. He didn't get to finish his sentence because a giant mutant grabbed a hold of his arms and slammed him into the concrete. Eyes on me, Eraserhead. This is the problem with you heroes, always caring about others and never being selfish enough for yourself. You see, Nomu here is the greatest gift. And it is Nomu that will defeat both you and All Might. The hands guy began laughing. He stalked closer towards Izawa and grabbed onto his elbow, disintegrating part of it all the way to the deep muscle. Midoriya froze in horror. He had experienced some pretty bad injuries thanks to his quirk, but they were not nearly as disgusting as seeing deep muscle tissue, especially on someone else. If that was that villain's quirk, he truly was a terrifying man. While Midoriya was frozen in place, Todoroki and Mitsugawa were doing their best to fend off the villains Izawa hadn't defeated yet. It was frustrating, not being able to do anything. He desperately wanted to move, but it was almost like he couldn't. His body wasn't listening to his mind. He tried opening his mouth to call for help, but his voice wasn't working either. He could only stand in the midst of the fight scene, frozen and relying on his friends to keep the villains away from him. Midoriya happened to glance over at Mitsugawa only to see the hand's villain inching his right hand towards her. She was occupied with fighting another villain and was facing away from him. Immediately, he fought against the will of his body, taking a heavy step and rearing his arm back for a punch. He activated One for All and aimed it at the hand villain. He closed his eyes, imagined the microwave, and braced himself for his bones to break. His hand hit something hard, but it was almost like he punched a wall without activating his quirk, only his hand didn't break. His hand didn't break. Midoriya was only given a few seconds to admire his work on keeping his bones intact before the smoke from the impact cleared to reveal the Nomu in the place of the hand villain. Midoriya stared up in horror. Any normal person, villain or hero, would have been blown away just by the sheer force of a punch by One for All. But instead, it was standing there in place, almost as if it absorbed the punch. Not to mention, it moved faster than Midoriya thought possible to move. It should have been impossible for a being as big as the Nomu to move as fast as it did. The Nomu was about to grab Midoriya when it was encased completely in ice. It started moving and cracking it almost as soon as it was frozen. Midoriya felt himself be tackled just in time for the Nomu to break free and aim a punch at him. Sorry about that, Mitsugawa apologized, helping Midoriya up. She left him to rejoin the fight as soon as she made sure he was fine and needed no more assistance. The three students fought relentlessly, each protecting the other and their teacher. It felt like they had been fighting for hours, but Midoriya counted the times Mitsugawa's timer went off to keep himself sane. It had only gone off 3 times so far, so only 6 long minutes had passed. Eventually, Midoriya's adrenaline rush was starting to die down in the middle of a fight, a muscular fatigue replacing it. His movements became slower, relying only on the strength All Might trained him for instead of his quirk. Fighting was never his forte, even after all the training he has received so far. He received jab after punch after hit, his body rapidly bruising and hurting. He wanted to give up. Someone was bound to come and save them, right? Midoriya clenched his fist and avoided a punch from a villain. No, that wasn't how heroes worked. That was the easy way, the way that was sure to get him on the D-list of heroes. His goal was to succeed All Might at number 1 and he would do anything to reach it, demand it. As a new rush entered his body, the doors to the USJ opened to reveal All Might himself. Midoriya beamed his friend had made it in time. While Midoriya was glad to see the man, he was also worried. Before this whole villain mess happened, he had overheard 13 and Izawa talk about how All Might had used 2 hours, his maximum hours, in his hero form. If he pushed it any more, there was a chance he might not even be the All Might everyone knew anymore. It's okay now, he announced. But because I am here. All Might jumped, landing in front of the 3 teenagers, then immediately pushing himself forward and grabbing Izawa from the ground and setting him down away from the villains. He then sprinted back over to the 3 and picked them up and placed them by Izawa. Take him towards the front, he commanded, then turned around to face the hand villain and the Nomu. All Might discarded his blazer and tie, his fists clenched and shaking. Midoriya had never seen the man so angry before. While he felt a huge relief wash over him just by the mere presence of All Might, he couldn't help but worry that something damaging could happen. Midoriya and Todoroki both grabbed one of Izawa's arms and slung it over their shoulders. Mitsugawa grabbed his legs and placed them on her shoulders, holding them in place. The 3 began to slowly tread up the slanted path up to the rest of the pros. Midoriya was zoned out, thinking, will All Might be alright? What would happen if he exerted himself too much? Will he go back to his normal self? Will he still be able to be All Might? Midoriya, Todoroki called, interrupting his thoughts. You're zoned out. What's wrong? Midoriya blinked a few times then looked over at Todoroki. His face held an unusual expression of worry. Midoriya sighed. I'm just rude. I have a bad feeling about All Might fighting alone, you know? It's just a gut feeling, but I can't help but feel like he needs our help. Mitsugawa stopped walking, the 2 boys following suit. Go. Both of you. She placed Izawa's legs on the ground and looked back at the 2, giving them a small smile. What? Midoriya asked. You should always follow your gut instinct, Midoriya. It may seem crazy that you have a feeling about All Might, of all the pro heroes, needs your help, but you shouldn't ignore it. Both of you are strong, so go on. Besides, my quirk isn't suitable to help out. Go and help All Might, I'll take care of Sensei. Todoroki and Midoriya helped place Izawa on Mitsugawa. It was almost comical seeing such a short girl carry their above-average height teacher. The 2 quickly sprinted back to All Might. By the time they arrived at the clearing, the portal villain had created a portal that allowed Nomu to avoid All Might's attack and to grab the hero by his injury. Midoriya winced at the sight. Todoroki immediately sent ice and froze half of Nomu's body. Kaken blasted over using his quirk and pinned Kurogiri to the ground. Midoriya had never been so glad to see his childhood bully in his life. All Might was able to escape from the monster's clutches, allowing Midoriya to breathe out a sigh of relief. Kirishima arrived a few seconds later, taking a swing at the hand villain but missing. After a few more unsuccessful tries to hit the villain, Kirishima gave up and joined Midoriya and Todoroki on the side. Nomu, protect Kurogyri, the hand villain commanded. Nomu released itself from Todoroki's ice, then made its way over to Kaken, who dodged just in time. Nomu's body was half gone until it began rapidly regenerating. Kaken joined Kirishima, Midoriya, and Todoroki on the side, watching in horror as the Nomu regrew its arm in a few seconds. So, the Nomu had a regeneration quirk. However, that didn't explain how just a few minutes ago it had managed to completely nullify one for all. Granted, Midoriya was only able to use 5% of the power, but even that percentage was enough to cause damage to almost anyone in its path. Perhaps Nomu's skin was the reason behind it? It could be similar to Kirishima's quirk, a skin manipulation quirk. The Nomu could manipulate its skin to nullify any attack and manipulate it to regrow limbs. But that couldn't account for bones, blood vessels, nerves, and muscles regrown as well. Unless, of course, that was also a part of the Nomu's quirk. Then, what could be its weakness? As Midoriya was hypothesizing the Nomu's quirk, All Might began fighting the Nomu and protecting the 4 students. He engaged in battle with the Nomu, sending punch after punch, eventually throwing the monster into the pile of rubble behind the hand villain. "What kind of quirk is this?" he asked incredulously. "How ironic," the hand villain began. "The symbol of peace, engaging in violence to protect the little heroes. How heroic. All you are doing is encouraging violence around you." Midoriya bit his lower lip. He wanted to correct the villain that no, All Might wasn't encouraging violence in any way whatsoever. The criminal rate has dropped over half since All Might debuted as a hero and was decreasing ever so slightly every year. How dare he even accuse his hero of such a thing? I will have to disagree with you. I'm here to protect civilians and the younger generation of heroes. Nomu got up and sprinted towards All Might. The two exchanged more punches, with each of them seemingly doing no damage to the monster. "It's 3 against 5, Kirishima shouted suddenly, smacking his fists together. "We can take them." All Might wiped his brow, then threw his hand back towards the teenagers. "No. Get out of here." "But," Todoroki protested, "things would be much worse if we weren't here." Midoriya shook with worry. "All Might, your time?" The other 3 boys stared at him confused but didn't further the subject. "You're right, Todoroki. And thank you, but now it's my turn to protect you kids." Todoroki clicked his tongue, annoyed at the order to not fight and help, but not willing to disobey All Might. "Good luck trying to defeat my Nomu, All Might," the villain laughed maniacally. "It was created with only one purpose, to kill you. It'll absorb everything you throw at it, and regrow any limb you tear off. Kurogyri, help Nomu. I'll handle the kids." Shock absorption and regeneration, huh? I've never heard of having 2 separate quirks. If it'll just keep absorbing my punches, I'll just have to exceed its limit. If it keeps regenerating, I'll keep tearing it until there's nothing left to regrow. All Might began throwing punches at a rapid speed. Midoriya's eyes had trouble following the two in their fight. He hated just standing on the sidelines. It was funny of him to think that when just a few minutes ago he had to motivate himself to get into the action, and even then he was completely frozen with fear. Midoriya watched in awe as his childhood hero began to overwhelm the Nomu. He didn't get the chance to watch more of All Might's fight as Shigaraki suddenly attacked the 4. Todoroki kept assaulting him with ice, careful not to freeze the other 3, while Kirishima and Kaken teamed up against the hand villain. Midoriya was frozen with worry for All Might, desperately wanting to join the fight but wanting to be ready to save his mentor at any time. He bit his lower lip, then joined in the fight against Shigaraki. There wasn't much the 4 of them could do. Todoroki's ice missed and no one could land a solid hit. Add that to the 4 avoiding the villains' hands, the only thing they could do was prevent him from reaching All Might, their classmates, or the injured. Midoriya glanced over to see All Might take a final punch at the Nomu, sending him in the air and out of the U. Midoriya internally cheered. The fight was over. All Might won. The only thing they needed to worry about now was Kurogyri and Shigaraki. And with All Might on their side, Midoriya almost forgot. All Might was well past his limit. In fact, he may even reveal his true form to everyone in a few seconds. They lied to me? Shigaraki cried out. You're not weak at all. He scratched under his chin. Think you can take me on yourself now that your Nomu is gone? All Might taunted. Bring it on. Midoriya's legs started moving on their own in worry. That was a bluff, that most certainly a bluff. If the villain actually attacked, who would save All Might? All the other students were occupied. It was up to him to save his hero. Midoriya. Todoroki grabbed his shoulder and dragged him back. Midoriya felt relief at his touch. He felt the exhaustion leave his body. You can't take them on. They're on a different level. Well, what are you waiting for? All Might shouted out. Midoriya took a deep breath, then shook Todoroki's hand from his shoulder. He instantly missed his touch, but ignored it as best he could. Both Kurogiri and Shigaraki began sprinting toward All Might. Midoriya activated his quirk in his legs, breaking them in the process. He was in front of All Might within seconds, ready to aim a punch at Kurogiri's physical body. As Shigaraki began reaching for Midoriya, a bullet hit his hand. He recoiled from the pain, jumping back along with Kurogiri. Midoriya face planted into the ground, glad he didn't have to break his arm along with his legs. Ida had made it. Midoriya couldn't believe it. He had never been happier to see the guy in his life as he sat up and stared at the dozens of pro-heroes. He could almost hear a collective sigh of relief from all of the students. They now had a chance to survive another day. The villains were quickly overwhelmed. Shigaraki clicked his tongue, scratching his neck and drawing blood. You've won this one, All Might, he spit out. But know this, I'll be back and I will kill you. Kurogiri. The portal villain activated his quirk, and the two vanished without a trace, as well as any conscious villains. They had won. Midoriya let his tears fall. They were tears of relief, tears of frustration, tears of fear. He wiped them away and slammed his fist onto the ground. I couldn't do anything again, he muttered to himself. I still can't even control my own quirk. No, All Might corrected. You saved me, Midoriya. And for that I thank you. Midoriya looked up to find the man already starting to turn back to his civilian form. All Might, you're... Midoriya. Kirishima and Todoroki called out at the same time. They both started running over to the boy. Are you okay? Todoroki said, worry obvious in his voice. Both of you, I'm fine. Stay there. He held his hand out, halting them. The ground shook, then earthen walls emerged, shielding All Might from the students' eyes. Midoriya let out a breath of relief. Everyone head to the entrance, Cementos commanded the three. We need to check for injuries. Oh, okay, Midoriya heard Kirishima reply. Midoriya finally started feeling the pain in his legs. They were broken all right, and the pain was incredibly unbearable now that his adrenaline rush had worn off. Add that to how physically exhausted his body was, all he wanted was a nice nap. Perhaps a short coma wouldn't be too bad either? Midoriya's eyes began closing and he eventually lost consciousness. When he woke up, Midoriya was in the nurse's office along with All Might. He gasped for breath upon immediately awakening, worried about his mentor and classmates. He looked over to his right and saw All Might laying on a bed, covered in bandages and staring at the ceiling. How are you feeling, Midoriya boy? All Might asked. He coughed a few times. Midoriya moved his legs a bit. They were healed for the most part, just incredibly sore. Even though he had woken up after sleeping for who knows how long, Midoriya was dead exhausted. Tired. Sore. Same here. Stupid boys, Recovery Girl stated. Midoriya jumped at the sound of her voice. He didn't realize she was in here. Both of you pushed yourselves well past your limits, despite my warnings. She poked her cane at All Might's shoulder. And you are setting a terrible example for your student here. How can he learn control if his mentor doesn't even know when to stop himself? All Might grinned sheepishly. I have no excuse, but the students are safe, that's all I want. Recovery Girl sighed. How can I argue when you use that logic? The door slammed open to reveal an unfamiliar man. Hello, All Might, he greeted. Midoriya nervously looked at his mentor. All Might, is this okay? All Might nodded. Of course. Tsukachi is a good friend of mine. Good friend, I came to ask you about the villains. I'm head of the investigation into the League of Villains. I'd expect no less. But before you do that, are the students okay? No injuries. No injuries, Tsukachi repeated. Save for Midoriya here. Both All Might and Midoriya let out a breath of relief. And, Tsukachi continued, 13 and Eraserhead are going to be fine. They both suffered serious injuries but are now stable. It was thanks to the three of you that the students were unharmed. Be proud of that. I believe you're wrong there. It was the students as well, putting their lives on the line. For first years to do this. I believe they will all grow to become great heroes worthy of the title. Midoriya smiled brightly at the praise. Midoriya was discharged before All Might. Todoroki, Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima had all attempted to visit him, but were denied access by Recovery Girl. It was evening by the time he was allowed to head home, the sun gently setting into the horizon. He was given a crutch as extra support on the way home. As he exited the school grounds, he turned to head home and found Todoroki on the ground, eyes closed. Todoroki? Midoriya called. Said boy gently opened his eyes and looked up. You're okay? Midoriya nodded silently. What are you doing here? I didn't want you to go home alone. And I was worried about you, he trailed off. Midoriya was touched by the gesture. How long have you been waiting here? Todoroki checked his phone for the time. About 6 hours. Todoroki! Midoriya lightly scolded, but saw the look on his friend's face. It was one of worry and compassion. He was incredibly lucky to have someone such as Todoroki as his friend. Give me your backpack. Midoriya handed it over and the two headed to his home. Classes were cancelled for the next few days. Those 2 days were spent strictly in bed, Midoriya's mother's orders. When she heard the news, she was so worried that she cried non-stop until Midoriya arrived home with Todoroki in tow. With their arrival, she cried harder and it took a good 10 minutes for her to calm down and reheat dinner for the two. She thanked Todoroki for escorting her baby back home and hugged him, to which he seemed surprised about. The few days laying in bed left a lot for Midoriya to ponder. Namely, how his body reacted when Todoroki put his hand on his shoulder. He felt comforting. And ever since it happened, he found himself craving to be near the other boy, craving his presence. He couldn't help but feel guilty about it. Somewhere out in the world, he had 2 soulmates waiting for him. Sure, it wasn't common for high schoolers to date before meeting their soulmate, but Midoriya didn't want to take the chance of that. His soulmates could quite literally show up in his life tomorrow, and he didn't want to hurt Todoroki's heart when they did show up. Todoroki's heart? Midoriya turned onto his side and hid his burning face in his hands. As much as he'd hate to admit it, he was attracted to Todoroki. It was almost like there was some invisible force drawing him to the other boy. But like Midoriya, Todoroki also had a soulmate. He didn't want to interfere with his friend's chances of meeting his destined soulmate. When school finally resumed, Midoriya's mom reluctantly let him go back. She desperately wanted to keep him close after that injury, but he wanted to become a hero. She would let him go, for now, to achieve his dream. When Midoriya arrived at the classroom, everyone swarmed him. They were worried about him, being the only person to receive an injury. After assuring everyone that yes, he was completely fine and completely healed, everyone sat back in their seats. Midoriya smiled warmly at Todoroki when he sat next to him. Thank you, Todoroki. Todoroki slightly smiled back and nodded. It was a few minutes past homeroom start time, and Aizawa had yet to arrive. Midoriya was worried about the man, but it was dispelled when he walked into the room. However, his arms were completely wrapped in bandages as well as his entire face. Are you sure you should be back, sensei? Probably not, but it doesn't really matter because I'm here. I know you guys just got back from that possibly traumatic experience the other day, but we have to keep moving forward from here. The sports festival is soon and you need to start preparing. Finally, Midoriya thought, something relatively normal. With the announcement of the upcoming sports festival, the classroom erupted into excited cheers. Many began discussing possible events, training regimes, and requested training partners already. Todoroki has watched the Yui Sports Festival nearly every year since he could remember. At first, he was forced to watch it by Endeavor, including his old battles from his time at Yui, but it ended up being something he looked forward to every year. It was interesting to see the different quirks. However, it was ruined every year by Endeavor demanding analyses of every battle weaknesses of the student, what Todoroki would have done in the battle, etc. This year, he could only hope that Endeavor wouldn't ruin his first ever sports festival by belittling him about how he performed. "Calm down," Izawa muttered as loud as he could, but his bandages muffled his voice. Ida stood up and announced, "Everyone, please be quiet. Sensei has something to say." With that, the class eventually quieted down. Izawa sighed. He looked dead on the inside, and Todoroki couldn't even see his face. "Thank you, Ida. With that being said, the sports festival starts exactly 3 weeks from tomorrow. I highly recommend that you train for this. Classes will be on an altered schedule to accommodate training." He grabbed a stack of papers and handed it to Ida, who took one paper and passed it back. "These are the schedules for the next 3 weeks starting tomorrow. Now, no one is forcing you to train, but it will be obvious if you don't. And believe me, some of you," he glared at Kaminari, who was already fast asleep, "could use all the training you could get. So just make sure you're using this time wisely. That's all." The rest of the homeroom PRD was spent finding training groups. Todoroki desperately wanted to join his classmates, but he knew the chance of Endeavor letting him train with others was next to none. But if Todoroki went on a run, as training, he could easily sneak out to go train with a group. What Endeavor didn't know wouldn't hurt him. The obvious choice of a partner would be Midoriya. The two already run together in the mornings, and they have trained a few times here and there. The only problem was that Todoroki didn't know if Midoriya had other plans to join others. He was relatively popular and was friends with many in the class, unlike Todoroki, who preferred to keep to himself and have a few close friendships. Who knows who would ask him to partner up with him? Todoroki? Midoriya shyly began. He nervously scratched behind his ear. "I know you probably already have someone in mind, but would you like to train with me? I mean, you don't have to. It's just, Uraraka and Tsu are together. I think Ida and Yaoyorozu said something about training together. Well, I've trained on my own so far, but this is the sports festival, you know? I've been watching it for years, and I don't want to make myself look bad. I mean, I understand if you already have someone in mind." Midoriya. "But we do already somewhat train together, so I think it wouldn't be too bad of an idea." Midoriya. "At the same time, if I were you, I'd want to secretly train too. I mean, your quirk is amazing." Midoriya. There was a moment of stunned silence before Todoroki continued. "I would love to train with you. Unfortunately, Endeavor would not approve of me training with a partner. But because I don't care what he thinks, I'll see what I can do about sneaking away. I'll text you when I manage to get away." Midoriya beamed. Todoroki was almost blinded by his beautiful smile. No matter how many times he saw that smile, it always gave him a warm feeling in his stomach. Sometimes, he even felt like he was unable to control his left side. A few times, Momo noticed him smoking a little when Midoriya smiled. The bell rang to signal the end of homeroom. The rest of the classes of the day passed like a blur, until the Soulmate class at the end of the day. Todoroki always looked forward to this class as it was the only one that didn't put him to sleep on a daily basis. Okay, he was never really asleep like Kaminari during classes, but the lack of sleep he gets every night plus the amount of training his father puts him through causes a fair amount of fatigue. Every day, Todoroki dozes off for a few seconds to a few minutes. Midoriya always helps him out by giving him notes that he missed. Izawa walked into the classroom. "This is our last class until after the sports festival, so lucky you know homework." Some cheers. "I'm not letting you all off easy with no lesson though. A week after coming back from the sports festival we'll have a test, so no slacking with your studies during training." Most of the class groaned. Izawa ignored the students' complaints. "Today, we'll be discussing the power enhancement a soulmate pair receives from each other. I hinted toward this your first week with the paper assignment, and I'm sure plenty of you got the hint. Just to reiterate, once a soulmate pair platonic or romantic completes the bond between each other, their quirks' power strengthen. I'm not going to go too in-depth about bond completions, since it's different for every pair and will be a topic later in the year. Along with quirk enhancements, soulmate pairs also become more attuned to each other. Again, for every pair it's different because of different quirk pair. For some, they're able to telepathically communicate, for others they can sense the other's feelings or where they are at the moment. Tsuyu raised her hand and after Aizawa acknowledged her, "Is this all after bond completion, or does some of it appear gradually, Karo?" The power enhancement is after completing the bond, but the attunement is gradual after discovering each other as a soulmate. It'll grow stronger the more time spent together, Aizawa answered. Just a warning, the power enhancements of quirks will be sudden and evident the first time you use your quirk after bonding. Many people have become injured by their own quirks, he gave a side eye toward Midoriya, or injure their soulmate or even civilians. Momo raised her hand and asked, "How could someone harm civilians? Would they have known if they had completed the bond and then practice using their quirk?" Like I said early, the bond completion is different for everyone. For platonic soulmates in particular, it's very hard to notice when the bond is completed. So, some heroes may complete the bond unknowingly and then go on a mission. Or alternatively, some people don't even think about testing out their quirk beforehand. The strength of the enhancement also varies from person to person, typically varying by the bond with the soulmate. Some soulmates have clashing personalities and may not be as close as others, or some people may not like the idea of having a predetermined soulmate, so their quirks may not enhance as much. On the flip side, those with much closer relationships will have much stronger quirk enhancement. Aizawa answered a few more questions before dismissing class. Todoroki mulled over the lesson for a few more minutes while packing up his things. He didn't think Endeavor knew about the quirk enhancement. After all, he would have been searching for Todoroki's soulmate since he was born. Even if he did know, he highly doubted he'd search for his soulmate, since he's a boy. If Todoroki didn't find his soulmate before the end of high school, Endeavor would probably match him up with some girl with a strong quirk. He almost grimaced at the thought of having to date and eventually marry a girl. That sounded like a nightmare, honestly. He walked with Midoriya to the exit. The two didn't have classes until the afternoon tomorrow, so they planned on training from early morning until lunchtime. Evenings were completely off-limits for Todoroki. Endeavor expected him to train with him then. As much as he dreaded what would happen if he skipped even more. "I'll see you tomorrow morning, Midoriya," Todoroki said. Midoriya yawned, then began to head the opposite way of Todoroki. "Yes, see you." He waved back at him as he walked away. The next morning, Todoroki groaned at the sound of his alarm. He hated the sound. It was almost like a Pavlovian response. Normally, Todoroki could fall asleep easily by 10 o'clock, but his mind wandered and didn't shut off until about 1. He was used to running on few hours of sleep, but 3 hours of sleep was a new experience. He closed his eyes for a few more minutes, then opened them again a few seconds later. He knew how fast he could fall asleep. If he closed his eyes now, he wouldn't be waking up for a few hours, and risk missing his training session with Midoriya. Todoroki sat up and drank a few gulps from the water bottle he kept by his bed. He then stretched his arms into the air, feeling satisfied by the pops of his joints. Rubbing his eyes, he threw off his covers and slipped on his slippers. Funnily enough, the only part of Todoroki that ever got cold were his feet, even his left foot. He wore socks and slippers around the house, but never to bed. Only villains wore socks to bed, as opposed to the rest of his family's habit of just slippers. His sister often teases him about his cold feet being his only weakness. After getting dressed and heading downstairs, Todoroki found himself making a pot of coffee. Todoroki doesn't normally drink coffee, he hates the bitter taste and isn't allowed to drink it with sugar or cream like he would like, and often settles for tea as a morning pick-me-up. But today he was dead to the world. The circles under his eyes were dark enough that they could rival Aizawa's eye bags, and that's saying something. After setting up the coffee pot, Todoroki found a container of leftovers from last night's dinner and reheated it using his quirk. Microwaves were just too noisy. He grabbed a mug from the cabinet and added a giant scoop of sugar, a big vu, to Endeavor, then poured the coffee. The smell itself almost gave Todoroki an increase in energy, and the first sip just touched his soul. Todoroki thought about the bottle of creamer in the refrigerator his sister had. She only drank coffee with cream and no sugar. What a monster. He absolutely loved creamer in his coffee, but he checked the time. It was getting close to the time Endeavor would wake up. Sighing, he decided against adding the creamer, just in case the world's greatest father decided to wake up early. Breakfast was quick, including the 2 full cups of coffee Todoroki downed, and soon he was lacing up his running shoes and heading out the door. Todoroki walked to the usual spot Midoriya waited. Midoriya was amazing, in Todoroki's opinion. Not only did he live farther away from the usual beach than Todoroki, he also ran there. And he was normally 10 minutes earlier than Todoroki. And he ran on much less sleep than Todoroki, often going to bed around midnight and waking up at 4, yet he always had more energy than Todoroki. Once, Todoroki asked Midoriya for his secret to all the energy he had in the mornings, and Midoriya just cradled his face gently in his hands and said, "I drink coffee with caffeine shots. I don't fear death." "Oh, Todoroki." Midoriya waved, then jogged over. "Wow, you look terrible. I mean, not like in a bad way, you actually look very nice every day." Why did I say that? I mean, you're very popular with the girls, so of course you look nice. Anyway, did you not sleep well? You look like you're trying to do an Aizawa impression, but somehow you look worse than he does." "Couldn't sleep," Todoroki answered. "Nervous, huh?" Todoroki nodded. "I'm pretty nervous for the sports festival too. I mean, I've been watching it every year since I could remember, and now I'll be in it. And what if I just make a fool of myself? I still can't control my quirk 100%, so it's likely I may not be able to even get a decent placing." "I'm sure you'll do fine, Midoriya. You're more than just your inability to control your quirk. You're smart, so I'm sure you'll figure something out." Midoriya smiled at Todoroki while they began stretching. Their training seemed to pass by quickly, and soon it was time for Todoroki to head home. His body was sore, he was freezing, and most of all, he felt like a zombie. Throughout training, Midoriya was concerned and kept asking Todoroki if he would like to take a nap. Honestly, he did want to take a nap, but he wasn't sure if his body would allow it. While his mind was ready to pass out at any given moment, his body was filled with an adrenaline rush, wanting to keep going. Todoroki headed back home, took a shower and changed into his uniform. Before he knew it, classes were already over and Todoroki was heading back home. Every day, it was either one of 2 schedules: hero classes in the mornings, training in the afternoons, or training in the mornings, regular classes in the afternoons. And of course, evening training with Endeavor, who was still sad with Todoroki about not using his left side. It's been years, can't he just drop it already? The days blurred together, until it was the day of the sports festival. Todoroki and Midoriya both agreed to take a break the day of. Even still, Todoroki woke up at normal time on his own. He groaned, then went downstairs as his stomach growled. In the kitchen, he found his sister at the kitchen table, sipping a cup of tea while scrolling through her phone. "Fumi," he called out. Fumi jumped, nearly spilling her tea. She set the cup down beside her phone and looked up at her brother. "What are you doing up, Shudo?" "It's my normal time for waking up," he replied. Fumi looked at the clock. "Oh no," she said. "I had a nightmare about midnight and couldn't fall back asleep. I thought I could try and calm myself with some tea, but I guess it didn't work, huh?" There was a pause before Todoroki said, "Would you like to talk about it?" "It's just a nightmare, Shudo," Fumi replied. "I know you, Fumi. You wouldn't get so shaken up and not able to fall asleep after just a nightmare." "Oh, alright. I had a dream our oldest brother became a villain and tried to kill you. He captured the 2 of us. I don't know where our other brother was during this, and Mom and even Dad as well. None of our quirks were working. He grabbed you and used a quirk, which is weird, because he's quirkless. But it was a fire quirk, blue fire. And he just burned your face and I woke up to your screams." Fumi began to break down and cry. She hugged her youngest brother. "I know we haven't had the best of lives, especially you, but I can't lose you. I just can't." Shudo patted her back and rubbed it a few times comfortingly. "Fumi, I'm fine. We're all fine. I know we haven't talked to Tuya in years, but I'm sure he's living a great life away from Endeavor. Same with Natsu." She backed away and rubbed her eyes. Her glasses were fogged from crying. I know. I just can't stop thinking about that nightmare, Shudo. It just seems so real. But it's not, he assured. How about you drink some more tea and just lay in bed for a few hours? You'll need all the sleep you can get before you deal with the hellions you call students. Shudo! Fumi scolded. She paused, then sighed. Now that you mention it, I probably should at least try to sleep. She hugged Shudo one last time before taking her cup of tea and phone to her bedroom. After she left, Shudo grabbed a glass of water. He was no longer hungry after hearing about the nightmare his sister had. She was probably worried about him and his performance in the sports festival, so that worry had just escalated and turned into a nightmare. And maybe she was thinking about their oldest brother before bed and he had someone ended up there. But the whole nightmare just made him uneasy. Their brother, a villain? While it was highly unlikely, there was still part of Todoroki that thought it might be a possibility. Tuya hated Endeavor, probably even more than himself. He was the first to be born, the first failure, and tossed aside when he was deemed quirkless. If any of the Todoroki siblings were to become a villain, it would most likely be him. Shudo downed the glass of water, refilled it, and downed that too. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then laid down on the couch in the living room. He began scrolling through his phone, visiting the same 3 apps in rotation. Eventually, he started taking hero feed quizzes and found out which top 10 hero he was based on his noodle choices. He got best genist. Honestly, he was just glad he didn't get Endeavor. The sun began to rise, and Shudo decided he should probably get ready. He went up to his bedroom to change. After he was done, he noticed there was a text from Midoriya. His heart leaped in his chest as he read it. Good luck today, Todoroki. Smiley face. Such a simple text, yet it brightened Todoroki's day. No one had ever really told him good luck on something. Well, except his sister, but she got in trouble with Endeavor when Shudo was in middle school and hasn't encouraged him since. He would much rather receive no encouragement than see his sister hurt, however. With a smile on his face, Todoroki replied back. Thank you. You too, Midoriya. Todoroki grabbed his things, then headed back to the kitchen. He grabbed a bowl of rice from last night and heated it up. Normally, Fumi would have been up by now making breakfast. She was probably asleep, and Shudo didn't want to wake her up. He made a pot of coffee and ate the rice while waiting for it to cook. As he was about to get up to pour himself a cup, Endeavor walked in the kitchen. Shudo paused, glaring at his father. His father glared back. You better not disappoint me, boy. Nothing less than first place, since you skipped out on training this morning. Shudo got up and poured a cup of black coffee, the Endeavor, then took a sip. He tried not to grimace before stalely replying, wouldn't dream of it. Endeavor stared at him for a few seconds before grabbing his own cup of coffee, black of course. Shudo quickly gulped down the bitter liquid and put the cup in the sink. He left the rice on the table and quickly put on his shoes. The faster he left, the faster he could get away from Endeavor. He exited the house, making sure to slam the door on his way out. When he reached the school gates, Momo had arrived at the same time as him. She looked very well rested. She normally slept at least 9 hours a night, no exceptions, unlike himself. Oh, Todoroki. She called over to him. I assume you trained hard for today. With Midoriya? She gave him a sly smile. I trained with Kyuka and Ida. I am feeling very prepared for today. Kyuka? Todoroki caught on. That was Jairu's first name. When did they get on a first-name basis? Momo blushed slightly. She's very lovely. Todoroki knew that look. It was one that Momo had in middle school when she had a crush on some girl in another class. It was also a look that said she didn't want to talk about it, at least, not now. He could understand she probably already knew about the confusion he's feeling toward Midoriya. She always did seem to know his emotions before he did himself. All right, Todoroki replied, then left it at that. Homeroom was short, just a quick rundown of the day. The events for the sports festival were, of course, a secret. After 10 minutes, Aizawa dismissed them to change into their gym uniforms. Hero costumes were forbidden, as many of them enhanced the user's quirk. After changing, Everyone headed to the first-year stadium's waiting room. Most students started stretching or discussing possible events. But for Todoroki, a million thoughts swirled within his mind. Was he good enough to win the sports festival this year? What if he didn't perform well, even if he did win? What will Endeavor say later? What will he do later? He took some deep breaths, trying to calm himself. His classmates all seemed excited, cheerily chatting with each about trivial things. Todoroki wasn't one to show emotion. He preferred to keep his feelings bottled up and reach a breaking point when he's alone. Something felt off. It almost felt like he was close to reaching said breaking point. That was dangerous. His breaking points were accompanied with loss of control over his quirk and oftentimes those around him injured. Most of the time it was Endeavor, he had it coming, but occasionally his siblings also took a hit or two. Todoroki just couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to happen during this sports festival. He just wasn't sure what yet. He looked over at Midoriya to find him in a corner, muttering to himself about possible events and strategies to handle said events. The past few weeks of training, Todoroki has seen him push himself past his breaking point. He had seen him so tired he nearly passed out and so hyper he could have ran a marathon. He had seen him both at his worst and at his best. He could tell Midoriya was incredibly nervous and wanted to help him calm down. But how? Todoroki bit his lip. While he shared some fun times with Midoriya while training, time spent with Endeavor was anything but fun. The bruises, the stiff and sore muscles, as well as the verbal abuse yelled at him while training had pushed him near his breaking point, Todoroki could guarantee it. He almost wondered if he should tell Midoriya about his father. After all, the boy was a nut for all things hero-related. Midoriya will learn something new about the number 2 pro hero and Todoroki will get something off his chest. It was a win-win, right? Todoroki bit the bullet and approached Midoriya before he could talk himself out of it. Midoriya, he greeted. Meet me. All first-year classes, please head to the center of the stadium. Your first event will be announced soon, one of the announcers yelled out. Midoriya stretched his hands above his head before heading to the exit. Sorry, what were you going to say, Todoroki? Todoroki shook his head. Never mind, I'll tell you later. Midoriya stared at him for a few seconds. He could tell something was bothering Todoroki, but decided not to say anything. Alright, good luck today again. He smiled warmly. Midoriya was uncharacteristically calm at the moment. Just a few seconds he looked like he could have had a meltdown at any minute, just muttering away. Did Todoroki really have that kind of effect on him? No, there's no way, he's just reading too much into it. Midoriya was probably already plenty calm beforehand. All the classes met in the center of the stadium. Maybe it was just easy to forget, but there were so many classes of first years at UE. The other hero class, the support department, the general education, not exactly the type of classes Todoroki thought a hero school would have, and the management department, though they wouldn't really be participating. Midnight called Bakugo up to the stage to say a few words before the first event was announced. He didn't say anything encouraging, of course, it's Bakugo, and instead declared himself the winner of the games before they won already. The longer Todoroki was in the same class as Bakugo, the more and more he disliked him. Combined with the way he treated Midoriya, who admitted to Todoroki a few weeks ago that Bakugo used to bully him, which set Todoroki off, and the way he acted to his fellow classmates, Todoroki just didn't like him at all. He admired his strong quirk, but that's honestly the only positive thing about him. Bakugo also reminded him of his father. The attitude of being the best, the aggressive nature, it all was just one big reminder of his childhood. After Bakugo stepped down from the stage, the entire stadium of students glared at him. The tension and desire of others to beat Bakugo, even from the general education department, was so thick it could almost be cut with a knife. The audience seemed to hold their breath, not wanting to say anything about Bakugo's rudeness. Well, now it's time to announce the first event. It'll be... The screen behind Midnight began shuffling. No doubt she already knew what would show up. All the students stared at the screen, all of them overcome with anticipation. An obstacle course. As Midnight began describing the event, Todoroki let out a sigh of relief. Obstacle courses were no big deal. He looked over to Midoriya. During their training, Midoriya told Todoroki he didn't plan on using his quirk until absolutely necessary. He had no doubts that Midoriya could go through the obstacle course. He was more worried about his time. Only the first 40 students would pass, and who knows how many in the other classes have speed quirks. Not using his quirk would put Midoriya at a huge disadvantage. Midoriya looked back at Todoroki. He nodded with determination, his eyes saying, "Team up." Todoroki answered with a small nod and a slight smile. The students arrived at the entrance to the outside track for the obstacle course. Todoroki and Midoriya both stretched their legs a bit before getting into position. The two of them had a plan. They would both sprint ahead until they reached the front, most likely when they reached the first obstacle. After that, Todoroki will freeze the entire path behind him, including the students' shoes, to the ground. An alarm sounded, and all the students began immediately sprinting. It didn't take long to reach the first obstacle, robots. "Oh, great," Midoriya muttered as they came to a stop, along with the other students. "Those were the robots during the entrance exam, the ones we were supposed to avoid." "Let me guess," Todoroki replied dryly. "You didn't avoid it?" Midoriya shrugged. "Uraraka could have gotten hurt. What was I gonna do, just leave her there? I shattered my entire arm and legs, but that's a different matter." "Are you sure about that? You seem to shatter your bones often." "Not like I can help it," Midoriya scoffed. They reached the beginning of the crowd. No one had tried to engage with the robots, remembering them from the entrance exam. "Ready for the plan?" Midoriya asked. Todoroki nodded. "Run ahead of me." Midoriya began sprinting, Todoroki only a few meters behind him. With each step, Todoroki activated his quirk behind him, freezing his classmates' feet to the ground, as well as freezing the robot's legs. He avoided Midoriya, since his friend didn't have spikes on the bottom of his shoes like his boots did. The two only just cleared the last robot before they heard an explosion behind them. No doubt Bakugo. Todoroki didn't even need to look behind his to know that. There was also a loud crash, most likely from Todoroki's plan in advance. He made sure to freeze all the robots in awkward positions so that they would easily fall. Debris from one of the robots landed right next to Midoriya, nearly hitting him. Of course, Todoroki wouldn't have allowed that to happen. If it was heading for Midoriya, he would have freezed it in place before it could reach him. Startled, Midoriya paused for a bit. He held his finger to his chin, obviously thinking. After a few seconds, he grabbed the debris and began running with it. "What are you doing?" Todoroki asked, incredulously. "That'll just weigh us down in the long run." "I'm not using my quirk this event," Midoriya yelled back. "I need this just in case." Todoroki ran to catch up with him, laying another ice path behind them. He could hear Bakugo's yells in the distance, so he also added a few towers of ice. Not that it would stop him, but it would probably slow him down a bit. They reached the second obstacle, a canyon with the only way across being ropes. Todoroki almost considered freezing a path for the two of them, then destroying it after they crossed. But then Midoriya announced, "Go ahead, Todoroki. I'll catch up later." "Are you sure?" he asked, but he already knew the answer. Midoriya wasn't going to change his mind on this. "Yeah. At the very least one of us should come first." "I could carry you?" Todoroki offered, then immediately regretted opening his mouth. Midoriya chuckled. "Just go, Todoroki." Todoroki found the most direct path to the other side, then froze his way across the ropes. As he reached the other side, he glanced at Midoriya, who was hanging upside down from the ropes, with a piece of scrap metal tied around him. Todoroki wanting nothing but to go back and get his friend, because that climbing did not look easy. But as he glanced back, Bakugo began to blast his way past Midoriya and the canyon. He turned back and began ice surfing. The stretch between the second and third obstacle was the longest. He had luckily stayed ahead of Bakugo until he reached the third and final obstacle. It was the longest obstacle yet, nearly 1 kilometer of nothing but landmines. Designed to give the first person across the disadvantage, Todoroki took a careful step. And then another and another. He reached about halfway before Bakugo reached him. Todoroki thought. He froze a path ahead of him and ice surfed. It gave the rest of the students an advantage, but he'll be dead if he let Bakugo win. The two were almost neck and neck, and it looked like the would tie. There was about 200 meters left of the landmines where they both heard the loud boom. Behind them, turning around, Todoroki saw a large plume of smoke and some projectile coming for him and Bakugo. The two both stopped to look at it, and as it got closer and closer, Todoroki realized. It was Midoriya. Todoroki gave a small laugh. Well, he did say he would catch up somehow. Bakugo and Todoroki resumed their race, only a few steps away from the end of the landmines before Todoroki felt something on his shoulder. That something landed hard and pushed off, smacking the ground in front of them and causing an explosion that knocked them off their feet. Midoriya. Sorry, Todoroki. Midoriya called back, continuing to run. Todoroki got up as fast as he could, and used his quirk to hold Bakugo in place while he surfed ahead. It didn't hold like he had wanted, but he was able to enter the stadium just a few feet before him. Todoroki was second, and Midoriya was first. He almost wanted to hug Midoriya. He jogged over to his friend. What in the fresh hell was that? Well, you see, I kinda did something a little risky. Doesn't surprise me. And gathered up a bunch of the landmines together and create a big explosion. That piece of debris actually ended up helping me, so I told you so, Todoroki. I'm sorry, you did what? Yeah, but did you really expect anything else from me? Todoroki thought for a few moments. I guess not. Anyways, congratulations on first place. Thanks, Todoroki. Congrats on second. Thank you. In no time, the rest of Class 1A had passed the obstacle course, save for Aoyama who came dead last barely. The other 20 students included most from Class 1B, with a few from the support and general education departments. The rest of the students who failed to make it to the top 40 either looked relieved or defeated, namely those from Class 1B who didn't make it. After escorting the other students to the bleachers, Midnight announced the next event, a cavalry battle with teams of 4. Years ago, Todoroki would have dreaded the thought of an event requiring teamwork. Now, he was actually looking forward to it, as he would be most likely working with Midoriya. He didn't really know who the other 2 members of the team would be, but he had a feeling Midoriya knew immediately who to invite. But there's one more stipulation to this event, Midnight announced. Each of you are assigned a point value, starting with last place valued at the least amount, to first place valued at 10 million points. Beside Todoroki, Midoriya choked on his spit and began coughing. Todoroki gently patted his back. 10 million points? He asked Todoroki. 10 million points, Todoroki confirmed solemnly. Oh God. If I would have known that, I would have come like 10th or something. We're still teaming up, right? Todoroki asked. Well, if you still want to. As the first and second place, everyone would be targeting us. I wouldn't be surprised if no one really wanted to pair up with us. I mean, objectively, they wouldn't if they wanted to pass. Unless, of course, they were someone that we knew. But then again, someone may not want to because of pride reasons. It'd be like we're carrying them. Todoroki left Midoriya muttering to go find Momo. He wasn't so sure who Midoriya had in mind to ask to join them, but Momo would most likely be interested in joining. That is, if no one had asked her already. He found her just a few feet away talking to Mitsugawa and Uraraka. Todoroki tapped her on her shoulder, and when she turned around he didn't even have to open his mouth before she said, yes. What? Todoroki asked. Yes, I'll join you for the cavalry battle. I was actually going to go ask you in a few minutes. I assumed you're teaming up with Midoriya? I was very surprised that he ended up beating you. Todoroki blinked. Yeah. He surprised me too. He led her back to Midoriya, who was still thinking hard about who to ask to join them. He was no longer muttering, but instead has his brow furrowed and hand covering his mouth. Hey, Todoroki said while tapping Midoriya on the shoulder. Midoriya jumped, letting out a high-pitched squeak. Todoroki didn't realize Midoriya's voice could reach that high. He honestly thought it was rather cute. Momo is willing to join us. Really? You aren't turned off by the fact the 2 of us are the number 1 and 2 spot with the highest points? And that everyone will be targeting us? Of course not, Midoriya. Both of you are my friends, not to mention all of our quirks will work together well. We just need one more person. Do you have any ideas? Yeah, of course. I was thinking Ida, because the speed would be a huge advantage. Momo nodded. I agree. With my quirk, I can make rollerblades for two of us to use to make it easier when Ida uses his quirk. The three of them wandered around trying to find Ida in the crowd. Eventually they found him talking with Uraraka and Tsuyu. Ida! Momo called out. Ida turned around to face the trio. Ah, hello, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya. Any luck finding members of your team? That's actually what we wanted to ask you about, Midoriya said. Would you like to join our team? Ah, I see. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I just agreed to join Uraraka and Tsuyu's team. Oh, Midoriya replied. To Todoroki he looked a bit down. He probably had figured Ida would agree immediately. That's okay. I'm sure we'll find someone else to join. Good luck, Ida. You too, Midoriya. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu too. The trio walked away from him. Midoriya was already devising an idea of who to ask. Todoroki noticed him looking around, taking note of who's paired up and who's not. Todoroki felt a tap on his shoulder and looked behind. It was a girl with bright pink hair and yellow eyes. I heard you're in need of another member. My babies and I are your service if you'll have us. Babies? Todoroki asked. Yes, my babies. She gestured to her belt. I built them all myself. I have plenty more than this that I've been dying to try out. I'm Hatsume, by the way. To do. Oh, I already know who you guys are. How can I not? The two of you came in first and second, and she came in 10th. All three part of Class 1A. I hope I'm not intruding. The three of them blinked. Our points combined will make us a target of everyone. Are you sure you can handle that? Midoriya asked. Of course. Hatsume answered. My babies can handle anything. Hatsume outfitted Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and herself with hoover boots and jetpacks. It was decided that Midoriya would be the rider, since he had no intention of using his quirk unless absolutely necessary. Todoroki took the front while Momo and Hatsume were on the sides. Midoriya tied the headband with their combined score around his head. The plan was that Todoroki would keep a wall of ice around them so they could try to wait the 15 minutes out. If a team made it over, or through, the wall, they would be propelled up into the air by Hatome's hoover boots. Momo had made gas masks for the four to wear, just in case Mitsugawa used her quirk. She and Todoroki were both going to be their main defense. The goal was to avoid conflict as much as possible in order to keep their headband. They would not try to steal another group's points, unless of course their points were stolen. The teams all got into position around the stadium. The alarm sounded for the event to start, and the stadium erupted into total chaos. Todoroki had a 20-foot wall of ice around them. He made sure to try to keep it thick so that it could take several hits. No doubt the first person to come attacking them would be Bakugo, so he needed to make sure it could handle a few blasts. Sure enough, there were several explosions followed by the ice cracking. Todoroki immediately reinforced the cracks, each time bringing the ice closer and closer until he could reach out to touch it. Suddenly, the explosion stopped and Bakugo yelled out, "You effing bastard! Get back here!" Todoroki felt Midoriya let out a sigh, his breath escaping through the gas mask tickling the back of his neck. With Bakugo gone, that just left 8 more groups that could possibly attack them. Minutes passed by. Midoriya's leg was bouncing into Todoroki's hand. I can't take it, Midoriya finally said. I have to see what's going on. No one has been attacking us and there's just 5 minutes past. Maybe they gave up? Momo suggested. Our team is rather solid, so it would make getting the large amount of points harder. If I were the others, I would focus more on collecting several smaller headbands together to reach 4th place. Midoriya thought about it for a few moments. Maybe. Or maybe they're just waiting for the last minute to break the ice and grab the headband. I would if I were them. I agree with Midoriya, Todoroki added. Taking our headband early in the event would make them the target. If they waited until a few minutes left, that's 2 minutes they could fend off others, rather than 15 minutes. Also, I'm a bit restless as well. Shall we try out my babies? Hatsume excitedly asked. There's just 9 minutes left, right? How about we wait until 5 minutes are left, use Hatome's boots and jetpacks to stay in the air. As long as no one tries to attack us in the air, we should be fine, Midoriya explained. May I add a bit to that plan? Momo asked. In the air, we have no long-ranged attacks. If someone were to try to attack us, we'd be left defenseless unless they got close. In that case, they could possibly steal the headband. She touched her upper thigh with her hand, using her quirk. I would suggest using this for longer-ranged attacks. She handed it to Midoriya. A gun. Don't worry, it's filled with paintballs. They are also filled with a substance that will immediately numb whatever it explodes on. Oh, and the numbing is so severe that they won't be able to move those muscles. Don't worry, it's not permanent and will wear off after about 5 minutes. Midoriya gulped. I'm not so sure of this. I've never even shot a gun before. Oh, it's not that hard. There's hundreds of rounds in it. Just point and shoot and you'll probably hit someone. Probably. Momo made 3 more guns, 1 more for Midoriya, 1 for her and 1 for Hatsum. They were to be used only in self-defense, and only if someone got close enough to steal their headband. There were only 6 minutes left in the event. No one had made another attempt to break the ice wall since Bakugo. Todoroki gripped Midoriya's red shoes tighter. The longer he stood there doing nothing, the more anxious and antsy he felt. Eventually, Present Mike announced that there were only 5 minutes left, and Hatsum pressed a button on a remote. Immediately, they were thrown into the air. The way up, Todoroki felt a tad sick to his stomach from the sudden altitude change. From above, they could see the stadium battlefield from a better view. It looked like Mitsugawa had used her quirk. 5 groups were collapsed on the ground, while 4 were battling it out, including what looked like Mitsugawa's group. Bakugo and some group from Class 1B were battling, and the remaining 2 groups were fighting each other. Things were going great from above, for only about a minute. After Bakugo had retrieved his headband back from the other guy, he launched himself up into the air. He blasted himself up, getting too near to Hatsum's legs and launching an explosion near the bottom of her boots. The explosion caused the boots to break, throwing off the balance of the team. She shot the paintball gun at Bakugo rapidly. Midoriya joined her. The both of them managed to hit one leg and both arms, causing Bakugo to immediately fall back down since he no longer could use his quirk. Zero used his tape to grab Bakugo and place him back on the cavalry. Bakugo was taken care of, but the damage was still done. They ended up falling back toward the ground with Hatsum leading the way. My babies, she called out. As they were nearing the ground, Todoroki reared his right leg back and kicked it forward to create ice to land on. He made a slide down to the ice, allowing a gentle landing. There were about 3 minutes left, and every team still awake watched them. There was a short moment where everyone paused. It was soon interrupted by everyone charging toward them at once. Todoroki tried creating an ice wall as quickly as he could, but what little ice he got up wasn't strong enough. Quirks relentlessly attacked his ice, not allowing him the chance to build it up. Midoriya's legs were both shaking with anxiety. He could hear the whoosh of the paintball guns Momo made as Midoriya shot them at random at the others. His aim wasn't the best, but like Momo said, he was bound to hit something. The constant use of his quirk was taking a toll on his body. His limbs felt heavier, his movements slowed. Frost began covering his right leg. He could use his left side to counteract the side effects. But Todoroki looked into the crowd. That's exactly what Endeavor would want. He wasn't going to use his father's quirk for something like just heating himself up. This is a bit awkward to write after checks notes 3.5 years of not updating. Unfortunately, I have decided not to continue Locks of Love. I kept fooling myself into thinking that someday I would have the motivation to finish it. The previous chapter is unfinished. I had planned to get through the rest of the sports festival arc in the chapter, but unfortunately I don't have the energy or motivation to continue it. I just really haven't felt motivated ever since I saw that someone stole my FIC and posted it on Wattpad. Luckily, that was resolved, but the damage was done. A lot has happened since I started this FIC. I posted the first chapter a few months before starting my journey as a college student. That journey has now ended. I graduated this past May with my bachelor's in biology. I am now a master's student, working toward my Master of Public Health. For some closure, I planned on having the two oblivious idiots start realizing they may be soulmates after moving into the dorms and they both forgot hair dye. By the forest training arc, their roots were really showing and they realized they really were soulmates after falling asleep next to each other and waking up in each other's arms. And the story would have progressed from there until their third year, with lots of cute fluff moments in between. Yes, I would have ignored some of the manga love. Afterwards, I would have written an epilogue about the rest of their life together. I had plans for them to adopt 3 quirkless children together and live out happy and content lives. Also, yes, I am well aware that the Todorokis have different names. I wrote this before their names were revealed in the manga. I somehow got one of them right. I had a lot of fun writing this FIC. The idea literally came to me in a dream. I woke up at 2 a.m. and immediately wrote down the basic plot idea and started writing the next day. Never in my life did I think my dream idea would become so popular. Thank you so much to everyone who has read this FIC, particularly those who have left kudos and comments. I appreciate each and every one of you. I apologize to everyone who was waiting for an update for so long. I hope that you will support my other writings, check out my profile, as well as my fics in the future. Thank you. Adishapit.